namin sa inyo dito is not just entertainment sa ating mga communicants. We're also going to give you job
Opportunity. Yes.
We're here in the Gen Z show, or mas well, for those na hindi ko kilala, no, so or don't know yet, what's Gen Z? So Gen Z stands for Generation Career. You want to transition of working from the office to fully working remotely. So will that work for you? So that's the question or the topic that we're going to talk about today.
Clarifying what you really want is a huge step, and I think watching this kind of live or content or stream rather will help you clarify, do you really want this kind of an opportunity?
Ang daming opportunity, you just need to grab it. Like right now, if you want to start na, ang kami dito, Google Form kami sa comment sections, just sign up, then start your work from home journey.
That in Tache careers, no, the pay that we give is above industry standards. So it's about time that we upgrade the standards of the Filipino talents.
Correct. We deserve more. We deserve more.
Yeah, our show is every Monday. That's 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Only here in FYE channel. That's the Gen Z show. Brought to you by Coach Floy and Coach Jamie. We're here to bring you opportunities and something that you will learn on a day-to-day. All of our communities watching us right now, welcome to the Gen Z show. So this is the Generation Career show. Not just going to talk about your career, but we're also to give you here opportunities, no, job opportunities.
Kinakabahan ng mga tao pag tinatanong sila, can you introduce yourself? Of course, I will introduce myself as a social media expert or something like that, and then I will discuss my experience, ano yung nagawa ko during yung time na nagsa-social media marketing ako.
So Jamie, ano ba yung mga ginawa mong preparations when it comes to your resume?
Okay, so yung as mentioned, ayun nga, nilagyan ko ng yung portfolio ko ng mga some results that I did dun sa mga nagawa ko as a social media manager, and then also I also highlighted all the things na nasabi sa akin.
Alam mo yun, di ba? Parang nakakatakot, then you will have your self-doubts kasi you don't think na you are fit for this specific job or career. So, paano mo na-overcome yung part na yan?
Talagang pinipilit ko yung sarili ko na kailangan hindi ka ma-down, or kasi kaya ikaw lang maniniwala sa sarili mo. Kailangan mong maniwala sa sarili mo na kaya mo. Kasi walang tao na maniniwala sa sarili mo kundi ikaw lang.
Ano pa yung mga other things na nakatulong sa'yo by pursuing virtual assistants?
Yun nga, financially, parang sobrang laki ng tulong sa akin. Kasi ngayon, may savings ako, may investment ako, may insurance.
Yeah. So ano yung naging preparations from your side, Gwen?
Yung sa mga clients ko na virtual assistant, so ina-assist ko sila sa daily task nila sa email. Yung mga email nila, inbox management. Ako nag-schedule ng meetings nila.
Ang love language ko is words of affirmation.
Oh, same.
Kapag may narinig akong something na nakakompliment yung
good job,
yung work ko, right? Mas nagpe-perform kasi na better.
I think a lot, really, like majority of all the employees, I think some say that it's okay not to be recognized, but the bottom of their hearts, of course, they would really love to, to hear.
Of course, I
good job.
So.
We do have this weekly meeting with our team, and that's when we get to meet our boss, and then she would ask for some updates as well, and then somehow we also get recognized.
ibibigay po namin sa inyo dito is not just entertainment sa ating mga communicants. We're also going to give you job
Hi, my name is Steph and I'm one of the Tachi accountant and this is my career journey. My duties and responsibilities are invoicing, disbursement, preparing financial statements, and I am able to attend the weekly meeting with the executives and some other different areas in the hospital. I have a lot on my plate, but you know what? I can still achieve work-life balance here in Tachi because we have an advanced accounting system. I follow Tachi Careers on Facebook and I saw a live video there. Then I registered to the registration link for the job fair along with my application. And you know what? I was immediately called and interviewed by the TA team. And after 2 to 3 days, I got a good news because I was hired in Tachi. Fellow accountants and all inspiring candidates there, if you are looking for a job that could give you stability and fulfillment, grab this opportunity and join in our upcoming virtual job fair on November 30th. Starts at 3 p.m. Be part of our Rockstar community. Be part of Tachi.
Hi, my name is Giselle and I do have a team leadership role in Tachi's IT department. My duties and responsibilities are generally making sure that we're able to meet the deadlines, finish the deliverables for the day, double checking if the work has been done properly, and continuously seeking how we can improve our process. To be an employee of Tachi is an honor, a responsibility, and a challenge. It is an honor since I found Tachi as a gem amidst all the companies that I have applied back then, and this is where I have grown a lot professionally and personally. It is a responsibility because even though I'm closely working with the client, I'm still bringing the name of Tachi with me. And it is a challenge as I have to keep up the fast pace of working in an IT industry. My advice for people who find it difficult to level up of their career, learn how to be confident with yourself and especially with your skills and your talent. 5 years ago, I never imagined myself working in an IT world, but now here I am. When I applied for this job, I never had any certainty, but I still took the risk knowing that I had the skills and the qualifications that they need. And if you're already confident that you have what it takes, believe me when I say this that your time will come, so just don't give up. Tips on things and how we can level up. Rev up your resourcefulness because that's really helpful. Improve your soft skills as well, and I would suggest to focus on the core values of the company you're working with. Most companies need their employees to truly embody their core values, and if they're seeing that with you, they would have a high confidence that you'll be a good role model for your other teammates. Lastly, again, continuous improvement is really vital, so don't stop learning and everything else will follow. Thank you. Hi, my name is Giselle, and I do have a team leadership role in Tachi's IT department. My duties and responsibilities are generally making sure that we're able to meet the deadlines, finish the deliverables for the day, double checking if the work has been done properly, and continuously seeking how we can improve our process. To be an employee of Tachi is an honor, a responsibility, and a challenge. It is an honor since I found Tachi as a gem amidst all the companies that I have applied back then, and this is where I have grown a lot professionally and personally. It is a responsibility because even though I'm closely working with the client, I'm still bringing the name of Tachi with me. And it is a challenge as I have to keep up the fast pace of working in an IT industry. My advice for people who find it difficult to level up of their career: learn how to be confident with yourself and especially with your skills and your talent. 5 years ago, I never imagined myself working in an IT world, but now here I am. When I applied for this job, I never had any certainty, but I still took the risk knowing that I had the skills and the qualifications that they need. And if you're already confident that you have what it takes, believe me when I say this that your time will come, so just don't give up. Tips on things and how we can level up. Rev up your resourcefulness because that's really helpful. Improve your soft skills as well, and I would suggest to focus on the core values of the company you're working with. Most companies need their employees to truly embody their core values, and if they're seeing that with you, they would have a high confidence that you'll be a good role model for your other teammates. Lastly, again, continuous improvement is really vital, so don't stop learning and everything else will follow. Thank you.
I'm Ed, or most of them call me Eddie, and then I work as a level 2 specialist. Well, I take care of the customer-facing level 1s and level 2 hardware, software support. So just like our local ITs, but I handle the client from there, desktop, laptops, servers at some point. I also take care of the email parts, Office 365, if everyone's familiar, and then there's still also G Suite customers, Google professional Google email accounts. I handle onboarding, offboarding of employees for the clients we're representing, and then answers calls and emails as well. I applied 2020, so I didn't get the position, probably because of I didn't have the experience at that time for MSP. Luckily, I applied again on February, got hired March for the position, and you know what? Seven months after, 8 months coming, I am going for a level 3 position this November. Given the time to be better or best at what you do, it's a plus on the position given, plus an upskill, learning a lot. It's basically making me right now the best on what I do. You know, being with the pandemic and having a family, supposed to be people think that they fail or they start to fail. Mine was motivation for me to uplift, retool,
Mm-mm.
relearn, and then get to apply for something new, something that I'm passionate about, being an IT. And then here I am. I'm just happy of where I am right now with Hachi support and with everything I got. IT is all about you versus you. IT evolves as fast as a snap of a finger. Every time you master something, there's a new technology coming, and every client wants to be on that new technology, and you evolve, you learn, you retool, you take time to challenge yourself, to bring yourself the best way you possibly can with everything that's given to you or the tool at hand.
So before I was hired with Tache, I was working in an office. And eventually, when the pandemic happened, so that was very difficult for us, especially for me that I was living on my own. I was paying everything for my living expenses. So
no one was spared from feeling a wide range of emotions, such as anxiety, fear, and even grief. So I made sure to allot time to reconnect with my loved ones. I also used a journal just to write down my anxieties and thoughts. And lastly, I actually landed a job here in Tache, which was the biggest blessing at that time.
Honestly, I was able to survive the lockdown because of Tache. Financially and also psychologically, during the lockdown, I was the only one who was able to earn money since our business closed down. And psychologically is because I kept myself busy. That busyness made me safe.
Actually started working here in Tache around August 2020, so that was 3 months into the lockdown already. And during that time, it was very hard and challenging to find jobs for a normal job market. I got lucky because Tache gave an opportunity, gave a chance on me. Our direct manager, direct supervisor gave constant reassurance that Tache would be giving us support and if anything happens.
I guess the thought of having a secure job, that was quite a dilemma for me because I was thinking, oh no, what's gonna happen? Are they gonna fire me? Do they need to lay off people? And does that include myself? When we were recovering already from the pandemic, everything was going back to normal again. What if I look for a job that's more secure and something that will be sustainable in the long run?
I'm thankful with here in Tache that I was able to stay, and despite the pandemic or the lockdown, it was really ironic that Tache grew from that crisis. So, and just recently, I just had my 3 years here. With that, I'm very grateful.
It was very unexpected. Didn't realize that this was gonna push through anyway. I was just looking through Job Street, and then I stumbled upon Tache's job ad. It all started because of the pandemic. Just really thinking of a job that's more sustainable for me. I don't want to go out. I want to be safe at home. I want to be able to go to my parents if I need to. Tache's mission and goal to actually provide jobs. Remote work is already the biggest help that they've given. And I'm really, really happy that I was a part of that.
I had no idea what Tache was, but I took the leap of faith in applying, and luckily I was hired, and thankfully with my supportive leader, she guided me through all the hardships upon the transition.
It was just a normal day as I was actually just scrolling through Indeed, and I found Tache's job ad there, of course. So right away I received a call from the recruiter and such. And I actually did some light search about the company, and I believe their values aligned with mine, and I do believe in Tache's growth back then already.
Really, the best practice that we have here in Tache is we don't really hire just for the numbers. We really look for someone which is in line with the values and also the practices of our client. So far, it has been the best 3 years of my career. So I'm very grateful that I have supportive leaders and also collaborative workmates, not only within our department but also company-wide.
Generally, for almost all positions here at Tache, it would usually take for about 10 to 15 days. It would actually sets different from Tache, from other companies, is that all recruiters, we recruiters would actually make sure to keep you updated every step of the hiring process, regardless of the results. Tache actually offers wide range of options for work setups. We do have work in the office, work from home, and even hybrid setups. Regardless of your setup, Tache is actually there to support you, to give you adequate resources just for you to work efficiently.
Ang ibibigay po namin sa inyo dito is not just entertainment sa ating mga communicants. We're also going to give you job
Opportunity. Yes.
We're here in the Gen Z show, or mas, well, for those na hindi po kilala, no, so or don't know yet, what's Gen Z? So Gen Z stands for Generation Career. You want to transition of working from the office to fully working remotely. So will that work for you? So that's the question or the topic that we're going to talk about today.
Clarifying what you really want is a huge step, and I think watching this kind of live or content or stream rather will help you clarify, do you really want this kind of an opportunity?
Ang daming opportunity, you just need to grab it. Like right now, if you want to start na, kami dito, Google form kami sa comment sections, just sign up, then start your work from home journey.
That in Tache careers, no, the pay that we give is above industry standards. So it's about time that we upgrade the standards of the Filipino talents.
Correct. We deserve more. We deserve more.
Yeah, our show is every Monday. That's 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Only here in F.A.S.T channel. That's the Gen Z show. Brought to you by Coach Flo and Coach Jamie. We're here to bring you opportunities and something that you will learn on a day-to-day. All of our communities watching us right now, welcome to the Gen Z show. So this is the Generation Career show. Not just going to talk about your career, but we're also to give you here opportunities, no, job opportunities.
Kinakabahan ng mga tao pag tinatanong sila, can you introduce yourself? Of course, I will introduce myself as a social media expert or something like that, and then I will discuss my experience, ano yung nagawa ko during yung time na nagso-social media marketing ako.
So Jamie, ano ba yung mga ginawa mong preparations when it comes to your resume?
Okay, so yung as mentioned, ayun nga, nilagyan ko ng yung portfolio ko ng mga some results that I did dun sa mga nagawa ko as a social media manager, and then also I also highlighted all the things na nasabi sa akin.
Alam mo yun, di ba? Parang nakakatakot, then you will have your self-doubts kasi you don't think na you are fit for this specific job or career. So, paano mo na-overcome yung part na yan?
Talagang pinipilit ko yung sarili ko na kailangan hindi ka ma-down, or kasi kaya ikaw lang maniniwala sa sarili mo. Kailangan mong maniwala sa sarili mo na kaya mo. Kasi walang tao na maniniwala sa sarili mo kundi ikaw lang.
Ano pa yung mga other things na nakatulong sa'yo by pursuing virtual assistants?
Yun nga, financially, parang sobrang laki ng tulong sa akin. Kasi ngayon, may savings ako, may investment ako, may insurance.
Yeah. So ano yung naging preparations from your side, Gwen?
Yung sa mga clients ko na virtual assistant, so ina-assist ko sila sa daily task nila sa email. Yung mga email nila, inbox management. Ako nag-schedule ng meetings nila.
Ang love language ko is words of affirmation.
Oh, same.
Kapag may narinig akong something na nakakompliment yung
good job,
yung work ko, right? Mas nagpe-perform kasi na better.
I think a lot, really, like majority of all the employees, I think some say that it's okay not to be recognized, but the bottom of their hearts, of course, they would really love to, to
of
hear.
Course. I
Good
believe
job.
So.
We do have have this weekly meeting with our team, and that's when we get to meet our boss, and then she would ask for some updates as well, and then yeah, somehow we also get recognized for that one and talk about some of the things that we need to work more on, or also celebrate small wins.
Yeah,
Prepare yourself. So preparing yourself by how? By adding more skills in your portfolio, or meaning you have to let yourself learn more things in order for you to make sure that you get Filipino talent different when it comes to, let's say, other countries.
If you look at it from a foreign perspective, it's like Filipinos really are known in other countries to be great entertainers. For example, it's like if you go to any European country specifically, or like in other like Asian country, is like when you talk about Filipinos, the first thing that comes into mind is talent, but then they typically equate talent as like singing, dancing. On the other end of the spectrum, you have really, like, let's say, really skilled or professional work like engineering and accounting. When I say professional, it means like you need a specific degree, you need like a licensure from a board or somewhere. Meaning technically that is also talent. But then the more common role, for example, in the outsourcing industry, let's say CS, whether it's customer service, where you're picking up the phone, which actually was my first job while I was in college. It also involves talent, like meaning like talking to someone, trying to solve the problem, figuring out what to do. I mean, it involves talent, because meaning it's something that like you get better the more you do it. And that's why we're particular with using the word talent, because it's not just something that you clock in at 8 a.m., log out at 5, and then just forget about the entire shift. It's really more like every single thing you do, it contributes to you getting better at it, which is no different from any other talent.
Why do you think foreign companies are they have started to hire Filipino talents? What do they prefer when it comes to, let's say, they get to compare it with other nationalities?
From a macro level, or meaning from an industry level, the Philippines has already established its reputation for its affinity with the English language. I mean,
Yes.
the Philippines
Mm-hmm.
it still ranks as one of the best English-speaking country in the world. So when you partner that with cost, then that kind of puts Philippines up there in the top 1, 2, 3 countries. And then not just in terms of language, in terms of the cultural affinity as well.
Why are we going to push for Filipino talents to try to
Enter
part of the
outsourcing.
outsourcing industry?
Regardless of your profession, whether you're a teacher, nurse, engineer, like even doctors, I've worked with a number of people from those fields as well, even lawyers, for example, who tried outsourcing simply because it provides an opportunity to expand your horizon and to learn. Working, for example, with foreign companies, it would give you a really like immense perspective in terms of new things to learn, new perspective to.
One of the common
try.
mistakes that an applicant get to commit is that all sorts of their job responsibilities in their resume is there. And the thing is that those things are not that important for you to mention, and it's eating up so much of your resume.
For the sake lang na humaba yung resume, sir. No?
When it comes to resume preparation, if you can put all of the things you want to say in a maximum of at least 2 pages, that will do already. What should you prioritize? No? Let's say, you get to, in the span of 10 years, you get to work with 10 companies. It depends if it's very much relevant to the job application you're applying.
Number 2 that you should avoid is lack of job search preparation. So, the third po is lack of job seeker confidence. So, ito yung one of the most challenging, kasi if you're not confident on the job that you're looking for, or the job that you're applying for, makikita kasi yun eh. The HR will see it.
No? So if you get to put specific skills there, might as well also set an example how you were able to acquire that skill. Let's say I'm good in Excel. When I was in this company A, I was able to generate, let's say, 1 million companies because
there's a result.
You have to be specific, and at the same time you have to put there the result of how you were able to acquire that
Okay,
skill.
the next one is relying only on posted job openings. So, many job seekers pursue only announced openings and do not really use proactive approaches. Because there are so plenty na sir. This is the digital world now. We can,
Yeah.
just look at the job position that you want. There are plenty of
I
opportunities.
would like
Just
to highlight what we have in Tache, not just the job opportunities that we give to people, but of course, if you want to work with global bosses, you want to work with, let's say, in an offshore setup, we have those kind of
Mhm.
opportunities in Tache, but not just those. We also offer learning opportunities. So, in
Yes.
fact, we'll have an event. For those who don't know yet, we'll have an event this coming January 28th. That will be on a Saturday. That's from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. That's Get Hired from Home web conference. So we have 7 speakers for this.
Okay, so again, guys, let me just give you a summary of our topic from this from today. So, common job searching mistakes that you should avoid. Number one, lack of career or job focus. Number two, lack of job search preparation. Number three, lack of job seeker confidence. And number four, relying only on posted job openings. Number five, sending out inadequate resumes. And number six,
For
failing to
those
network.
who don't know what a career fair is, sige nga, Lu, can you also help us? What's a career fair? What's the difference of a career fair as compared with, like, for example, you just apply through online, you get to see a job posting.
Yes. So unlike in the the traditional ways or of hiring, you know, pre-pandemic, we used to hold physical job fair, right? I mean, it's very common to
Yes.
companies, so they
Mm-hmm.
have to go on site, they have to be interviewed. So basically, we're just doing that one in a virtual platform. So I guess the main difference lang po when they just apply via say Job Street or um even on Facebook, since we post job ads on Facebook, they have to wait longer time
Yeah. Mm-mm,
for
mm-mm.
for our team to contact them, because well, it's a fact that there are a lot of candidates who are applying here in Tacha every day, so we have to cater to all of them. So the feedback will really take longer time unless you apply via the career fair or the virtual career fair. Then our team will be able to assess them in real time, kumbaga, so it's also live.
Once they get to be screened, it's a shorter process. Basically, you'll have a chance to get a job faster by
That's right.
attending a career fair like what we have. What should be in the resume when it comes to your kumbaga, your qualifications to be noticed right away by the recruitment specialist or recruitment officer?
So actually, the very first thing that we looked at, or all recruiters would look at from the resume, is really the work experience. When I interviewed a candidate, her last employment was not the most recent one or the previous job before she applied here in Tachi. So I really had to double check on that. So to save time, maybe indicate that one, update your work experience, and not only update your work experience, but make sure that those experiences are related to the job that you're applying, because that would make your credibility or like your experience more solid.
People tend to make general claims, like for example, your good communication skills without backing them up with examples. Parang it's nonsense. Almost everyone uses that kind of strategy to
Mm-mm.
emphasize what are you good at.
My next question, do is that
Mm.
are you also do you guys also give importance to the cover letter of the applicants?
Yeah, we do take time, of course, to read that one, because to give justice to their effort. That way, we would also parang really get an idea
Mhm.
how or what their professional background is, because I think that's really the aim of the cover letter, right? So to support
Mhm.
your resume.
What are the other things that I should take note of when it comes to a career fair? So is it
Mhm.
important for you to be to make sure that you also have to take care of whatever you post over in social media, because I mean, Lou, do you stalk your applicants?
I have a confession. Yes. Yeah, but most of the time, sir, we look into the professional social platform of
Mhm.
candidates, that is LinkedIn. So it
Mhm.
would really be helpful if their LinkedIn profile is also updated.
Updated.
Yeah, so that
All right, good day, everyone, and welcome to the FAST Conference 2023. We are thrilled to have you all here today, joining us from different parts of the Philippines. So, my name is Jamie Franco, and I will be your host for the day. So, FAST Conference 2023 focuses on the future of work, covering topics like the chat GPT, remote and hybrid work strategies, certifications, impact on salary growth, and offshore industry opportunities. So the conference brings together industry experts and thought leaders, providing valuable networking and learning opportunities for professionals looking to stay ahead of the curve in today's rapidly changing work environment. So we've gathered a group of exceptional speakers to inspire and enlighten you. Today, we will be delving into a wide range of topics that showcase the expertise and insights of these talented rock stars. So first, we have the brilliant Alan Law, who will share his insights on how ChatGPT can revolutionize communication and drive innovation across various industries. Next is our distinguished CEO, Sir Brian Yuma, who will take the spotlight to discuss the resilience and adaptability required to thrive in the offshore industry. Following that, we have the esteemed Joel Pamo, who will shed light on the powerful impact of certifications on salary growth and how they can help professionals stay ahead in the game. And last but not least, we've put together an engaging panel discussion focusing rather on the nuances of remote and hybrid work setup, which are increasingly becoming the norm in today's world. So it's truly a conference that covers the things you need to get hired to remote work. So, are you excited? But before that, just a little housekeeping. So, if you have any questions during the presentation, please type them into the question box on our YouTube control panel, and I'll bring them up during the presentation. And we will also have time for questions at the end. So now, without further ado, we will start the program with the doxology, followed by the national anthem.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
All right, welcome, rock stars. Hope everyone's excited today. This will be a very exciting event for all of us. But before that, let me give you a quick shout out. Hello to Joyce Handugan, Chico from Mindanao, Francis Tenda from Camarines Sur, wow, and Apple Sinden. We also have Suzette from Cebu and Ruth Putaran. All right, so before we move forward with our event today, we'd also like to take a moment to give a special shout out to our amazing community partners. So, their collaboration and support have played a crucial role in making this virtual event a success, and we couldn't be more grateful. So, a big virtual thank you to Kumu, of course, online Filipino freelancers, Philippine home based virtual assistants, creative and advertising professionals, and AutoCAD Draftsman Drafter Forum for joining forces with us to create this engaging and informative online experience. We truly appreciate this dedication to promoting knowledge sharing and collaboration in our community. So please, guys, show your appreciation in the chat by sending applause, emojis, and words of gratitude for our fantastic community partners. So let's make sure they know how much we value their support and bringing this virtual event to life. So again, guys, you may be wondering what sets this event apart from the rest. Well, we have some exciting news for you. In addition to our insightful talk and panel discussions, we are hosting a job fair right here today. You heard it right. So we encourage you to bring your resume and put your best foot forward because during the break, our dedicated recruitment team will be on a site to conduct interviews. Our job openings will be posted promptly and our team will be on standby. So ready to perform initial screenings and interviews on the spot. So, this event promises to be not only informative and engaging, but also a fantastic opportunity for all participants to explore new career paths and potentially land that dream job. So don't miss out on this unique chance to connect with potential job offer and open the door to a world of opportunities. So, are you guys ready for our first speaker for today? All right. Again, let us know if you have any other questions about our topic today or even in our job fair. You can just put all the questions or inquiries in our YouTube control panel. So, all right, without further ado, let me introduce to you, or we will turn over the time over to our first speaker. So, he helps entrepreneurs grow their business using the power of email storytelling. For almost 7 years, he lived a double life, working in their family business in the morning and building his online business at night. So after around 2 years of trial and error on the side, while earning 0 pesos, he finally discovered a skill which allowed him to earn online even while working full time. So it was his key to generating several six figures payday from product launches both locally and abroad. So here we have with us the founder of Digital Solopreneur. Please welcome Mr. Alan Law. Hi, Sir Alan. You can
Hi.
hello, sir. So yeah, you can continue na po the talk for today.
Okay, sure, I get started. So, thank you. There you go. Let's just share my screen. There we go. So, hello, everybody. So, welcome to my talk today. It's called ChatGPT, revolutionizing the future of work. All right. So, it's nice to see everyone this Saturday morning. All right. So, to introduce myself, okay. So, I'm Alan Go. I'm the founder of Digital Solopreneur, where I help individuals make a living by turning their knowledge into products. Okay, so here are some of the brands that we worked with throughout the years, but I want to jump into the meat of the topic. Now, so the question here, so we're asking the impact of AI. So who is AI going to benefit and who is going to be left behind? All right. So that's the topic that we're gonna be discussing today, and hopefully, when we conclude, you have a clear idea of what you have to do next. So here's what's in store. I divided it into three main topics to make it easy, fast, and memorable for you guys. Right. So let me just double check the slides are following. All right. So cool. So first of all, what is ChatGPT? The next topic would be how will it affect the future of work? And lastly, how can you get ahead today? All right. So we will get started with what is ChatGPT. All right. So I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty, the technical stuff. All right. I want to keep it simple because all those things you can Google, but what I want to explain to you is how a layman, everyday people can use it, okay? And to understand how it is different from a Google search, okay? So let's start with that. So if I do a Google search for the theory of relativity, okay, it's a super complex topic, it will give me links, all right, on what it is so I can study it on my own, okay? It's like, it's just giving, okay, here are the links, you do it yourself. If I do the same thing in ChatGPT, all right, what is the theory of relativity, the same exact question, it will explain it to me. Okay. So that's one of the main differences. Uh, it's like having, in many ways, a personal assistant. Okay. It's like having, if you remember Iron Man, right? He has Jarvis, right? So it's like having your own Jarvis, right? So having, like, feeding you information that you need, and it goes beyond just information, as you'll see later on. Okay. So also, one thing that's different, okay, from Google and ChatGPT is you speak to AI like a person, right? If you remember, um, even in Iron Man, right? He speaks to Jasper, his AI, like a person, like a friend in a conversation. And that's what you can do here as well with ChatGPT. Now, I want it to be really clear for you, okay? So I added some more examples on its uses more in the everyday life, okay? So we can see how we can have a peek of how it impacts our work life, okay? So here are some uses of ChatGPT. First, okay, if you're in social media, okay, a lot of you guys are here, maybe some of you are creators. So you can actually tell it to create content for you, okay, or even a calendar of content. So let me show you, okay? So I pick a topic that I know nothing about, okay? So it's about bowling. So here is my instruction for ChatGPT, okay? I told him, so this is something that's super interesting with ChatGPT as well, is you can assign them roles, okay? So for example, I'm asking it to take the role of an award-winning social media manager with 15 years of experience, okay? So I put that into context, okay? Okay, AI, this is you, all right? So you're great. You're an experienced social media manager who has a ton of experience, who have won awards, so on and so forth. Now, I told him that my business is selling bowling balls, okay? So I asked for it to make me a 5-day content calendar for Instagram. Make it engaging, unique, and funny. The goal is to increase the followers of my Instagram account. So the output should be day of the week, every day of the week, Monday to Friday, meron. It should have written copy and 3 suggested images. You know, Instagram is very visual, right? So it's like, if you think about it, it's like making a wish to a genie, right? And here is the output. 5 days, 5 posts, 5 ideas. Okay, of course, I know we can't see it clearly here, but let me pick 2 of them and show you what it gave me, okay? So day 2, caption, okay? Bowling balls and good times go together like pins and strikes. Tag your bowling buddy who always gets a perfect score. Engaging, fun, light, right? And as in Instagram, tagging people or getting mentions from influencers is a way to grow your following. So if you notice, it's very strategic as well. It's not just giving you copy. It includes a strategy because he included the purpose. I want to have more followers. So he added that tag, no? It added that tag. So, and it gave me 3 image suggestions. So I'll go to the third one. A photo of bowling scoreboard showing a player's score with a witty comment like, when you accidentally hit a strike, but pretend it was a skill. All right, that's hard to come up with, witty lines like that. So that's one thing that ChatGPT can help you do. Okay, another example, day 5. Remember we said day of the week. So day 5 would be, in this case, Friday, and the caption mirrors that. Friday nights are made for bowling strikes and creating memories. Share your favorite bowling memory in the comments below. Engagement, right? And it gave me like several image suggestions, no? A group of friends laughing and having a great time at the bowling alley. That's one. Image number 3, a photo of delicious looking pizza with the caption, fueling for a night of bowling fun. Who else loves pizza breaks between games, right? So if you're a social media manager for this company, your work is pretty much done in like a few seconds. Right? All you have to do is make the image, and there are other AI applications where you can create those images as well. You can see how it can impact business, right? Next, maybe at home, right? It's Saturday. Maybe you want to enjoy, cook. Maybe throughout the week you've been ordering out, maybe you want to do something special. Okay, maybe you're a wife whose husband's birthday is coming up, and you want to cook something great, his favorite food, but something new as well. So rather than pouring through cookbooks, just ask ChatGPT, right? So I'm giving it a role. Okay, you're a world-renowned chef who has been awarded over 10 Michelin stars. Okay, I'm not sure if that's even if somebody has 10 Michelin stars, but I know that's the recognition for top chef, right? Or top restaurant, top dish. Over your career, I want to surprise my husband with a home cooked meal for his birthday. So I need to tell him what the husband likes. He loves steaks. Okay, write me a recipe that he'll love. Okay, but again, this is where ChatGPT comes in. It's almost scary how what it can do. The problem with cookbooks, especially if you buy from abroad, is that their ingredients are from abroad. Okay, so it's either expensive or you can't get it. So I specifically told them the ingredients should be readily available in the Philippines. And if you don't like to do a lot of cleaning, right? You want to keep it simple. I told it, make it something I can cook with an air fryer. Okay, no more, hindi na maraming pots and pans, so on and so forth. And keep it simple, right? So here's what I came up with. Recipe, air-fried Filipino-style ribeye steak. Wow. And if you can see the ingredients, it's pretty simple, right? There's even calamansi juice. Okay, so it's really tailored for the Philippines. There's some optional sides and a detailed instruction on how to make it and some tips for best results. Okay, so it's amazing. Like how of course I haven't tried this. Maybe if any one of you would try the recipe, but it's crazy what it can come up with, right? And for me, another one, this one, I have a 7-year-old daughter, and my wife reviews her at home. And one of the things that takes up a lot of her time is making reviewers for her exam. So I figured maybe ChatGPT can help out. Okay, so I asked it, I gave it a prompt. You're an English teacher with over 20 years of experience teaching second graders. My child is going to take an exam on the be verbs, is, are, where, so on and so forth. Make a reviewer to prepare them for the exam. 10 questions. And voila. There we go. Okay. So it even gave us the answer key at the bottom. Okay. So you can imagine how that could impact lives, right? And I think that's what the bigger message I want to communicate as well, is that with AI, it's meant to improve everybody's life. And it just so happens to spill, of course, to business. No? So now that you have an understanding of how ChatGPT works, because the examples are exponential, let's see how it will affect the future of business. Okay? So, the first and foremost, upon research of this topic, okay, how it impacts, because for us, we use AI for content, for creating courses, for writing emails, right? For the broader industry, upon my research, I end up with this. Nobody really knows. Okay? Nobody really knows because it's so early on. Okay? I just want to put that into context. I know you're attending here to understand where the job market is. If you're preparing for a career in the future, right, you're looking for answers. Now, it would be irresponsible of me to say that this is like definitely where the future will go because it's constantly evolving. What I can share you though are known facts and trends that you can prepare for, and more importantly, a mindset to approach the upcoming change. Okay? Because here's the thing, right? We can see what happened, especially with ChatGPT when it launched by the end of November last year. People went crazy for it, right? There's exponential growth. And we're around 6 to 7 months in from that. Okay? And the thing is, our human brain thinks linearly, right? Linearly, like it's a very straightforward when we think. But the world changes exponentially. So it changes so much faster than we can think. Okay, so I just want to put that into context. Especially, I'm not sure the age group of people attending this, but for me, I'm part of this generation. Analog childhood, rotary phone, and digital adulthood. Right now, we have our phones and stuff, and we can't live without it. Okay, if you check your phone, maybe it will show you like you've been using it like 90% of the day. Okay, so nobody in our childhood, in the analog days, could imagine what we are now, where we are now. Internet didn't exist. Now it's part of our lives, right? It's part of our lives, and devices have changed, and that is something that we can't imagine if we think linearly. You wouldn't imagine that. Okay, so just to put into context, and to always be on your toes when you think of the evolution, right? Here are things that we do know. Okay, first, we can't stop progress. It will continue to evolve. Okay, so this is very important because we have to be. We can hold on to the past, right? If you really want to use your abacus, go ahead, right? But the world will move on. The world will move on, and you'll have to use the calculator. Calculator is now on your phone. It's now just one device. We can't stop progress. So that's one thing. And next is businesses are always hungry for easy ways to scale and inexpensive productivity solutions, right? So not only will the world move on, businesses will always think in numbers. Okay? Will always think in numbers in the sense that they have to turn a profit, right? Otherwise, their competitors will, right? So that's something that we must accept, right? And in a study by Goldman Sachs recently, which was released recently, they said that over 300 million full-time jobs worldwide are affected, okay, by AI. Now, what affected means we'll dive into further, okay? And according to Forbes, okay, research suggests that automation has been a significant driver of income inequality for the past few decades. Particularly blue-collar workers are particularly affected. Because if you think about it, what AI does, right, the impact that it creates is mainly to eliminate repetitive, tedious tasks, right? And a lot of those work are done by blue-collar workers, okay? So there is that, historically, that inequality. So if we don't adapt to bridge the gap between the haves and have-nots are gonna be bigger. But I do have good news later on, okay? But we'll hold that thought for now. According to that study, office administration support, legal, architecture, engineering, business, financial operations, management, sales, healthcare, and art design are some of the industries that will be impacted by automation. If you look at it, in essence, it's pretty much all the major industries, right? And that's how we want to define what affect really means, okay? Based on the study, if you pour into it, the reason they say that is not because like this person is not important anymore, but what they look into is what is this person doing and how much of it can be affected by AI, right? Doesn't mean if you change like 90% of the thing that person does, doesn't mean that person is not important. What it means is that the nature of work is more likely to change in these occupations exposed to AI. Okay, so if 90% of your time, or say even 50% of your time, is affected by AI, meaning perhaps you can reduce your work time by 60%, it frees you up to do other functions, right? Frees you up to do other functions, perhaps higher level functions. Okay. Of course, it also, it's not to say that some jobs might become redundant, but I have something to show you later on. Okay. Majority of it will complement the skills and free you up to perform higher level tasks. Okay. But here's the thing. The good news is the elimination of some jobs has been historically offset by the creation of new jobs, according to economists. And not only that, but it also starts the long-run employment growth. Okay? So perhaps if there are some jobs overall, when you look at it, say there are 300 million jobs at risk, okay, and say 50 million of them are redundant. But if you look at it long run, it will create, say, 100 million jobs. So 100 million jobs in the future, right? In the long run. So overall, it will grow. It's just there's that period of adjustment, just where we are now, where there will be some retraining involved, right? The same way I took up accountancy, right? I'm sure before our time, everything was on paper. Now there are Excel sheets. Now there are expense softwares, payroll software, right? So there is a period of adjustment there. Okay, there's a period of adjustment there, but it's not necessarily replacing the workers involved. Okay, so I'm sure some of you might be thinking, okay, if this is the case, like what are the jobs that are safe from AI? Okay, so let's dive deeper into that. Okay, so what are these safe from jobs that are safe from automation as of now, right? As of where AI is now. Well, the first category includes those genuinely creative jobs, okay, such as those in science, medicine, law, where the ability to generate ideas and strategies is crucial. Okay, of course, when you're operating, you need to see the vitals, know the history of the person, right, and be able to create long-term strategies, come up with creative solutions to save that life or to approach a case in a way that's the other party can expect, right? So next is the second category includes jobs such as nursing, business consulting, and investigative journalism. These roles rely on deep human understanding and relationship building skills that AI is currently unable to replicate. Okay, which is straightforward because this job, in summary, it entails a lot of trust. Right? Business consulting, you reveal your numbers to a consultant and you trust them with the numbers. Right? It's not something that you open up to anyone. This is something you hold close to your vest. The same with nursing, because you're being vulnerable about your health and between you and the doctor, you see them much more often, right? And investigative journalism, definitely trust is important here. When you go abroad to war zones and stuff, you have to have a guide. People have to trust you to reveal information. Okay. And lastly, the third category encompasses jobs that require mobility, dexterity, and problem solving in unpredictable environments. So trade jobs like electricians and plumbers. Right. So AI wouldn't be able to touch that as of yet. Okay. So now sometimes it may feel like AI is coming for our jobs, right? They're a threat. But I want you to understand that human intelligence is not too bad as well. Humans in general, it's not too bad as well. So let me remind you why you are awesome. First, emotional intelligence. Okay? AI lacks the ability to understand and connect with human emotions. Okay? Not too surprising there, which is crucial for building relationships and engaging with clients, right? Humans possess deep empathy and understanding of human experiences, and that is something that is hard to replicate on the screen, right? So you know how to read a room, you know what to say at the right moment and when to shut up, right? When somebody needs a touch on the shoulder, right, rather than a sermon on what we need to do. Right? Sometimes people don't need more information, but just need a listening ear. Okay, so those things are definitely hard to replicate. Okay. Next, data dependency. AI can only work based on the data it receives. Similarly to how I came up with the recipe, the reviewer, it depended on me giving it a role, giving it a context, and giving it an order. Right? So it's more of our assistant. It's more of it's like a megaphone, right? The voice comes from us and they make it so much louder, so much more effective. Right? But without us, the megaphone is useless, right? So AI can only work with data it receives and struggles with new and unforeseen circumstances. Human reasoning and the ability to analyze, create, and gather information cannot easily be replicated by AI, making humans essential for handling complex tasks. Okay, go. And next, let's talk about, there we go, thinking outside the box. AI is limited to the data it receives and lacks the ability to think creatively or generate innovative ideas. Humans excel in thinking outside the box, being innovative, and finding solutions even with limited data, giving them a unique advantage. Having said that, of course, you can program the AI to think outside the box. Say, if you're talking about what are the problems of, um, say moms whose husbands are based working abroad, right? Give me some of their thoughts. Give me some of their deepest concerns. Um, Give me the most uncommon ones. So uncommon ones are out of the box. So again, manggagaling sa'yo from the human, the input for the trigger for them to think outside the box. So again, they're still reliant on you, right? Next, soft skills. Okay, soft skills such as teamwork, critical thinking, communication, and interpersonal skills are high in demand across industries. These skills are not present in AI and require high-level reasoning and emotional intelligence possessed by humans. Right? There are times when you're working with one another, and I'm sure the team here at Fast Conference are doing it well, right? They've worked with one another for a long time. Sometimes one nod, you know what to do, right? Things like that. If you're complete strangers, you have to program everything, right? So those soft skills are essential for efficiency, less mistakes, right? And overall general well-being of everyone. Okay. Lastly, fact-checking. And chatbots often lack common sense and require human fact-checking. Okay, so whatever you get from ChatGPT, don't take it as gospel. Okay, so what I would do as well, if I would ask it questions, I would ask for the source of the answer. Okay, and I go to that link and it's wrong, or if the site is not working, I would take that with a grain of salt. I would like to verify. Okay, the need for fact checking will likely become a significant career in the future. There might be humans doing fact checking as a career, so that's also another quirk to the story. Okay, so now we talked about what ChatGPT is, how it's affecting work, and how it can affect work in the future. Let's talk about what's happening now. Okay, so right now, there has been an increase in mentioning, based on LinkedIn in particular, from 2021 to 2022, there's been a 51% increase, okay, in job listing mentioning ChatGPT, okay, with recruiters worldwide seeking AI-related skills and workers responding in kind, okay? So companies are starting to add that as a requirement, and as well as applicants starting to add that to their repertoire as well, okay? So again, AI is more likely to change the nature of jobs rather than fully replace them. So think of it as the tasks being at risk, okay? The one at risk is the encoding part of your job. Not you, but the encoding part of your job. Baka matsugi yun. Okay, repetitive, time-consuming tasks where AI thrives and where humans do not. In fact, like those things, like encoding, it might be better that AI do it because you are so much valuable, right? You can do so much more things, and in some ways, repetitive tasks kind of limit you from realizing your full potential. In these cases, AI can greatly reduce human error because it doesn't tune out while performing repetition, which is like a human tendency, right? So, how can you get ready today? Okay, how can you get ready today? So, something that we must understand, okay, is that nobody creates technology to rob people of a livelihood, right? So, nobody's in the computer lab, like creating this AI with the intention of, I want Mark to lose his job. I want Jenny to lose her career and not be able to support her child. That's not the intention of it. It's meant to improve our lives. Granted, okay, businesses are the one doing it. So of course there's all the almighty money, the greens, okay, to motivate people to create these. But at the same time, it will only become monetizable if it improves somebody else's life, right? So I just want to communicate that because lost in this ChatGPT AI, because AI is heartless. We associate that with heartless. Okay. But we don't necessarily create that to make the world so much colder. In fact, the idea is to make work so much easier that you can live more of your life. Right. And at some point, this technology will become essential to one's work. The same way that currently I'm doing this on a Zoom call being streamed, this wasn't a thing like a few years back. The pandemic accelerated everything and everyone became a Zoom expert. All the YouTube videos talking about Zoom shot up, millions of views when no otherwise like a year before nobody would have cared. Right? But now it's part of our DNA. Right? Zoom is now like a verb, right? Sometimes Zoom tayo, right? And eventually AI ChatGPT will become that, right? It will be a second nature as using a spreadsheet, a document, Google, whatever, right? So it's something that we must be prepared for and not be threatened about. Okay. The same way that we were once so scared with COVID, like it's because of the mystery behind it, we didn't understand. Now, if somebody had it, like it's gonna be part of life now. The same way with AI. And here's some good news as well. This is like the file for Photoshop. And according to F.A.S.T CEO Parry Mom, back in the day, people did not want to use Photoshop because it was their job to physically be in the cutting room, making collages, putting them into a litho and printing them out. Fast forward 2023, and there are more designers in the world now than there were in the history of mankind. What Photoshop has effectively done is creating new jobs, making editing less of a specialism and more of a possibility for the average person to use. So in many ways, like AI can liberate us, can be an equalizer. Of course, depending on how you approach it, depending on what can move further, looking at it on the bright side, looking at it half glass full. Okay, it's okay to look at both sides, but understand what is the flip side. How can I turn this into an advantage? Okay, and another thing to piggyback on that idea, two MIT economics graduate students, Shaked Noy and Whitney Zhang, ran an experiment involving hundreds of college-educated professionals working in areas like marketing and HR. They asked half to use ChatGPT in their daily tasks. Okay, one half of them use ChatGPT. The other, just do what you were usually doing. What happened was ChatGPT raised overall productivity, not too surprisingly, but here's the really interesting result. The AI tool helped the least skilled. The person with the least skill, if they were to pick teams, this person would be the last one in terms of like work skills. The AI tool helped the least skilled and accomplished workers the most, decreasing the performance gap between the employees. So with the help of AI, the star employee and the least talented one, the gap shortened. Okay? So in other words, poor writers got better, good writers simply got faster. So what does this mean? Okay? The preliminary findings suggest that ChatGPT and other generative AIs could, in jargon of economists, upskill people who are having trouble finding work. Right? So this is an area of much promise. Right? It's top skills, top positions will not be monopolized just because of your diploma. Right? As long as you get things done, and there's opportunity for you. And ChatGPT can help bridge that gap. Okay? So, So to close that talk, right? The emphasis here should be in the importance of treating AI as a resource, then a threat, in developing skills that complement AI capabilities. That set of mindset shift, right? I was asked a few weeks back in a talk, like, will AI rob jobs in the creative industry? My answer is there will always be things that will threaten your job, right? And it applies generally in life as well. Like if you treat everything as a threat, it will be a threat for you. If you think of everything as an opportunity, it can be an opportunity for you. I remember one time when I was parking my car in front of our house. For some reason, when I was to shift the gear from reverse to neutral to park, it wouldn't bite. So it was stuck in reverse. But I was already able to park it at home using the handbrake, turned it off and stuff. So what happened was I was frustrated, but at the same time, I realized that ang swerte ko pa rin that I was already at home. Right? Otherwise, if it happened like 5 seconds earlier as I was about to reverse, right? I would have been stuck in the middle of the road. Okay? So, understanding that, okay, that is a blessing there as well. Okay? So, at the end of the day, I want you to be empowered. I want you to choose empowerment over anxiety and educate yourself about AI. Okay? And they argue that technological advancement have historically brought positive societal advancements, and the same can be expected with AI. Okay? It's meant to improve our lives. At the same time, what it asks of us is to adapt, to learn, okay, and to be able to be flexible. Because in this modern age, adaptability, is the key to, like, quick story, like when my daughter was born, I was thinking I would want to expose her to coding, right? And in my research for this talk, one of the industries that will be affected by AI is like entry-level software engineers might be obsolete. From that time, when I wanted her to code to reading that report, she's just 7. So I couldn't imagine what will happen from now on to like when she starts college, 16, 17, right? So it's really hard to tell. So for us, adaptability, strength, and being flexible is very critical to succeed in this world. And one thing that I noticed that not a lot of people are talking about when it comes to ChatGPT is that it helps you to become a better leader. So let me expound on that. As they remove mundane and repetitive tasks, it elevates our function. It elevates us as a person. By freeing us from tedious tasks, we're free to do higher value work. And as you can see earlier when I did the prompts, right? Writing prompts to write an order, if you will, requires clarity of thought, brevity in instruction, and critical thinking on what you really want it to do for you. Those are all hallmarks of becoming a great leader, right? So I don't want to be understated, because for you to have great output, recipe reviewer, even mid-journey with images, you have to be clear on what you want. You have to know how to give that order, to translate that into clear communication, and to assess the output, whether it's good enough or not. We are being forced to become better leaders. And we are. And if you're doubting if that is for you, you already are a leader. You are the leader of your life. You are here because you decided you didn't want to become a victim of ChatGPT or to fall behind. You are already a leader. This is just something that will enhance that and make us better for you. Okay? And as a leader, I want you to get in front of this AI revolution. So what I want you to do is really, if you haven't done so, just use ChatGPT today. Just go to their website, chat account.openai.com. It's a free account. There's a paid version, but you don't necessarily have to have that. The ones I showed you, the exercises, you don't necessarily have to have a paid account to do that. Get familiarized with this. There are a lot of tutorials online and it evolves all the time. So I hesitate to just give any tutorial here because it might be outdated in a few months or what. Okay. But for me, I suggest just get familiarized with that. Because for us, I read this interesting story where statistically, we are more likely to get into a car crash than an airplane crash, right? Cars are more likely to crash than planes. But we have a disproportionate amount of fear towards flying, people in general, right? Why is that? Because stats already show that it's not the case. But it's because we are unfamiliar with it, right? We use a car every day, or we're super familiar with it multiple times a week, but we rarely fly. So it's really the fear of the unknown that's really holding us back. So the more you get familiar with ChatGPT, how it functions, have fun with it, think creatively of how you can maximize it, then you'll get excited. Then you'll be the one who can put it in your resume. Then when somebody asks you to do some tasks, you can do it right away. If your company asks you to retrain, you'll be excited. Don't be, again, choose empowerment over anxiety. And that's how we can adapt for the world in the future. Now, I do have, if any of you, I'm an email guy, and we recently did a training on how to do this AI using email to sell your stuff. Okay. So if ever you are interested, we call it the AI email wizardry. This is actually a paid training for our students, but we're giving it away for you guys for free. If any of you guys are interested, all you have to do is just email me, support@digitalsolopreneur.com. Use the subject line AI course, and just give me a feedback on this talk, what you learned, what you think, what's your favorite part, if any. It's simple as that, and we'll work on giving you the access. Of course, the deadline, you have to do it within the day. So any emails we get Sunday onwards, okay, won't qualify. So again, as leaders, okay, I expect that you'll be on your toes on this one. So that's it on my end. That concludes my talk. So I'm not sure if we have time for Q&A, but yeah, thank you very much, everybody.
Wow, thank you, Sir Alan, for that. And again, guys, thank you for the free course, Sir Alan. If you want to get the free course, just follow the instructions that showed in the screen earlier. And you know what's really cool, Sir? ChatGPT is totally blowing up right now, and everyone is talking about it. And I have to be honest, I'm totally hooked on using it for my work. It's like having it's like a superpower in my pocket. And whether I need
Right.
help, brainstorming ideas, getting some writing done, or just having a chat, Chat GPT is my go-to buddy. I
Right.
I really love the Chat GPT, and it's seriously mind blowing how it understands what I'm saying and responds like a real person. And I like what you said, Sir Alan, because some of us really don't like using that Chat GPT because of the fear of the unknown, just like what you mentioned. However, it's really important to remember that ChatGPT is a tool designed, to assist and augment human interaction rather than replace it. And so guys, don't be afraid to use it for your career growth. Again, Sir Alan, thank you so much for this very insightful talk. Now we're getting to the laid back Q&A portion, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
So for our viewers, this is your chance to interact with Sir Alan and learn even more about the topic he discussed. So, Sir, as mentioned, we have like a few questions here from our viewers. So I will ask the first question. So, there's like a lot of talk about robots stealing jobs, and you've mentioned this earlier. There's so many people, especially in the creative industry, who are afraid to use this. I also agree that AI helps helps us to be flexible, and adaptability is really the key. Aside from the emotional intelligence that the chat GPT couldn't have, and the data dependency, how can we make sure we're using chat GPT to help us at work without taking away people's job?
I think at the end of the day, when it comes to business, there has to be two parties involved, right? Somebody who has to agree to get your services and pay you, and the one who's providing it. And we shouldn't undermine that relationship, right? And that's a human relationship as well. So ChatGPT will eventually become a commodity. Everyone will be able to do it. Like everyone will have access to it. It's free. Like everyone can do it. So at the end of the day, what differentiates you, right? And at the end of the day, it's a human hiring another human, right? So whether perhaps the nature of job, maybe before they hire you to write the content, but for now, since there's ChatGPT, maybe they just hire you for supervisory roles, right? For strategy, for auditing. So the nature of job might differ. So they might still hire you, but the nature of your work might differ now. And at the same time, I've been in business for quite a while, from retail, wholesale, digital, service. And people like to work with people they like. People like to work with people they've already worked with. And people like to work with people who were referred to them. So nurturing that relationship goes beyond ChatGPT, and that's something that will give you like long-lasting business coming in.
Right. And Sir Alan, as we start using the ChatGPT more and more, what kind of tricky situations could we run into? Like, how do we keep our chat private and make sure that AI doesn't go rogue?
So for me, well, I'm not a technologist, but perhaps for me, things where we can go wrong is trusting it too much, in the sense that when you do research, I like to verify. So for example, the way I did my research today, I didn't ask ChatGPT necessarily like write me a talk, right? So
right.
what I did, I still went to reputable sources, Forbes, Fast Company, Goldman Sachs. And what I used ChatGPT for was, hey, here's the article. So summarize this for me. Right. So that's one thing that I did. So when I saw a good point inside, I would find that in the article and expound on it. So perhaps, again, with the fact-checking section of it, be careful with that as well, in the sense that you have to fact check. So go to the original source. So that's perhaps in my use of this, that's perhaps like the thing that I need to be most careful about. And also perhaps something that I experimented personally is this week has been very hectic for me. So I kind of needed to talk with somebody. But my wife is also stressed out. I don't want to bother my friends. So in the preparation of this talk, I figured, why not talk to ChatGPT? So I told him, you're a like world-renowned psychologist, yada, yada, yada. This is my problem. Tell me what I want to hear. So it was pretty good. The feedback was pretty good. The flip side, when I spoke to a friend, there were instances when people who have... So I was just a bit stressed out. But there are people who are, say, extremely depressed. So some of them would use that, and maybe their prompt leans towards more the negative side, and that has led to some fatalities in terms of the feedback they got. So although I would say that scenario, medyo confirmation bias na lang hinahanap, that person is probably on the edge already. So it's not necessarily ChatGPT who made them do certain action, but just be careful as well. Always know that this is a robot at the other end. There's always good pieces, bad pieces. I even challenged them because the feedback it gave me was, you have what it takes to succeed, which is like a lot of self-improvement mumbo jumbo. So I asked him, what made you say that? So he actually got like points from my description. Because you already did this, and did this. It shows that you have these characters. Okay, so it's not just like empty words. So you can challenge ChatGPT, make them justify. And if it makes sense to you, like that's where you can open up to accepting it.
Right. And Sir Alan, I'm just curious, could this tool become like a kind of digital mentor at work, like always ready to give expert advice? How might that change the way we learn and grow in our career?
Funny that you asked that because I have seen somebody do that. He said that I will turn ChatGPT into my mentor for 30 days. So like if he wants to grow his business, this is the situation. Tell me what to do. So I think he was documenting per day what ChatGPT was suggesting, and then he will try it out and see if it works. So for me, I'd say it's too early, but at the same time, experiment with it. Okay, if they suggested
Right.
this, see for yourself. So if half of it works, then keep half of his advice. No, and just keep experimenting. Because what's beautiful about it is like ChatGPT. So I'm not a technologist, but from what I understand, it's collecting data from all over the world, from all over the internet, right? So um, it's worth testing out. So if you need a mentor, like for example, we have a membership site called Inbox Society. Sometimes I would ask, like, if I want more members, here are what's inside my membership. Like, give me ideas like on what to do, and it helps. Like one of the best features of ChatGPT is brainstorming, right? Because we all live busy lives. And this sliver of time that we have, JB, Floyd, and the team, this is work time. But the rest of time, we have personal life, diba, taking care of our bodies. Sometimes we only
Right.
have a certain bandwidth, right? So ChatGPT doesn't have that limitation, right? So like, give me 1,000 ideas on what content to write for the next 3 years, and it's not gonna complain because like
Right.
JB, I know if a client asks you to do that for them in the next hour, it will probably suck the life out of you. But for ChatGPT,
Yeah.
do it for me. So yeah, so I would say like that's like a positive impact, and it will also, and if a client of you asks you to do that, you'll do it with a smile now, so you know that you have ChatGPT to help you out. So that's
Right.
how like the nature of work changes, and yeah, and you can, as I've shown in my examples, it can, when I showed the reviewer, I actually messaged that to my wife because that's the first time I thought of it because of this talk. And she was actually sleeping. I woke her up. Look at the reviewer. I think you can use that. So I mean, like, look at it as an asset. And
Mhm.
overall, you can find more ways to, improve your life.
I agree. Make it an ally, not an enemy. But
Yeah.
Sir Alan, we all get a bit nervous, when new tech comes into play at work. How can we make sure everyone feels comfortable, using the Chat GPT?
I think it's the same with life in general. Like, how do you become comfortable with like the internet? How do you become comfortable with anything actually? It's really, so tell you a story. So the way I proposed to my wife back then was, I'm not a musically inclined person. So when
Mhm.
something, a song plays in the radio, I wouldn't know who. I know the song, I don't know the singer, I don't know the title. So I'm that person. So the way I proposed was, I wanted to surprise her, so I had to involve music. So because that's the last thing she would think of. So what I did
Mhm.
was, I wanted to learn just one song, just one song on the piano. So I enrolled in a local YMCA for piano lessons for like a month or a little bit more than a month. And piano is something I haven't touched. I only would do this, and whenever I see a piano. So the chord, everything, I didn't know what chords were. Apparently, you have to press like several keys all at the same time, which fried my brain. But eventually, it became second nature, right? Not now, then. Back then, don't know how to do it now. But because of that, I wasn't intimidated because I was there repeatedly. And I even bought like a mini piano from Divisoria to practice at home. So just through exposure, no, just through exposure practice, that's where the comfort lies. I mean, right now, we have phones that don't have keys, right? Like, who could imagine typing without keys before? Right? There's a resistance there because before you can type without looking because you can feel the keys, right? Now we don't even have keys. And that's weird, but because we use it for a week, master na natin, right? So it's really as simple as that. I think we just have to adapt. It's not AI is a new thing, but it's not a new thing, right? So we just ask ourselves, like, how did I? We're talking about the unknown, familiarity with the unknown. What was the last time that I? What's the last thing that was an unknown, but I became comfortable with, and just like do what you did there.
Right. But I'm also curious, Sir Alan, how do you think like Chat GPT will change the way we collaborate and communicate with our colleagues in the future?
In terms of collaboration, perhaps it may create more collaborations in the sense that when you're in business, of course, there's partnerships. You want to collab. You have
Mhm.
your regular daily work that nobody sees, but that part of it can be reduced. Gives you more time to reach out to create partnerships, right? Similar to how we did this collaboration, in the sense that I knew like I can't accommodate it because like I can use ChatGPT to make the presentations
Right.
more efficient, much faster, right? So that's indirect. I don't have this idea direct. Perhaps even just using ChatGPT to find out like the top 50 influencers in your space that you want to collaborate with, right?
Mhm.
If that's a known person. So here's the thing: when we used to reach out to become guests for podcasts, we would do massive research for the podcast host so that we can reach out. So I would imagine a lot of those, the initial work can
Mhm.
be done within ChatGPT. Like, who is this person X? Give me a profile, right? Oh, he has a cat,
Right.
he has a daughter, blah, 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 blah. So from there, it can shorten the research time, right? So it can help with the collaboration. Because ChatGPT by itself is not a communication tool. Like, you can't chat.
Right.
Ironically, you
Right.
can't chat in ChatGPT. So it's just it's
Yeah.
just you and the screen, right? So that's ironic, but indirectly, and I'm sure there's a ton more ideas. I'm sure ChatGPT has a ton more ideas on how to use it for collaboration. But I would imagine indirectly by just efficiency, the initial background checking of the people you want to collaborate with. Um, so another way when you're collaborating, if you want to do a webinar for another audience, they will ask you, "Hey, what are the topics that we could talk about? This is what my audience
Mhm.
likes." Then you can ask
Mhm.
ChatGPT, "Here are my expertise. Here are the things that his audience likes. Like, give me like 10 webinar topics that would overlap." So that would, in that sense, also these are some use cases. In that sense, you can come back in an hour. Hey, here are 10 topics I can talk to your audience with. So yeah, I mean that could make because collaboration entails two different people, right? So like
Right.
merging things, like
Mhm.
asking ChatGPT to find that overlap and you have a Venn diagram, I think nasa gitna na nagbe-blend kami dalawa. It can help find that for you as well.
Right. And last question, Sir Alan. Again, this is a very insightful talk, but what advice would you give to others who are considering using ChatGPT to advance their careers?
Just use it. Just use it. I think we are just at the very tip of the iceberg of what we can do with the prompts. For me, that's not overcomplicated. Personally, when it started to blow up November, December last year, I was just focusing on my business because I knew at the early stages there's a lot of noise. So that's now that it's starting to settle, you can see how people are adapting, are learning how to use it, right? So it will continue to evolve, right? So don't pressure yourself to be on the cutting edge. Just right now, for me, if you haven't started yet, just know your way around. Know your way around. Because what's funny with ChatGPT is there's no there you will see courses, you will see books. Um that is their own approaches. Right. So thing is you can develop your own way of thinking and people who are experts can learn from you as well. So it's an open field that perhaps being fresh, being new to ChatGPT actually helps you because you bring a new perspective. Because when you start ChatGPT started, everybody was just like, write me a poem or just so silly stuff, right? Then eventually people would have their frameworks. Eventually people learn those frameworks and kind of medyo nagko-close yung mind nila. This is how it's supposed to be. So being fresh, new, experimenting is really good. Then of course, seek out mentors, seek out training outside. But at the end of the day, just use it. Don't overthink it, especially since it's free. But as of now, as I'm speaking, it's free. There's a premium plan, but it's not necessary. It's for higher volume, or it's
Yes.
really really serious about it. So yun that.
Yan. Sir Alan, sorry, may pahabol na question from
Sure.
our YouTube comment section. So, from Frank Borses is asking, what is the difference between OpenAI's ChatGPT, Google's Bard, and Bing's AI? Have
For
you
me,
tried any of those?
I only tried ChatGPT for
Okay.
now. So again, I'm a simple person. I kind of want to do simple frameworks, but um, as of now, I can't make that comparison.
Right. And you know what, sir, the whole talk that we had today, you really just need to adapt, no? In this era
Mm.
where everything is digital, it's a very good skill to add up if you know how to use ChatGPT.
Yeah,
Right.
definitely.
So yeah, again, thank you so much, Sir Alan. Guys, let's show some love in the chat for our amazing speaker today. Just gave an incredible talk on how ChatGPT can transform, communication and drive innovation across various industries, all from the comfort of our own screen, which is amazing. And as a small token of our gratitude, we present you with this well-deserved certificate of appreciation. So it's a testament to your brilliance and the impact you've made on all of us today. Sir Alan, thank you so much again for taking the time to share your expertise and enthusiasm with us today. We've definitely learned a lot from you. Ako especially, I've learned a lot, and I'm truly grateful, for your contribution to our online event right now. So guys, go ahead and flood the chat with applause, emojis, and appreciation for Sir Alan. Sir, you've been fantastic. Is there any platforms you want to promote or you can follow? We can follow rather.
Yeah, I guess I could just flash the freebie that I gave earlier. I'm just at digitalsolopreneur.com.
Wow.
If you guys want to get the course, so this is the course, AI Email Wizardry. If you're at all interested in writing emails that sell, this would be perfect for you. So I just flashed the instructions again. If you want to take a screenshot, feel free to do so. And again, the deadline is for today. So I encourage you to get it. Yun din naman,
Yes.
that's all. Thank you very much, Jamie, Floy, and the entire team.
All right. Again, guys, if you want to get the free course, just follow all the instructions there. And hanggang today lang siya. So go on, send an email with the subject line AI course. Again, so thank you so much, Sir Alan, for this day. And so we hope you've enjoyed the insightful discussion so far, guys. But now it's time for some excitement as we move on to the raffle portion of our event. So we have some fantastic prizes up for grabs today. So may I call on our moderators, Lou and Jen, for the mechanics of the raffle promo. Hi, Lou. Hi, Jen.
Yes, hello everyone. Good morning. So hello everyone, good morning. So hi everyone, my name is Jen and I have here my partner Lou and we are from the recruitment marketing team. So hello also to our viewers via Kumu and YouTube app and hi to our viewers in Luzon, Visayas and Mindanao. So I'm excited to announce to you guys the lucky winners for our amazing prizes for today. So just to give you like a wrap up on what to expect with regards with the mini games, the mini virtual games, and the mini raffle draws that we're gonna be sharing to you guys. Okay, we are giving Grab food and grocery vouchers in which it is very timely since tomorrow is Mother's Day. So maybe today is your lucky day, guys, that you will be the winner of our raffle draw. You will get hired from our job fair and be the next Tachi Rockstar, plus get a chance to treat your family and especially your mom for tomorrow's event, okay? But first is that let me explain to you how these things work, okay? So you have been instructed earlier that you will gonna be dropping your name and then your location to the comment box below, especially onto the YouTube, so that will serve as your raffle entry. So my partner here, Lou, she will gonna be giving you guys like the raffle thing or the name picking thing. And then for those lucky winners, the lucky winners for our initial raffle draw is a we're gonna be giving like a 500 peso grab food voucher. So it's either food or grocery certificate. Okay. So are you guys now ready? Have you dropped your name and then your location here in the chat box, because we're gonna be starting now after our raffle draw. Okay, so to start with, Lou, can you please share to you now your screen?
Okay, Jen. All right, so now is the time for us to pick our first lucky winner. Jen, could you please announce what we can expect for this prize?
Yes, as I was mentioned a while ago, so initially there were going to be like a series of mini raffle draws along the way for this one, but just this specifically raffle draw is for the early bird. For those who specifically joined us when we started, even though it's before 10 a.m., so there are a lot of viewers who are so excited and already dropping their names on their chat box. So this is for you guys, specifically for those early bird viewers.
All right. So guys, are you ready? Let us now draw the first ever winner. Wow, congratulations to Ayan. Ayan, if you are here in our YouTube, please comment your full name or just message us directly on Facebook at Tache Careers for your details for this voucher. All right, congratulations once again, Ayan. Jen?
Yes. Can we have now our next, Lou?
All right, so for our next winner, we have... Wow, congratulations to Frank Borsas. So please message us on Facebook to avail your voucher. Congratulations. All right, for our third winner, we have Maria Teresa Lao. Congratulations, Maria. Please message us on Facebook for your details and to avail the voucher. Now, for our fourth winner, we have Joyce Handugan. Congratulations, Joyce. Please message us on Facebook. And now for our final or fifth raffle winner, we have... Wow! Monique Racal. Congratulations, Monique. Please message us on Facebook for your voucher. Congratulations, everyone.
Congratulations, everyone, for those winners. Congratulations, and please stay tuned, okay? So for our lovely winners, thank you so much for being an early bird. How to claim your prize? Please message us to the official Facebook or recruitment page of Tache, which is Tache Careers. The link will be provided on our chat box. So please make sure that you have followed us on Facebook and message your email address so that we can send to you your certificate. Okay, so thank you so much again for those who participated our early bird raffle draw, and please stay tuned, guys. As mentioned, this is still the first batch of our raffle draws. The next we're gonna be dropping like a lot of certificates, games, and prizes right after our next each after our speakers, and then during our virtual job fair, which will be an hour from now. So please stay tuned. Okay, so congratulations, and I'll give the floor again to our beautiful host, Jamie.
Thank you so much, Jen and Lou. Congratulations to all winners.
ang ganda kapag kapag tayo early bird. So again, everyone, during the event, we will be hosting a job fair as what Jen mentioned. So get ready to dust off your resume because during the break, our recruitment team will be available to interview you. So we will be posting our job positions at the bottom of our screen, and our team will be on standby to conduct an initial screening and interview you today. So be sure to check the comment section for the link and send us your resume. So this is an excellent opportunity for you to, explore potential career opportunities and take your professional journey to the next level. So don't miss out on this chance to connect with potential, job offer and showcase your skills. Now, everyone, how are you guys so far? I love the first topic, by the way, the chat GPT. And now, without further ado, I would like to call our moderator that on for this talk. So she is a TV and events host, news anchor, and a former beauty queen. Wow. So she's currently anchors PTV's morning show Rise and Shine Pilipinas and its primetime newscast Ulat Bayan. So prior being in the broadcast industry, she was crowned as Miss Philippines Earth Air 2014. So please welcome our moderator for the next talk, Miss Diane Carrer.
Hello, good day to all. Thanks for that, Jamie, and I'm glad to be part of the F.A.S.T conference. I am thrilled to be here and excited to have this conversation with this very special guest that I am about to introduce to you all. But before I do introduce our guest or our speaker for this segment, I just want to invite all of you watching us live via Zoom or via Kumu or YouTube. If you will be having questions about our discussion today, please do type in your questions in the chat box or in the comment section. Or if you have any reaction or comments about our discussion or any stories that you would like to share related to our topic, we'd like to hear those. So please, we want to make this conversation interactive. We want to know your reactions, your comments about our discussion for today. All right. So today we'll be having this deep conversation about Tache Outsourcing Services Incorporated. How did the company thrive in the outsourcing industry? And with a decade long of service already, we want to know how did the company evolve. Also, the pandemic brought so many challenges in so many businesses, including the outsourcing industry. So we'll talk about how did Tache Outsourcing Services Incorporated overcome all the challenges brought about by the pandemic. And in this post-pandemic era, what are the steps being undertaken by the company to continuously respond to the changing environment and demands in the outsourcing industry? And on that note, I am to introduce to you the man of the hour, our very special guest for today. So he is a visionary leader and distinguished speaker in the field of offshore staffing solutions. As president of Tache, he revolutionizes the way companies connect with highly qualified professionals in the Philippines. His inspiring talks on remote workforce management and cross-cultural communication empower organizations to thrive in a globalized economy. With his strategic vision, he has positioned Tache as a leading provider of offshore staffing, facilitating successful collaborations between international talent and businesses in the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Brian Luoma, CEO of Tache Outsourcing Services Incorporated. Hi!
Let me get that. Hi, Diane. Thank you so much for having me.
And thank you as well. I know you stayed up late for this F.A.S.T conference. Are you in the US? And what time is it there? Like 10?
I am. I'm in New Jersey. It's 11:20, but very excited to be here and very excited to talk with you tonight.
All right, we are excited as well to have this conversation with you. So good morning here in the Philippines and good evening there in the US. All right, so let's start this conversation, Sir Brian. Let us start with a little throwback So tell us a little history about Tachi Outsourcing Services Incorporated. How did it start? How did you come up with that idea of starting or putting up an outsourcing company? And back then, in year one, what was your vision as CEO of Tachi Outsourcing Services Incorporated, Sir Brian?
Sure. Well, I'm a licensed and previously practicing civil engineer in the United States, and I was thinking about businesses and reading all those entrepreneurial books that you read. So back in 2010, I saw a post from a cousin of mine about a gas station he was working on, and I said, boy, that gas station looks just as good as the gas station that I've been working on here in New Jersey. And so I reached out to him and I said, hey, if I get you some work, would you be interested? And I don't think he knew what he was getting into, but he said yes. And so we put up a website, and soon enough we were starting to get work. And then I told him, hey, you better start hiring people. And we were off and running. And so in the early days, we were really just focused on getting work, or I was just focused on getting work for my family. My mom immigrated to the Philippines in the 70s. And so an opportunity to find work for family members of mine was just, something that I thought was important. But that quickly grew, and we've had a lot of success over the years, and a lot of recent success, and we have over 450 people now. It's really exciting as we continue to grow, and the world becomes more and more familiar with outsourcing to the Philippines and the opportunities, not only for the large corporations, but for small and medium-sized businesses as well.
Well, you've mentioned that outsourcing is becoming popular also here in the Philippines. And you also have the other outsourcing companies here, which serve as your competitors, shall we say. So when we talk about competitive advantage, what sets Tachi Outsourcing Services Incorporated apart from other outsourcing companies? What makes you unique?
Well, I really think it's a focus on the employees and a focus on the Filipino people. A lot of our competitors, and I've seen a lot of competitors pop up in the last 6 months during COVID, as they saw a rush for people working remote, and I welcome that. But what I see in a lot of those people is that they're really focused on leveraging the economic advantages and pitching the save 70% on your staff. Now that might be true, but really I think the advantage is in the Filipino people. Given the opportunity to compete on an even playing field, the Filipino people can compete. That's been my belief in the beginning. I never wanted to run a VA company, a call center, working with the trying to find admin level people. I wanted to work with professionals. And so when I started the business, we were really focused on architects and engineers, and we've expanded that now. So it's architects, engineers, lawyers, SEO people, software developers, marketers, medical professionals. And I think that Filipinos have these great educations. It's a country that really is focused on education as part of their culture. And it's a shame when you see somebody that's really highly educated, has great English speaking skills, great writing skills, and then they ended up being pigeonholed into these admin level roles. So it's really, I think, something that we do is focusing on the employees and giving them the best opportunities, working in jobs and professions that they are passionate about, is really the opportunity for the Filipino people, and I think really the opportunity for the U.S. companies as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, your focus is on your people, and thank you for that belief on the abilities of the Filipino people, and thank you for providing employment opportunities for us, especially also professionals. All right, now, Sir Brian, can you share us some stories about the company when it comes to your biggest accomplishments and successes that Tachi has achieved over the years, over that decade long of service already here in the industry? And what are the adversities or challenges that the company overcome with that decade long of service in the industry, sir?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, we've been around for 10 years, so we've kind of dealt with it all, from typhoons to earthquakes to flooding and kind of everything in between. And one thing that we've done in those situations is seen it as an opportunity to really show our employees how much that we support them, to show our clients how much we're going to work extra effort to make sure that we can continue to support them. And then, most recently during the pandemic, we were doing everything we can to make sure that we followed all the rules. We hired vans to go out and pick up employees that wanted to come into work. We provided hazard pay for those that did come into work. We provided computers for those that we could have work from home. We did everything we could to try and help support them. For those that did come in, we were providing lunches. We were doing bringing water in. These are all things to try and support them to make it possible that they could work in such trying circumstances. And those that we could have work from home, we did that as well. And I think that our clients really appreciated that, the dedication and hard work of the Filipino people, and our employees appreciate that as well, as they really understood that we were going to stand by them and really support them through what was a very difficult time. And I think we came out looking really strong. And really, to be honest, the whole BPO industry did as well. And I'm really proud of that. And I think that's part of the reason why the Filipino people continue to thrive.
Really, it was a very difficult time for businesses, for employees, and for an individual who actually lost his or her job because of the pandemic. I wonder also if Tachi was able to provide employment opportunities for those Filipinos who lost their job during the pandemic.
We did. I mean, we did see, especially early on, a lot of people were letting go of their staff, and we didn't do that. We didn't let go of any staff that wanted to stay on. There certainly were some that felt it was safer for them to not work anymore, and we supported that and went through the proper processes there. But we didn't let go of any other staff. And for those people that wanted to work, we continue to find opportunities, and with our clients, seeing how we were able to succeed there, and with the troubles they were having with holding on to staff and hiring staff here in the US, naturally we were able to find additional opportunities for us, and we grew over 2x in 2020, another 2x in 2021, and similarly in 2022. So it's been a very exciting time for us.
Well, congratulations for that, Sir Brian. All right, we've highlighted a while ago that the company is in the industry for a decade already. And of course, the pandemic came. And then with that decade long of service already in the industry, and with the occurrence of the pandemic, how did the market conditions in the outsourcing industry change, Sir Brian? And how did the client needs also change? And how did Tachi Outsourcing Services Incorporated respond to these changes?
Well, I think that a lot of companies really learned that they can do things remotely. As their staff here in the US started working from home, they realized that they could work remotely. And then as the labor market tightened here in the US, they were looking for other opportunities to try and continue to work efficiently and capture new project opportunities that were coming towards them. And so they were looking for places to hire. And we started to see a lot of competition as other people started to pop up. But I think what we've been able to do is provide a legit employment opportunity for Tachi employees. So as a lot of people started looking overseas, their initial place they look is onlinejobs.ph and Upwork and Fiverr and a lot of these kind of freelancer type of job opportunities. And what we try to do is maintain that employee-employer relationship, make sure that you still have all of the social safety net requirements that the Filipino government requires for employees, make sure that you get your holiday pay and your overtime pay, your graveyard shift differentials, all that stuff, and maternity leave and bereavement leave. The Filipino government really has done a good job of providing a social safety net for the Filipino workers, even maybe more so than American employees. And I wanted to make sure that our employees continued to have those benefits. And so providing an opportunity for US companies to engage with Filipino workers in a way that respects them and still gives them all of the social safety net requirements that they would expect as a Filipino worker, I think differentiates us and gives us a a better opportunity to provide better employees that are more committed, employees that want to work for their companies and grow and advance, have an opportunity for a raise, maybe a little bit of a bonus every once in a while. And I think those situations are better for the employee and better for the clients, and therefore breeds better success. And we've seen that with our clients.
You really take care of your employees. And as they say, when you take care of your employees, they will give the quality work that your customers deserve. All
Absolutely.
right.
I believe that.
Well, being in the outsourcing industry, Sir Brian, big challenges may arise, especially in the uncertainty of vendors, cultural differences, costs, and many others. With all these, how do you ensure that these problems are being addressed in a timely and professional manner, especially since you are quite far from where Catch's headquarters are located?
Well, I'm very lucky to have a very strong executive team. Just like when I'm telling clients or prospective clients, I was able to put together a team that potentially I had no business putting together as a small business owner in the US or in the Philippines. I was able to hire people that were way more advanced than I would have been able to hire in the US. And, one thing I tell my clients is that you should look to build a better team in the Philippines than you could build in the US. Not because the Filipino people are smarter, but given an even playing field, you're going to end up hiring better people in the Philippines. It's just the possibilities of doing that are easier, because of the economic advantages that exist. And so I was able to do that with my company. And as such, I have an amazing executive team that kind of shepherds the company in the Philippines while I'm here in the US, doing our marketing and raising my own family over here. But I do try and get over to the Philippines at least a couple of times a year. It was difficult during the pandemic, but I was just there last month, and I plan on going again later this summer. I'm also building a home in the Philippines, so I'm very much committed to the Filipino people and love it there, and look to be spending a lot more time there in the future.
So we'll see you in summer here in the Philippines. Looking forward
Yeah,
to that.
well, yeah, absolutely. Maybe the later part of the summer.
All right. So let's talk about this time about manpower and your clients. So how does Tachi approach hiring and developing talents in the outsourcing industry? And what were the steps undertaken to ensure that employees have the right skills and resources necessary to be able to function well at work and give exceptional service to your clients?
I think one thing we really pride ourselves on is the recruitment team of Tachi. We don't do a spray and pray strategy of just throwing out a whole bunch of resumes to our clients and hoping one of them fits. We really do a concerted effort of looking at the skills that are required by the client and making sure that the employee or the candidate has those skills. We're reviewing must-have requirements with regard to software that they might have, soft skills that they might have, past experience, education, all those things, and making sure that they check all those boxes. At the same time, we're looking at things that are like nice to haves and seeing where those fit and where they don't fit. And we also talk to the candidates about what the client is looking for and making sure that there's a cultural fit. We're very open about whether or not it's an overnight shift position or if it's a day shift position, if it's in office, if it's out of office, if it's in a Manila office or if it's in a Cebu office. And so we try to be very upfront about the position so that the candidate is going into it with an open mind and an understanding of what they're getting themselves into, so that hopefully it is a good fit and that there's going to be a long-standing relationship. It's in our best interest to try and provide the best possible candidate to our clients. And I think that the candidates appreciate that as well, because they're not being put into a situation where they're not going to thrive. And we've had a lot of success. We have a very low attrition rate in the BPO industry, and I think that has a lot to do with our recruitment team and the good work that they do.
All right. Talking about challenges, Sir Brian, how does Tachi balance the need for cost savings for clients while maintaining high quality service at all the same time?
Well, obviously cost savings is important for our clients, But I tell them really what you want is the best possible team. And luckily, in the Philippines, you can put together the best quality team at a price that's going to be very competitive in the US. And so, where if in the US you were looking to hire somebody maybe with 3 or 4 years experience and you're going to train them up and get them ready for the position, I would tell them in the Philippines, don't look for somebody with 3 or 4 years experience. Look for somebody with 8 to 10 years experience, somebody who's got a master's degree, somebody who can show proven experience in this field, somebody who's maybe worked for Fortune 500 companies doing the same type of thing and can bring those skills to you. And so by doing that, you're going to ensure that you've got good quality people. We tell them, look for rock stars, challenge us, tell us exactly what you want, and challenge our recruitment team to find that person for you. And I think that really helps. We're not putting our candidates into a position where they're going to be floundering because it's not the skills or not the position that's a good fit for them, and we're not putting the client in a bad position where they're getting candidates or getting employees that aren't a perfect fit, that they're trying to mold into something that they aren't. It's best to put together the team that's rock stars from the beginning and then have them achieve that. In an ideal world, the client is hiring people for a team that has more skills and more experience doing that specific task, whether it's SEO or marketing or accounting or customer service or something else, than they do themselves. And so that they're coming in with knowledge and ideas that they can pass on to the client and be like, listen, when I worked at this last company, we did this and we had a lot of success doing that, and maybe we should do that here. When the candidates and the employees come to the relationship with those types of skills and those types of ideas, the client, they just fall in love with them really quick, and you're in for a situation where those candidates, those employees are going to grow with them, are going to thrive with them, are going to get advancements, they're going to get raises, and they're going to be able to advance in their chosen career. And it's wonderful to see when it happens.
All right. Now, Sir Brian, in terms of cultural differences, how does the company ensure that Tachi employees are being treated fairly and with dignity?
Absolutely. I mean, that's one thing that I just don't tolerate. Very rarely does it happen. I've had very few instances where I've heard of a client being disrespectful or something like that. And in those cases, we've fired clients in the past. Hasn't happened in a long time, but that's just something that I don't tolerate. But that being said, when we're communicating with the client, we're always telling them that you're hiring people to be rock stars in your company, to be future leaders in your company. And so don't hire somebody that's not ready for that position. Hire somebody that is ready for that position. And so if they come into it with the skills and the knowledge and the experience to excel in that position, you rarely have those situations where you're going to have conflicts. I think sometimes those conflicts arise because of other issues that might happen, where an employee is not performing up to par, or a client and employer doesn't have the right understanding of what the right fit should be for their position. And so we do try and educate them during the onboarding process about what is the skill level needed for the type of position you want. If they're asking us to bring on a position that is a jack of all trades, is an expert at graphic design, an expert at SEO, an expert at email writing, an expert at blog post writing, we're going to tell them that person doesn't exist. And we're not going to try and pigeonhole some BA into that and then have them struggle and have it become a contentious relationship. And so I think putting the right people in the right position avoids a lot of those conflicts. And so we've had very few instances of that. But when it does happen, it's something that I just don't tolerate. And I think that attitude and position permeates within the company.
I believe that's also one advantage of tapping in Tachi employee instead of directly to an individual or person looking for an opportunity or job opportunity, because you really make sure that the skills really match. I mean, what the client needs, you communicate that to the potential employee, and so if it's matched, then the turnover will be eliminated. I mean, there will be a longer employment time for the individual, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And further to your point, because you're working with Tache and with an agency, you have an HR department that you can go talk to and be like, hey, I've got this issue with the client. You have an IT department that you can go talk to because you have a problem with your computer, or there's a problem with the internet, or you can't log into a certain software. You have a country manager that you could escalate things to if you have problem with payroll or problem with a client's actions towards you. And so you have a team that's working behind you to support you and really make sure that you're in a good situation. And in any situation like that, we're going to support the employee and make sure things are taken care of properly.
Good point. All right. Sir Brian, speaking of clients, how has our clients' feedback contributed to Tache's success?
We really do a lot of work to listen to our clients. We have a customer success or client success department that really is focused on trying to make sure our clients succeed, whether it's having the right team, supporting them with the right level of support, between all the departments, being an ombudsman, if you will, about making sure that their questions are being answered properly, and also a team success team that is trying to make sure that the teams that they put together are having the best possible support, whether it's team building activities, employee morale activities, Friday night parties, training, that kind of stuff. We're doing all of that to try and support the client and make sure that they're successful. It's in our best interest that the clients succeed and are with us for a very long time. And so we're always listening to them for feedback and concerns that they have. Hey, this employee is struggling a little bit. What can we do? A lot of times they're asking us questions about how to deal with an employee that maybe is not picking things up as quickly as they want. And we're able to give them feedback from our experience, not only in 10 years of running our company, but seeing how our clients handle other employees. And so we're there to support them as well. We're really trying to support both sides of that equation so that it continues to be strong.
All right. So the partnership is continuous and the feedback is continuous so that you make sure that the service being provided is really above par. All right. Now, you've mentioned a while ago about the growth of your company, and I wonder, how has the value proposition of Tache evolved within the 10-year long years of service that resulted in the company's significant growth?
Well, I think that when I first started outsourcing and started the company, I really needed to learn where that sweet spot was. And obviously in the beginning, I was thinking, well, it's going to be that economic benefit that everyone thinks about first. And it's going to be, that 75, 80% savings. But the more I worked with the Filipino people, I realized and I learned that the quality of the work really is up to par with the US employee. A lot of times, clients in the US, in their prior experience, they're hiring people through Upwork, they're hiring people through onlinejobs.ph, they're hiring people through Freelancer. And to be honest, they're just not getting the right person. They don't know how to recruit in the Philippines. They don't know what skill levels are common and what aren't, what isn't common. They don't know how to interact with a client in the Philippines. And so you got these barriers to their success. And as we learned what those barriers were, it put up processes and support to alleviate those barriers. We really have found the quality of the work to go up, the satisfaction of our clients with the teams, and just the success of the employees really improved. And so that's something that I learned over time, but something that I really leaned into in the last 5 years, let's say. And I think that's really has led to the growth that we've had.
All right. This time we'll take a deep dive about resiliency, Sir Brian. With all the challenges that Tache and other outsourcing companies experience, what are your company's strategies to keep up with the changes and to ensure that your services remain relevant and effective head-on?
Well, I really think the future of outsourcing to the Philippines and utilizing Filipino workers is evolving past this kind of ad hoc intermediate phase that we're in, where everyone works as these freelancers, contractors, unaffiliated employees. without the protections that the Filipino government envisioned for Filipino workers. And so we're committed to creating a platform that allows that. Right now, we're communicating that to our clients on an individual one-on-one basis. I mean, and to be honest, we've done very little marketing. Almost all of our growth is based on word of mouth and referrals from our existing clients. But as we evolve, we are going to be creating a platform to make that more apparent and more evident to the U.S. corporations that are looking for employees in the Philippines. And so we want to become the platform for Filipino workers that want to work for U.S. companies and for U.S. companies that want to work with Filipino workers. And so that when they're thinking of, hey, I want to hire somebody in the Philippines, in addition to thinking about Upwork and onlinejobs.ph and other Fiverr and other places like that, they think about Tache. And when they think about Tache, they think, boy, I want to go to Tache because I want to hire a real employee. I want an employee that's going to be committed to us, that's signing an employment agreement, that has been vetted properly, that is getting support from the Filipino government, is paying into their Social Security, is getting some supplementary health care, is getting all of the maternity leave and bereavement leave and overnight differentials and holiday pay, is being treated properly so that we can have a long-standing relationship that grows and creates a team in the Philippines. And so that's what we want to become. And I think we're well on our way to doing that. And that's the shift I see happening. Because I don't think that this contractor/freelancer type of relationship that exists right now between many Filipino workers and many American companies is sustainable. I don't think it's good for the Filipino worker in the long term. And I don't think it's good for the American company in the long term as they try and grow and build their team and develop their employees. There's needs to be a stronger relationship with that. And I think Tachi provides that.
Yeah. A question just popped into my mind. Looking forward, do you also like to have Filipino work not only for U.S. companies, but other companies outside U.S.?
We do. I'm not a fast mover. I like to do things slowly, methodically, do it the right way. I know when I first started the company, there was discussion about, should we use pirated software and do we need to make everyone a regularized employee and do we need to follow this rule and this business permit? And from the very beginning, I've always said we're going to get all of our business permits, we're going to pay all of our taxes, we're going to make sure all of our software is legit, not pirated. And that's been a hard rule of mine from the beginning, and I think that has allowed us to maintain where we are for 10 years. Some people try to take shortcuts. They try to move fast and break things, and they end up on the bad end of that. And so right now we're focused in the US because that's where I'm from and that's where my network is. And as I told you, we're not marketing right now. And so when it's word of mouth and referrals, it's going to be within that cohort that you have. Now, that being said, in the future, moving to Australia or New Zealand or England or any other English-speaking country or otherwise, I'm certainly open to that, but I'm not going to force it into that. I think I want to stick with what we know and grow at an appropriate pace so that we can properly support the workers and properly support our clients. There's no rush. I plan on having this company for a very long time. We're only 10 years into this. I got at least another 30 or 40 years to go.
Slowly but surely, as they say.
Exactly.
All right. Let's talk about technology and trends this time, Sir Brian. So how does Thatcher stay up to date with the latest trends and best practices in the outsourcing industry? Can you also share to us what are these latest trends and best practices, please? Thank you.
Well, obviously we need to be on top of it and at the forefront, if not on the bleeding edge. And so oftentimes our clients are coming to us and saying, hey, we want to hire people that understand either the latest engineering practices and GIS, the latest programming languages for software developers, the latest SEO strategies for SEO people and marketing and content writing. And so we're always looking for candidates that have those skills. And where necessary, we're suggesting to our clients to offer training and stuff like that. So we need to be on those leading edges. I just listened to Alan's talk before us about ChatGPT and AI, and I really enjoyed that. I think that he's spot on a lot of that stuff. And one thing he said there was a story about bringing ChatGPT into a company and seeing that not only did it improve the best performing employees, it raised the floor of the youngest or least performing employees. So that's exactly how I see it proceeding within Tache and the outsourcing industry in general, is that this is a great thing for Filipinos, because what it's going to do is raise the floor so that the I don't want to say least skilled, but the ones that need the most help are going to be able to have the most help from that. And so it's going to level the playing field even more than it already has. Every time new technologies have come into being, it has leveled the playing field more and more globally. When I first started the company 10 years ago, it was Skype, and it was high-speed internet, and it was home internet. And these things leveled the playing field a little bit, right? And we were able to compete with the US corporations that way. But as technology advances and you get more advanced technology, not only ChatGPT, but before that in AutoCAD and GIS and software development programming, and all of those skills become new things out in the world, Filipinos can learn that just as fast and just as quickly as a new worker here in the US. And so it levels the playing field and the opportunities that people have. And I'm excited about it. New technology is a good thing for the Filipinos. It's a good thing for Filipino workers, and therefore it's a good thing for Tache.
All right. Now, before we continue our conversation, Sir Brian, I just want to announce that we are already live in Kumu already. This is in partnership with FYE channel in Kumu. So if you are joining us via Kumu, please, if you have questions, comments, or reactions with our conversation here with Sir Brian, the CEO of Tache Outsourcing Services Incorporated, we want to know your questions. We want to know your comments or reactions or stories. Please do comment on the comment section. Or for those of us joining us here in Zoom, you may chat that in our chat box here in Zoom. And also we're live in YouTube. If you also have questions, type in your questions now so that we can address those questions to Sir Brian. All right, since we're live in Kumu already, there are probably some viewers out there, professionals, engineers, who would also like to, work for a U.S. company. Why would I want to be employed in Tache? What are the some benefits that I would get if I will be employed in a U.S. company through Tache Outsourcing Services Incorporated? Sir Brian.
Absolutely. So, as I said, I'm a licensed professional civil engineer here in the U.S. Did a lot of work in the engineering field for 10 years prior to starting Tache. And so when I started the company, I was really focused on architectural and engineering services. And I remember 3 or 4 years into having the company, we had, I don't remember, 50 employees maybe at that time. And they were mostly engineers and architects. And we surveyed the staff, and something like 35% of the staff had worked overseas previously, because that was the only place that they could get good paying jobs as an engineer and architect. One of the issues that happen when you're in a country like in the Philippines that really highly values education and all the moms and dads are pushing their kids to be doctors and engineers and architects and nurses. Sometimes there aren't enough jobs in the Philippines for those types of positions, and they end up going overseas, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, or somewhere else, to have those jobs. What we're able to do is provide those types of jobs in the Philippines, but working for a U.S. company. And so we have teams now in Tache that are working on Tesla supercharger stations, working for designing Walmarts and McDonald's and other major projects. And so an opportunity to live in the Philippines, be with your family, but have a good paying job with an engineering or architectural, or for that matter, a law firm or a professional finance, planning a company, medical services, those types of companies that are professional companies where you can work on the skills and profession that you love, and grow within your profession and advance and take on leadership roles and work with other colleagues of yours in your chosen field is an amazing thing that I'm really proud of being able to do for our employees at Tachi. And what I found is our clients in the US, when they first come to us, there a lot of times they're thinking, oh, I want a junior architect, and I'm just going to give them the easy stuff, and then we're going to do the hard stuff over here. And what quickly happens as they hire more senior level people and they grow that team and they learn the institutional knowledge of the company, they find out that that team has the skills and the ability to do every bit of the work that the US team can have. And so they learn to leverage that more and more. And so if you come into the relationship with that belief, that understanding that team can compete on an even playing field, well, lo and behold, that's what happens. But if you come into it and say, like, I'm never going to give them anything more than the easiest stuff, well, then that's what happens as well. And so we really try and promote our teams or our clients when they're dealing with their teams in the Philippines, and say, really think about this as your offshore office, as another office for your company. Don't think of it as 4 freelancers that are sitting in Cebu. Think of it as your offshore office in Cebu with your employees. You got a senior person, a couple of junior people. You're training them. You're showing them how you do things, and they're advancing as a result. And they're growing, and then they're hiring people underneath them, and people are advancing from there. And when you think about it that way, it really does work. And I think that explaining that to the U.S. audience and to U.S. companies is our first test. But as people have come on, they've really found that to be true. And it makes sense if you think about it. There's no reason why they can't do the work. You just need to believe it and give them the opportunity.
Indeed, I agree with you. That's an amazing idea. You know, the social cost is being reduced. Imagine working for a U.S. company, but you're here in the Philippines. You get to live with your family, and
That's right.
And you get paid the salary that you deserve, and probably extra benefits for you. So
absolutely. I mean, one of my biggest heartbreaks is to see somebody with a master's degree, somebody that's a professional, somebody that speaks perfect English, somebody that can write beautifully, and have them just working in a call center, or have them just doing BA work. Those are very those are great professions, and you need skills, and those are really smart people that do that. But imagine if they could take those skills and work in their chosen profession and do something that I believe they probably love a lot more than those other types of roles. And we want to find opportunities for them to do that.
Mm-hmm. All right, do you have like stories about that, like Tachi employees who, just working with a lesser salary here in the Philippines, and then you provided this job opportunity to them that they thought they cannot do, but because of the training that you provided and the connections that you have with U.S. companies, you are able to change their lives?
Absolutely. We had on our show here a few months back a engineer that originally had applied to us, and the position wasn't a great fit. The client was looking for something else, just wasn't a great fit. And he applied again a few times later, or a few months later, and that time it was a great fit. And since then he's grown, he's advanced, he's now a team lead. He's got, I don't know what it is, 5 or 6 or maybe more than that engineers working underneath him. He's got an employer that really values him and thinks of him as somebody that they can build their team around. And to go from somebody who was disappointed that he was passed over on another position, but then continue to work and train and take courses, and then reapply again and find a position that was a better fit for him and thrive the way he did. that to me is what it's all about. And I just, like I said in the beginning, I started this company because I wanted to help my family and get them jobs. Seeing my mom send $100 a month back to her family when I was growing up, and seeing the support that she had provided for her family in a very small way, I wanted to continue to do that. And now we've got 450 people, 450 plus people working for us. A lot of them are the main breadwinners. And so not only am I helping my family, but I've been able to help 450 other families and provide good jobs and professions that they want to be working in, professions where they have the opportunity to advance, professions where they can get a raise every once in a while, they can take on more leadership roles, have fulfilling careers, not get burnt out from the doing work that they don't want to do. And to me, that's really the future of outsourcing for the Philippines, and something that I want to see for everyone.
You are currently helping, you said, 450 Filipinos family, and I believe counting more and more Filipino families that you are about to help. Now, to all of our viewers there who, probably thinking, are there other job opportunities for me to work, like particularly for a U.S. company? You probably feel, a little stuck in your job. You feel that you deserve to be paid more. You are looking for that quality job that matches your skills. Well, you could probably try to, inquire in Catchy. They have the right connection for you. They would provide the training, development that you need, and could probably, like that engineer that Sir Brian mentioned a while ago, could probably change the course of your life. You are here for a reason, and right after the session, there will be a job fair. So don't miss that opportunity to probably work with Tache. All right, so there's a question for you, Sir Brian, from one of our viewers. Are we also seeing the possibility in the future of Tache hiring skilled workers other than that of the professionals sphere?
Absolutely. Every team has senior people and junior people and entry-level people. And as our clients build their teams, they're looking for those more entry-level people to fill in beneath them. And what we tell them is hire a rock star in the beginning, somebody that you're 98, 99% confident is going to succeed. But then as you hire your third person and your fourth person, you can hire a more junior level person, somebody that's just coming up through the ranks. And then that person will be trained by the mid-level or the senior level person that's above them. And the US client doesn't need to do that training because we've got that senior person on the Philippine side. And so we do hire skilled people for those positions, and not all roles require degrees. There's marketing positions and SEO positions and even software developers that you can self-train yourself. And we have positions where we offer technical exams so that they can show their skills and take on those roles. And then we do have clients that have a variety of positions. Some of them are customer service, and some of them are more customer front facing, where you have an opportunity where it's just your speaking ability and your ability to communicate that can shine through. And so those positions are available as well. I would encourage anyone that wants to work with Tache to, first of all, submit their resume, look at the job listings we have. We're actively developing our database. I think we have 75,000 people in our database right now, but we're continuing to grow that. We are going to be launching an app within the next 6 months that it's in the stages of development right now. That'll make that process even easier, so that they can submit their resumes there, create a profile, something that future employers can look at. Everyone is familiar with the process of submitting their resumes onto Upwork or onlinejobs.ph or Fiverr or all these other job platforms where they're looking for a contract job. We're trying to become a platform where you can submit your resumes and have that same user experience, but also get a real job out of it. Get a job where you can have an employment agreement, have a job where you can get paid overtime, have a job where you can go on maternity leave and bereavement leave and all those other social safety nets that the Filipino people require. So we would want future employees for U.S. companies that are living in the Philippines to not only think of Fiverr and Upwork and Online Jobs CDH and those other companies, but also think of Tache as a place that they'd want to upload their resume and see what happens and see what type of job offers they get there. And I think they're going to be put in a better situation with a job, with a client that respects them and wants them to be treated properly. And I think that that's going to be a better destination for them.
All right. Now, for those who are watching us live, again, we encourage you to ask questions about Tache Outsourcing Services Incorporated. If you have questions about demands of U.S. companies, are your skills also a match to what they need? Are you looking for a job opportunity to work with a U.S. company but staying in the Philippines? Let us know. We want to know your story. We have some minutes left for this Q&A portion with Sir Brian. And after this, again, we have a job fair. So that's a perfect timing for you, especially those who are joining us via Kumu. I understand we have more than 100 viewers already, so thank you for joining us today here at F.A.S.T Conference. All right, Sir Brian, I want to know as well, talking about the outsourcing industry, what is that one piece of advice, or if you have pieces of advice, what would you give to companies in the same outsourcing industry?
Well, I mean, I would really say do what's best for your employees, and that'll be best for your clients. If your employees are happy, they're going to work harder. They're going to be more committed. They're not going to be looking for that, grass is greener opportunity, and therefore they're going to do a better job for your clients. And so if you focus on the employees, the clients will be happy, as opposed to doing the opposite, where you focus on the clients and hope that that trickles down to your employees. And I don't think that's, it seems obvious, but I don't think that's obvious for all of our competition.
For those who just joined us via Kumu like an hour ago, Sir Brian was highlighting at the start of our conversation how Tache Outsourcing Services Incorporated really take care of their employees, because they believe that if you take care of the employees, and the quality of work will be given also well to the clients. And so, as they say, the employees are also your customers. All right. So as CEO of an outsourcing company, Sir Brian, how do you envision the role of Tache to be in a larger global economy, and how can the company create a positive impact and change beyond its sphere of influence?
Well, I mean, we really are hoping to influence the way that Filipino workers work with American corporations. I think right now, the most obvious and first place that people look are these job platforms with contract jobs and freelance positions. And we want to change that. We want them to have an opportunity to work with US corporations as an actual employee. And so we think that we're creating a platform that can do that. And we've shown success already, with 80 some clients that we have and 450 employees, and the client satisfaction that we have. And I think that we've done that without any marketing effort, essentially. And so as we start turning on that marketing and putting that message out to the US and the world, really, we want to influence the way people are hiring people in the Philippines. And it starts slowly, but then I think it goes quickly. And so I think that there's a chance that as they see what we're offering and how it is significantly different from the way things are done right now, that there could be a tidal shift away from this contract type work, this freelance type work, that I don't think has a long-standing success rate. I don't think it's very common to hire somebody as a freelancer on Upwork and have them work for 10 years for your company. I just don't think that that's a usual story. And we've got plenty of people that have worked for 6, 7, 8, 9 years with Tache and the respective clients. And it happens because they have that relationship. They're able to give a raise every once in a while. They're able to give a bonus. They're able to advance them within a team. And so I think that in at least a small way, we want to influence that aspect of hiring between the Filipino people and the American company.
All right, Sir Brian, you've been highlighting also a while ago that you're having this conversation with U.S. companies to hire Filipino employees through Tachi, of course, that the quality of work is there. They're good in communication skills and so many skills also that you've developed through your employees. And let's turn the tables around. Like if you are talking to a Filipino who is seeking an job opportunity, what are you telling them that it's good to work for a U.S. company?
Well, I think that, first of all, you can have a situation where you can grow with your U.S. company. And so it's just like I want U.S. companies to consider Filipinos on an even playing field with all of their employees, whether or not they're in the U.S. or Europe or wherever they're hiring. I want Filipino workers to consider U.S. companies on that same even playing field. And I think right now, especially with a lot of our professionals, they don't even really think about working with U.S. companies, especially in the legal or financial planning or architectural or engineering fields, because they want to work in their professions. And so they don't necessarily think about working for U.S. corporations in that way, unless they wanted to work in a call center, or they want to work in a, and maybe they're only doing that because of the job opportunities and potentially the stability, and also I think maybe a little bit of the prestige of working in a BPO industry. So I want them to say that there are opportunities for you to work in your chosen profession and work with a U.S. corporation and stay at home and be with your family and have a competitive salary with all of the benefits and social safety nets and everything else that they would expect from working with a Filipino company. So I do think that that's unique, and we've seen with a lot of our employees that have never worked with a U.S. company before, they haven't done it because they just didn't believe that was possible, and we're telling them now it is possible.
Yeah, and that is possible through Tachi Outsourcing Services Incorporated. All right. What do you believe? It's an hour already, Sir Brian. Time really flies so fast when you're enjoying the conversation. So we are about to wrap up this conversation. But I have one last or probably two last questions for you. There will be no more questions from our viewers. So how about those individuals who are interested in working here in Tachi or in any outsourcing companies? What advice do you have for them to be able to prepare themselves for the industry setup as well in finding the right job opportunities?
I really would tell them to be honest with themselves about what they want to do and where they want to work, and what is the long-term prospects of that opportunity. If you're going through Upwork or Freelancer or onlinejobs.ph, is there a long-term career path that you see through that option? And if you're working through an agency or another company, one of our competitors, are they selling your services or your time on an hourly basis or a monthly basis, or is it a fixed fee? And if it is one of those situations, how are you going to get a raise a year from now? If they're selling your services on a fixed fee, and let's say it's $1,000 US or $1,500 US dollars, how are they going to give you a raise a year from now? Are they going to take it out of their pie, or are they going to take it out of the client's pie? I don't think it's going to happen on either of them. So how does that happen? And I would ask them to look at those things, and also look at, like, employees that are there. Do they have careers with the clients? Do they have opportunities for advancement? Do they have opportunities to lead teams, to have subordinates under them that they can train? Are those things that they're able to do with the agency that they're considering joining? And those are things that we offer for our employees. And so I would want them to consider that on a even playing field. And I think that they'll like what they see with Tachi.
Those are very practical pieces of advice, because sometimes it is, go in and they do not talk about those things. Looking at the long term, that's very important, because that's also show how you do things in Tachi. You really wanted the best for your employees, not only in the short term, but also in the long run. All right, so I think there are no more questions from our viewers, but I would like to have your parting message, Sir Brian, to all our viewers for this segment that we have here. So if you have a final message to them, and also if you could invite them for the job fair, and of course join Tachi Outsourcing Services Incorporated. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, everyone should go to the job fair. I know it's going to be amazing, and really, I would encourage everyone to submit their resumes and see what happens. See what opportunities are out there. There's no requirements. You're not mandatory to do anything. But I think it is something that you might want to look into. But as far as a final message, I just want to pass along to the Filipino people that I've talked to a lot of business owners here in the U.S., not only in a sales type of position, but also just colleague to colleague, other business owners that I know through organizations and stuff. And all of them have a positive viewpoint of the Filipino workers. And they all want to see future opportunities with Filipino workers. And so what I want to tell the Filipinos is believe in yourself, because you have the skills, you have the ability. And I know that the level of the quality of the work that's here in the US, and I'm telling you, you can compete with that. You have the skills and the ability to do that. And so demand that opportunity. And working with somebody that puts you in the right position to achieve that. And so I believe in you. I know that there's business owners here in the US that believe with you. And if you believe in yourself, you can make it happen. And so I really want to encourage them to do that.
And on that note, we'd like to thank you very much, Brian Luoma, the CEO of Tachi Outsourcing Services Incorporated. Thank you for your help in the Philippine economy, to the Filipino family and Filipino people. Thank you for providing them job opportunities that they truly deserve. Maraming salamat, as we say in Filipino. Thank you.
Salamat kayo.
Salamat kayo. On that note, I would like to pass on the floor to Jamie Franco. Thank you for having me in this F.A.S.T conference. I enjoyed talking to Sir Brian and to all of you joining us live. Salamat po.
Thank you so much, Sir Brian and Miss Diane. It's been a great time learning about the offshore industry. I'm absolutely stoked about how Tachi provides amazing opportunities for talented Filipinos out there, ensuring they receive the benefits and salaries they truly deserve. So it's incredible to see a company really that values its member and their contribution. So I'm looking forward to expanding our team and bringing more awesome individuals on board to join this incredible journey with us. So, Sir Brian, as a small token of our gratitude, we present you with this well-deserved certificate of appreciation. It's a testament to your brilliance and the impact you've made on all of us today. So again, thank you so much, Sir Brian, for sharing your wisdom and being an outstanding speaker. And of course, to the beautiful moderator for this talk, Ms. Diane, thank you so much. All right. So as your friendly host, I want to do a quick energy check in with all of you. How are you feeling so far in this awesome event, guys? Comment rock star if you're still with us. How are our Kumu viewers? Again, to our Kumu viewers, if you want to join our raffle, just join to the YouTube link and our team will upload that in the comment section. So, are you pumped up and ready for more, or could you use a little both? We know that everyone has absorbed a lot of knowledge today, and we need to replenish our energy to continue learning. So we will be having a short break. But along with that, our online job fair is now open. So our job positions will be shown on the screen. So if you think you are fit for a specific position, then please send out your resume with the subject line, name of the position, with an attached resume. So the link is in the comment provided by our team. So just click there and send your resume. Our recruitment team will be standby because we will have an initial screening and you can be interviewed via Zoom. So I will call our moderators for this job fair, Lou and Jen, to answer some of your questions. So the afternoon session will start in a bit, so don't go because we have some exciting topics to talk about. So see you guys later.
Hello again. Good afternoon, rock stars.
Hello, hello. Happy Saturday, Rockstar.
Yes, happy Saturday indeed. So again, for those who just tuned in right now, especially to our Kumu viewers out there, hello, my name is Jen.
And I am Lou.
And we are your from recruitment marketing team. So thank you so much for tuning in for our past conference today. And hi to our viewers in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So we are your hosts for today's virtual and job fair activity. And we are so excited to guide you through this unique experience. So I know most of you, I've seen here the familiar names of those people who are really following us whenever we do have live streams. It's across different social media platforms, either in Kumu, Facebook, YouTube, or LinkedIn. They are always here with us. So thank you so much. So now, aside from this specific giving of instructions, please be informed that our TA team are already contacting like those people who have registered into our FastCon job fair application form. So please make sure to keep your lines open and to have a good signal, okay? So yeah, so before we start with our, job fair, I would like to give, some instructions on and also tips on how to make the most of this specific event, okay? So first things first, as you can see on our instruction on the comment section below, please make sure to drop your full name and your position that you have applied. And if not, if ever you haven't filled out yet our registration form, the link is also stated on our comment section. Our recruiters, our Rockstar recruiters, will gonna be calling your registered number, so please make sure that you have a good access to a signal, okay? So first things, just to reiterate, this is just an initial call, okay? Please to expect that you will gonna be scheduled for another series of Zoom video interview, okay? Second, third is that do not be afraid to ask questions to our recruiters. They are the best persons to answer your queries, even if it's more into company culture, the job requirements, the job description, and how is the application process of Tachi outsourcing. So this is a great opportunity for you to explore, career path and to build a rapport with our recruiters. Okay, so sit back there and just relax while waiting for our recruiters to call you. Okay, and for those viewers naman na who are just here for our conference, so we have prepared videos and AVP for you guys. It's all about Tache. So they are our videos or short videos from our Kumu. So I'll just give this like an opportunity to plug, guys, that here with Tacha we do have an every Monday Kumu show. So again, it's every Monday at 5 p.m. So please stay tuned to YouTube, Facebook, and Kumu app of Tacha. And just to give also an FYI for those viewers who are excited for our third speaker and so our panelists, they will gonna be sharing their expertise and their and their stories about their topic few minutes from now. Okay, so again, please sit back and relax. So, and while waiting also for the first batch of candidates, as discussed, our TA team are currently calling some of the people who are some of our candidates who have dropped their names in here. So we will gonna be having like a mini game right after the AVPs. So make sure, guys, to check our AVPs, to check about Tache, who we are, what's our services, our culture, our core values. You're also gonna be hearing some employee testimonials that what is it to feels like to be part of a Tache community, and some also Rockstar team who have been hired due to job fair. Okay, so again, I'm gonna be back with you guys later on, and then I'm gonna be giving some prizes, raffle draws, and mini Q&A with regards if you do have questions or concerns with this job fair. Okay, so again, see you few minutes from now, and please enjoy this specific or the following AVs.
Ibibigay po namin sa inyo dito is not just entertainment sa ating mga communicants. We're also going to give you job
Opportunity. Yes.
We're here in the Gen Z show, or mas, well, for those na hindi po kilala, no, so or don't know yet, what's Gen Z? So Gen Z stands for Generation Career. You want to transition of working from the office to fully working remotely. So will that work for you? So that's the question or the topic that we're going to talk about today.
Clarifying what you really want is a huge step, and I think watching this kind of live or content or stream rather will help you clarify, do you really want this kind of an opportunity?
Ang daming opportunity, you just need to grab it. Like right now, if you want to start na, kami dito, Google form kami sa comment sections, just sign up, then start your work from home journey.
In Tache Careers, no, the pay that we give is above industry standards. So it's about time that we upgrade the standards of the Filipino talents.
Correct. We deserve more. We deserve more.
Yeah, our show is every Monday. That's 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Only here in F.A.S.T channel. That's the Gen Z show. Brought to you by Coach Floy and Coach Jamie. We're here to bring you opportunities and something that you will learn on a day-to-day. All of our communities watching us right now, welcome to the Gen Z show. So this is the Generation Career show. Not just going to talk about your career, but we're also to give you here opportunities, no, job opportunities.
Kinakabahan ng mga tao pag tinatanong sila, can you introduce yourself? Of course, I will introduce myself as a social media expert or something like that, and then I will discuss my experience, ano yung nagawa ko during yung time na nagso-social media marketing ako.
So Jamie, ano ba yung mga ginawa mong preparations when it comes to your resume?
Okay, so yung as mentioned, ayun nga, nilagyan ko ng yung portfolio ko ng mga some results that I did dun sa mga nagawa ko as a social media manager, and then also I also highlighted all the things na nasabi sa akin.
Alam mo yun, di ba? Parang nakakatakot, then you will have your self-doubts kasi you don't think na you are fit for this specific job or career. So, paano mo na-overcome yung part na yan?
Talagang pinipilit ko yung sarili ko na kailangan hindi ka ma-down, or kasi kaya ikaw lang maniniwala sa sarili mo. Kailangan mong maniwala
Exactly,
sa
yes.
sarili mo na kaya mo. Kasi walang tao na maniniwala sa sarili mo kundi ikaw lang.
Ano pa yung mga other things na nakatulong sa'yo by pursuing virtual assistants?
Yun nga, financially, parang sobrang laki ng tulong sa akin. Kasi ngayon, may savings ako, may investment ako, may insurance.
Yeah. So ano yung naging preparations from your side, Gwen?
Yung sa mga clients ko na virtual assistant, so ina-assist ko sila sa daily task nila sa email. yung mga email nila, inbox management. Ako nag-schedule ng meetings nila with
Ang
their
love language
clients.
ko is words of affirmation. So,
Oh,
kapag
same.
may naririnig akong something na nakakompliment yung,
Good job.
yung work ko, right? Mas
Yeah.
nagpe-perform kasi na better.
I think a lot, really, like majority of all the employees, I think some say that it's okay not to be recognized, but the bottom of their hearts, of course, they would really love to, to
of
hear.
course. I
Like, good
believe
job.
We do have this weekly meeting with our team, and that's when we get to meet our boss, and then she would ask for some updates as well, and then somehow we also get recognized for that one and talk about some of the things that we need to work more on, or also celebrate small wins.
Prepare yourself. So preparing yourself by how? By adding more skills in your portfolio, or meaning you have to let yourself learn more things in order for you to make sure that you get Filipino talent different when it comes to, let's say, other countries.
If you look at it from a foreign perspective, it's like Filipinos really are known in other countries to be great entertainers. So for example, it's like if you go to any European country specifically, or like in other like Asian country, is like when you talk about Filipinos, the first thing that comes into mind is talent, but then they typically equate talent as like singing, dancing. On the other end of the spectrum, you have really, like, let's say, really skilled or professional work like engineering and accounting. When I say professional, it means like you need a specific degree, you need like a licensure from a board or somewhere. Meaning technically that is also talent. But then the more common role, for example, in the outsourcing industry, let's say CS, whether it's customer service, where you're picking up the phone, which actually was my first job while I was in college. It also involves talent, like meaning like talking to someone, trying to solve the problem, figuring out what to do. I mean, it involves talent, because meaning it's something that like you get better the more you do it. And that's why we're particular with using the word talent, because it's not just something that you clock in at 8 a.m., log out at 5, and then just forget about it the entire shift. It's really more like every single thing you do, it contributes to you getting better at it, which is no different from any other talent.
Why do you think foreign companies are they have started to hire Filipino talents? What do they prefer when it comes to, let's say, they get to compare it with other nationalities?
From a macro level, or meaning from an industry level, the Philippines has already established its reputation for its affinity with the English language. I mean,
Yes.
the Philippines it still ranks as one of the best English-speaking country in the world. So when you partner that with cost, then that kind of puts Philippines up there in the top 1, 2, 3 countries. And then not just in terms of language, in terms of the cultural affinity as well.
Why are we going to push for Filipino talents to try to
Enter
part of
actual
the
sales.
outsourcing industry?
Regardless of your profession, whether you're a teacher, nurse, engineer, like even doctors, I've worked with a number of people from those fields as well, even lawyers, for example, who tried outsourcing simply because it provides an opportunity to expand your horizon and to learn. Working, for example, with foreign companies, it would give you a really like immense perspective in terms of new things to learn, new perspective to.
One of the common mistakes that an applicant get to commit is that all sorts of their job responsibilities in their resume is there. And the thing is that those things are not that important for you to mention, and it's eating up so much of your resume.
For the sake lang na humaba yung resume,
Yes.
sir. No?
When it comes to resume preparation, if you can put all of the things you want to say in a maximum of at least 2 pages, that will do already. What should you prioritize? No? Let's say, you get to, in the span of 10 years, you get to work with 10 companies. It depends if it's very much relevant to the job application you're applying.
Number 2 that you should avoid is lack of job search preparation. So the third
po is lack of job seeker confidence. So ito yung one of the most challenging kasi if you're not really confident on the job that you're looking for or the job that you're applying for, makikita kasi yun eh. The HR will see it.
No? So if you get to put specific skills there, might as well also set an example how you were able to acquire that skill. Let's say I'm good in Excel. When I was in this company A, I was able to generate, let's say, 1 million companies because
there's a result.
You have to be specific. And at the same time, you have to put there the result of how you were able to acquire that skill.
The next one is relying only on posted job openings. So, many job seekers pursue only announced openings and do not really use proactive approaches. Because there are so plenty na sir. This is the digital world now. We can, just look at the job position that you want. There are plenty of opportunities.
I would like to highlight what we have in Tache, not just the job opportunities that we give to people, but of course, if you want to work with global bosses, you want to work with, let's say, in an offshore setup, we have those kind of opportunities in Tache, but not just those. We also offer learning opportunities. So, in fact, we'll have an event. For those who don't know yet, we'll have an event this coming January 28th. That will be on a Saturday. That's from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. That's Get Hired from Home web conference. So we have 7 speakers.
Okay, so again, guys, let me just give you a summary of our topic from today. So, common job searching mistakes that you should avoid. Number 1, lack of career or job focus. Number 2, lack of job search preparation. Number 3, lack of job seeker confidence. And number 4, relying only on posted job openings. Number 5, sending out inadequate resumes. And number 6, failing to network.
Who don't know what a career fair is, sige nga, Lu, can you also help us? What's a career fair? What's the difference of a career fair as compared with, like, for example, you just apply through online, you get to see a job posting.
Yes. So unlike in the traditional ways of hiring, pre-pandemic, we used to hold physical job fair, right? I mean, it's very common to companies, so they have to go on site, they have to be interviewed. So basically, we're just doing that one in a virtual platform. So I guess the main difference lang po when they just apply via, say, JobStreet or even on Facebook, since we post job ads on Facebook, they have to wait longer time.
Yeah.
For our team to contact them, because well, it's a fact that there are a lot of candidates who are applying here in Tache every day, so we have to cater to all of them. So the feedback will really take longer time unless you apply via the career fair or the virtual career fair. Then our team will be able to assess them in real time, kumbaga. So it's also live.
Once they get to be screened, it's a shorter process. Basically, you'll have a chance to get a job faster by attending a career fair like what we have. What should be in the resume when it comes to your your qualifications to be noticed right away by the recruitment specialist or recruitment officer?
So actually, the very first thing that we looked at, or all recruiters would look at from the resume, is really the work experience. So when I interviewed a candidate, her last employment was not the most recent one or the previous job before she applied here in Tachi. So I really had to double check on that. So to save time, maybe indicate that one. Update your work experience, and not only update your work experience, but make sure that those experiences are related to the job that you're applying, because that would make your credibility, or like your experience, more solid.
People tend to make general claims, like for example, your good communication skills without backing them up with examples. Parang it's nonsense. Almost everyone uses that kind of strategy to emphasize what are you good at.
My next question, is that Are you also do you guys also give importance to the cover letter of the applicants?
Yeah, we do take time, of course, to read that one because, to give justice to their effort. That way, we would also parang really get an idea how or what their professional background is because I think that's really the aim of the cover letter, right? So to support your resume.
What are the other things that I should take note of when it comes to a career fair? So is it important for you to make sure that you also have to take care of whatever you post over in social media? Because I mean, Lou, do you stalk your applicants?
I have a confession. Yes. Yeah, but most of the time, sir, we look into the professional social platform of
Mhm.
candidates that is LinkedIn. So it
Mhm.
would really be helpful if their LinkedIn profile is also updated.
Updated.
Yeah, so that we can parang cross-check their resume and their LinkedIn.
Ako, sir, I would say yes, because the personality, the majority ng personality of a person reflects kung ano yung pinopost niya on social media. Make sure na somehow they see the skills that you have. I mean,
Mhm.
it shows there. And like for
Yeah.
me, for example, I do social media management and I post some things about social
So it
media
is
as
well
well.
known that the best job is doing what you are interested in, and you should forget about the time and enjoy what you do. But how can you do it? How can you know that you found the right job? Since it's Valentine's Day, why not we talk about something about love? Our topic is all about how to fall in love with your career. So here with me is an email copywriter and product launch strategist, Joshua Luna.
Hi,
How are
Jamie.
you?
Doing
I love
great.
that you're wearing red right now. Valentine's Day. So, what is it about your work that initially attracted you to do it? Like, what is the main reason?
I'm not tied
Mhm.
into an office, but I'm tied with the freedom that
How do you think they can do to enjoy the work that they have right now, even though hindi pa sila ganon ka-attached to it?
there are steps that you have to know, and always starts with what are the things that I want to get from what I'm
Mhm.
currently doing right now.
And the one thing that you need to do is mag-a-adjust ka. You have to adjust. You have to like what you're doing, or kahit hindi like, you have to accept it for you.
Another insight. It's good that you bring that out. One way for you to know if you really like what you're currently doing right now is to audit yourself and tie it up with your project or with the work that you're doing.
How do you set your goals for your work? Because sometimes, if you don't love your work, you're just lost. You feel lost. I experienced that before. I am a social media manager, and during that time, yung mga first months ko sa pagiging social media manager, I don't really like it, but I fell in love in the process. And then I came up with the goals that I have using the career that I have right now.
Well, the easiest way that I always do is to set it as an income goal. Then I break it I break it down into what are the action steps that I need for me to get from this income to that income. It's always in the macro and micro thing. So macro is your income goal, and then you divide your income goal into micro.
A good relationship can lead to better communication, a positive work environment, and even opportunities for career growth. On the other hand, a bad relationship with your boss can be stressful, demotivating, and even affect your mental health.
When it comes to effective communication, can you help us identify what for you is an effective communication, and how can it help improve your relationship with your boss?
I believe the best way to have effective communication with your boss is to add value. And so oftentimes we we forget that we have our own creative ideas, we have experiences that can all culminate to adding valuable experiences, not only to our bosses, but to the overall company. So I always say, keep the first thing in mind is to be valuable and assess what is valuable for you privately and then bring it to the table.
What are some ways for you to actively listen?
The first thing I'd say is really listen and then look at nonverbal cues. Give them eye contact. Give them your ear. Stand at a posture where you're at eye level with them. And don't interrupt. Don't think about what you're going to say next, because you may need the time to process what they've said, evaluate it, and then give an answer. Even if they don't give you the task directly, you can take initiative by going in and exploring to see if there's a way that you can provide a solution to this pain point, or if there's a task that they find that they've communicated even lightly in passing that they're unable to do. Take the initiative and get it done for them.
And up to what point can you give personal stuff that I don't know, it should be as personal as possible? So will that be okay when it comes to you building a relationship with your boss?
Well, I'm a firm believer in establishing healthy boundaries. And so it's up to you to assess how much you want to share. You should never feel like you're being threatened to share more information than what you're comfortable with. There are respectful ways to say that I do not wish to discuss this, or I can elaborate further and protect the integrity of your privacy without compromising it just for the sake of saying that this is my boss and they ought to know everything.
Look at the history of work, no? It's been the work-life balance concept has been existing for quite some time now, and even after the industrialization, the work-life balance concept has been introduced because people tend to work really, really hard, no? And they fail to set the boundary between their life, which is outside work, and their work per se. Since the pandemic, no, or even a little bit before the pandemic, the concept of work-life balance has actually evolved. There has been a new concept called work-life integration. When we talk about balance, no, you always think about 50-50. No? Kailangan equal yung buhay ko sa work ko, no? And you tend to put a boundary in between, no? But the concept actually has evolved because of the changing demands of our work. The customer landscape has also changed, has also evolved significantly over the years. Work-life integration is actually trying to eliminate the boundary in between.
Kind of an accident on how I landed this career. Well, same industry though. I'm into marketing, so sales and marketing. And then later on, when I transferred to hospitality industry, design consultancy firm, I kind of shifted to handling clients, specifically on clients like the developers via what do you call this? Those that build hotels. Very fundamental on how I landed this career, because I realized that even with my friends and family members, I'm very empathetic towards them. So I think I carried that towards handling clients. So I guess, yeah, maybe it helped me on how I manage my accounts for my clients. You know, when you manage your time, there's no consistency to it. It's a learning process. And I think what's fundamental for me personally is that I don't get consumed by the urgency, and the urgent doesn't take the space of what's important. As I start my day, I do what's really important among all the items on my list.
Identifying those fears, you can be more proactive in seeking out opportunities and taking calculated risks that can propel your careers moving forward. It can also help us kasi recognize yung mga barriers that are preventing us to reaching the full potential that we have, especially in our chosen field. Understanding this root causes of fears, we can develop strategies to overcome them and pursue the career aspirations with more confidence. So I think this is really important for us to identify yung mga fears na nag-hold back sa atin to grow.
Failure is something that is very common. I mean, you need these failures in order for you to grow. So, but there's also a saying that I never fail in one thing. It's either I win or I learn something.
And I think you should also set achievable goals
break down your larger goals into smaller ones, more manageable steps. Because
That's
you need to celebrate each small success along the way. Kasi minsan, Sir Floyd, we don't see the progress that we have because we don't celebrate it, even the smallest one.
I've been in a lot of sectors, mostly customer service. I'm an IT by profession. By the way, I'm licensed CCNA and CCNP, and I'm a Green Belt Six Sigma. In the customer service industry, I've been doing that for like 18 years now. Customer service is simply the backbone of all businesses. Without good customer service,
Correct.
you won't have loyal customers that plays a vital role to the success of every business. Good customer service highly impacts that. In a nutshell, good customer service is simply being able to promptly respond to what your customer needs, sensitive to what your customer wants, resolve and act on their issues right away. In short, giving them an excellent customer experience. Many of the people doesn't know that there is such group we call internal and external customers. Your internal customers are the people that you work with every day. They may also be your suppliers or anyone that has a direct correlation or relationship with your business. Your external customers are the people that patronizes your service or your product. Whatever the internal customer provides to the external customer simply impacts the decision whether stay loyal to you or they would not. The good customer service directly impact both internal and external customer simply because if the internal customers are providing the great experience to your external customers, your external customers will be able to make decisions. They have a strong influence in your marketability. Remember that if our external customers finds value to what we offer and they are satisfied, they're happy,
other different areas in Takasura. I have a lot on my plate, but you know what? I can still achieve work-life balance early touching because we have an advanced accounting system. I follow Tachi Careers on Facebook and I saw a live video there. Then I registered to the registration link for the job fair along with my application. And you know what? I was immediately called and
Very short Q&A. So I do have here three questions, and if you guess it right or if you answered it right, it will amount to, or the prize is 100 peso grab, food or grocery vouchers. Okay. So for this one, what I need you to do is to type in like the first person who can type in, who can answer the correct. I mean, who can give us the correct answer in our chat box will be considered as the winner. Okay, so keyboard warriors in there, unleash it and make sure that you have, because this is also like another way for us to check if you have really viewed our AVPs, if you have
Right.
really checked our social media channels, if you followed our social media channels, and if you have viewed this specific conference since the moment that we have started this one, there's no way that you can answer these three easy questions. Okay, so are you ready?
Are you guys ready? Please send a thumbs up in the comment section if you are ready, and good luck.
Okay, so yeah, so for the first question, guys, is of course I'm gonna be also, our team are also gonna be typing it here in our YouTube channel. Okay, so the first question is, what is the full company name of Tache?
All right. So we keep saying Tache only, Jen, right? So I'm very, very curious to know who among our viewers are, checking as to the full details of Tache.
Yes, correct. Kajan Lu. So we, although there's also, it's also one way of for us to say that our company is pronounced Atache. So
Mm-hmm.
it's also like an inside joke for us. Like, how do you pronounce your company? Is it touch? Is it, I know I'm not so sure, but other people's won't got it correctly, guys.
Uh-huh.
But if you have seen our AVP a while ago, we have there enlisted like what's the history of our company, when did it started, like our humble beginning, so on and
Right.
so forth. So yeah, so we have a winner.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we have a winner.
Okay, we have a winner. Her name is Ruth Kutaran. Ruth Kotaran, congratulations. You are the winner of our 100 food voucher. So, Ruth, as part of the process in here, make sure that you have followed Tacha Careers Facebook page and you message to us your most updated email address connected to your Grab so that we can send to you the certificates. Okay? So, are
Yeah.
you ready for the next question?
Before we go into the second question, Jen, I would just like to acknowledge the answer of Maybe Basalo because it's really complete, like literally complete. She has
Like
a
the
lot of
incorporated.
information. Yes.
Macy, you could be the winner if you just type there to INC. But yeah, of course, there are still a lot of questions out there for you guys. So yes, so the next question is, I know if you have been like a consistent follower with us, if you have been viewing our conference since before this job fair started, and if you have been really like have a chance to join our job fair, so this question is not really new to you guys. Okay, so this is where we have checked you know um how keen you are to details. Okay, so my question is, who is Tache's CEO and founder? Guys, there's no way
Oh.
for you not to know this one because this person has, just had been our speaker earlier. I will not gonna be tell if he's the first or the second speaker, but I know. So for those people who have really watched our conference since 10 a.m. up to now, who has been our consistent viewer since earlier, you would know this and you would know who am I referring to. Again, just dropping by. So for those who have tuned in, who is Thatch's CEO and founder.
I guess you have a winner, Jen.
Yes, we do have Maisie Basalo. So Maisie, congratulations. You are the winner of our Grab Food voucher. So Maisie, please do follow the official Facebook page. Not just the Facebook, the Instagram. We are also in Instagram, in TikTok, in LinkedIn, in YouTube. So please make sure to follow the social media platforms of Tachi Outsourcing Services Incorporated. But we are named as Tachi Careers. That's the official recruitment platform of Tachi. Please make sure to like our social media pages and please also make sure to send your email credentials connected to your Grab account. Okay. And the third question would that be okay? So if you have seen also our AVP or if you have checked our website, you will know what will my third question is all about. So have you guys checked Tatcha's website? Did you did a little bit of research about what is Tache, who is Tache? So I'm pretty much sure because some of you guys have answered and some of those people in here have really checked with Tache. So in our website, there are three core values of Tache. Okay, so Tache has three core values. Okay, so my question is, what's the three core values of Tache?
Okay, so if you're not so confident, guys, Jen already gave you a clue on where to look for the answer.
Yes, guys, this should not gonna be like if you just check on your screen, guys, the answer is there. You don't need, yes. Guys,
Oh yeah.
again, there's a difference between our culture and our values, okay? My question is, what are the three core values of Tache? Okay, so someone there is just typing, they are still typing, they are really checking. Okay, so guys, while waiting for for the person to get this correct answer, okay? So while waiting for that one, we are really proud and we are really happy to share these core values, guys. This has been our core values since at the beginning. We will gonna be celebrating our 11th year this coming September, so stay tuned for that one, guys. We have really prepared like a lot of activities starting from now until the end of the calendar year. So please make sure to subscribe to us on our newsletters. So make sure that you are updated to our events and happenings here with Dache, okay? So yeah, so this has been our core values from the very beginning, and this has been, the reason why we have been, you know, um, into this industry for a very long time. So I've seen here. Okay, we have got the correct. I know, Janice, that you have answered the straight up honesty, which is correct. But my question is, what are the three core values of Tache? So, as you can see, what's my keyword in there? If you had just been, into details, it's been flashed already. It's in our backdrop. It's in here, like the core values of Tache. So, what are the three core values of Tache? We do have the straight up honesty, the hassle free communication, and the die hard service. So, congratulations, Mr. John Delton Barade. John Delton
Congrats.
Barade, congratulations. You are the winner of a 100 peso Grab and grocery food voucher. How to claim it? Make sure that you have followed all of our social media platforms, the Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, TikTok, and YouTube. And also, please don't forget to send us an email with regards with your email address or number which is incorporated with your Grab account. Okay, congratulations, Sir John Dalton Barade. Guys, this is not really the end of our raffle draw and our mini games. We will gonna be giving like a raffle, still a raffle draw of gift certificates and one grand raffle winners for a grab for a 500 grab food voucher. So it can be availed as a grab food, it can be availed as a grab grocery or a grab car or a grab taxi voucher. Okay, so please stay tuned our for an update of our recruitment team. Right now are really having like a bunch of job fair attendees that we have right now. Our team are still currently calling like a number of registrants. So for those who have have who have registered in our job fair, thank you so much for your interest to be part of the Thatcher Rockstar community. We have already overwhelmed with regards with the number of applicants that that we are really receiving in each of our job fair every month. And you've heard it correct, guys. Our virtual job fair is every month. So please do expect also like a series of postings on our social media platforms for our June virtual job fair. Okay, so right now our going back, our team is currently, are still currently handling a lot of calls right now. So please make sure to keep your lines open, to keep your number active, and then please also make sure to be attentive on your phones. Okay, so initially, guys, it's just to set expectations. These are just initial phone screens. If you pass on the phone screens, you will going to be scheduled for a Zoom video interview, which will be sent to your personal email address and which you have also registered on the form. So make sure that you check your email and your phone from time to time. Okay. So while waiting for some of our candidates to be called. So again, for those who are waiting also for the third and panelist speakers, I know guys that you are so excited now to be part of this specific conference. So please stay tuned. Few minutes from now, our third speaker, who is Sir Joel Pamo, which is also one of the Duchess Rockstar Gem. So he is our third speaker. So please make sure to stay tuned. AVP's videos will going to be played in here, so you will get to know more about Tache. We will going to be playing also like mini games later on, so please make sure to know more about Tache and to follow our social media pages. And for you also, for those who have just tuned in, guys, we are still in our job fair. It's still open. So please make sure to drop your full name and the position that you are applying for in this comment section. For those or watching also in our Kumu platform, please make sure to drop your full name and the position that you are applying for, and make sure also to be updated on the latest news and events by following our social media platforms. Okay, so stay tuned, guys. I see you in a bit. Bye bye.
Ang ibibigay po namin sa inyo dito is not just entertainment sa ating mga communicants. We're also going to give you job
Opportunity. Yes.
Hi, my name is Steph and I'm one of the Tachi accountant and this is my career journey. My duties and responsibilities are invoicing, disbursement, preparing financial statements, and I am able to attend the weekly meeting with the executives and some other different areas in the hospital. I have a lot on my plate, but you know what? I can still achieve work-life balance for Hitachi because we have an advanced accounting system. I follow Hitachi Careers on Facebook and I saw a page there. Then I registered to the registration link for the job fair along with my application. And you know what? I was immediately called and interviewed by the TA team. And after 2 to 3 days, I got a good news because I was hired in Hitachi. Fellow accountants and all inspiring candidates there, if you are looking for a job that could give you stability and fulfillment, grab this opportunity and join in our upcoming virtual job fair on November 30th. Starts at 3 p.m. Be part of our Rockstar community. Be part of Tachi.
Hi, my name is Giselle and I do have a team leadership role in Tachi's IT department. My duties and responsibilities are generally making sure that we're able to meet the deadlines, finish the deliverables for the day, double checking if the work has been done properly, and continuously seeking how we can improve our process. To be an employee of Tachi is an honor, a responsibility, and a challenge. It is an honor since I found Tachi as a gem amidst all the companies that I have applied back then, and this is where I have grown a lot professionally and personally. It is a responsibility because even though I'm closely working with the client, I'm still bringing the name of Tachi with me. And it is a challenge as I have to keep up the fast pace of working in an IT industry. My advice for people who find it difficult to level up of their career, learn how to be confident with yourself and especially with your skills and your talent. 5 years ago, I never imagined myself working in an IT world, but now here I am. When I applied for this job, I never had any certainty, but I still took the risk knowing that I had the skills and the qualifications that they need. And if you're already confident that you have what it takes, believe me when I say this that your time will come, so just don't give up. Tips on things and how we can level up. Rev up your resourcefulness because that's really helpful. Improve your soft skills as well, and I would suggest to focus on the core values of the company you're working with. Most companies need their employees to truly embody their core values, and if they're seeing that with you, they would have a high confidence that you'll be a good role model for your other teammates. Lastly, again, continuous improvement is really vital, so don't stop learning and everything else will follow. Thank you. Hi, my name is Giselle, and I do have a team leadership role in Tachi's IT department. My duties and responsibilities are generally making sure that we're able to meet the deadlines, finish the deliverables for the day, double checking if the work has been done properly, and continuously seeking how we can improve our process. To be an employee of Tachi is an honor, a responsibility, and a challenge. It is an honor since I found Tachi as a gem amidst all the companies that I have applied back then, and this is where I have grown a lot professionally and personally. It is a responsibility because even though I'm closely working with the client, I'm still bringing the name of Tachi with me. And it is a challenge as I have to keep up the fast pace of working in an IT industry. My advice for people who find it difficult to level up of their career: learn how to be confident with yourself and especially with your skills and your talent. 5 years ago, I never imagined myself working in an IT world, but now here I am. When I applied for this job, I never had any certainty, but I still took the risk knowing that I had the skills and the qualifications that they need. And if you're already confident that you have what it takes, believe me when I say this that your time will come, so just don't give up. Tips on things and how we can level up. Rev up your resourcefulness because that's really helpful. Improve your soft skills as well, and I would suggest to focus on the core values of the company you're working with. Most companies need their employees to truly embody their core values, and if they're seeing that with you, they would have a high confidence that you'll be a
here in Tache. So we have some vacancies in the accounting division, admin, digital marketing, IT, and customer service, and even engineering and architecture positions here. So if you haven't registered yet, or if our team were not able to call you yet, please just hold on for a little while because we are receiving, a volume of applications for now, and they're probably also calling other candidates. And also, before we proceed with our third speaker, we would like to give away more Grab food vouchers. So we are giving away 2 more 200 Grab voucher. Okay, so let me just share my screen. So I hope you were able to, or you are still in our audience right now, guys, in case you win this raffle. Okay, so I hope you can see my screen now. Let us now draw our first ever 200 Grab voucher winner. So congratulations to Ruby Mecca. Congratulations. Please message us on Facebook, Tache Careers, to know more on how you can receive your prize. Now for our second winner of the 200 Grab voucher, we have Apple Sinden. Wow, congratulations, Miss Apple. Please message us on Facebook. All right, now I'll give the floor to our host, Jamie, to facilitate the welcoming of our third speaker. Congratulations once again to all the winners.
All right. Thank you, Jen and Lou, for moderating the job fair.
It was a fun experience, right, for everyone. And congratulations to those who won some prizes. I know everyone enjoyed the job fair. And again, you can still send your resume as our recruiters are still looking for job applicants. So again, click the link in the comment box to apply. Also, before we move forward with our event, we'd also like to take a moment once again to give a special shout out to our amazing community partners. Their collaboration and support have played a crucial role, and we really appreciate it that they made this event possible. So a big virtual thank you again to our Kumu partner, to Kumu online Filipino freelancers, Philippine home-based virtual assistants, creative and advertising professionals, and AutoCAD draftsman drafter for. We truly appreciate their dedication to promoting knowledge sharing and collaboration in our community. So again, guys, to all our viewers from Kumu and on YouTube, please show your appreciation in the chat by sending applause, emojis, and words of gratitude for our fantastic community partners. So let's make sure they know how much we value their support in bringing the virtual event to life. Now, going back to our program, of course, let me introduce our third speaker for today. So, an accomplished IT professional with over 15 years of experience in the BPO industry. He has expertise in customer service, sales, tech support, and back office, and has handled various accounts in healthcare, hospitality, telco, retail, and more. He is also a licensed financial advisor, Cisco certified, and a certified Lean Six Sigma Green. With his corporate experience and a background as a former professor, he is a skilled career speaker and management team building facilitator and is the ideal partner for any organization looking to grow and succeed. And now I have one question for you guys. Have you ever wondered how certifications can impact your career opportunities and what doors they can offer for you? Now, to talk about the power of upskilling, maximizing your employability and certifications, please welcome Mr. Joel Pamo. Hi, sir. Oh, sorry, sir, you're on mute.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everything is doing okay. And welcome to F.A.S.T conference. I think this is the third session. So today we'll be speaking about the power of upskilling, maximizing your employability with certifications. Again, my name is Joel Pamo, and we'll be speaking more about that as we go along. Okay. So nowadays, most of the our high school graduates, one thing that's
sorry to
confusing them.
interrupt you, sir. Is it okay if you share your screen for the presentation,
Oh,
please?
yes, sir.
Thank you,
I
sir.
thought you're sharing. Okay, let me share.
All right, we can see your screen now, sir. Thank you.
Awesome. So the power of upskilling, maximizing your employability with certifications. Again, my name is Joel Pamo. I'm a Green Belt Lean Six Sigma certified, and I'm also CCNA and CCNP, and I'm also PMP certified. So we'll talk more about that as we go along on how certification nowadays would impact your ability to get hired. Because I'm pretty sure job seekers over there go to this job websites, and I'm pretty sure you'll see the most popular one, Job Street, either bachelor's degree required or certified or certification preferred. So we'll talk more about that as we go along. So to jumpstart our conversation, when I was in the academy, most of my students would ask me, the graduating students in the IT field would ask me, what will they do after graduation? Will they find a job, or would they advance their skills to getting master's degree, simply because they thought that if they have the master's degree, they have the higher ability to be hired, or the probability to be hired, and getting higher salary. So those are the things that we will talk more as we go along to our conversation today. So my question to our audience is, what is your priority? Is it getting a degree or getting a certificate? Which path should you take? Completing a degree or getting a certificate first? I will answer that later on, but let us define first. What is the difference between a degree and getting a certificate? I'm not sure if everyone is familiar or everyone knows that there are two types of degrees, or there are two types of studies. The undergraduate studies, which we have 2 degrees, and we call that associate degree and bachelor's degree. And the graduate studies, which is your master's degree and your doctoral degree. So you might be confused when you say, what is your undergraduate course and what is your graduate course? So those are just the studies of that. So a degree is usually an academic title that you receive after completing several years of education on a specific course that you have completed. So maybe in the IT field, in the medical field, or in the financial field. Usually degree is long-term. You spend minimum 2 years for associate degree, and minimum 4 years for bachelor's degree that can take up to 5 to 7 years if you take it part-time. A certificate, on the other hand, is a document that states that you have completed a specific skill or training that will prepare you to a specific job. Usually, certification takes minimum of 3 months to 2 years. So the question is, which path should I take? Should I complete my degree first, or should I get my certificate first? So what are the advantages of getting your degree first versus getting your certificate first? So let's have a comparison. Degree, as I mentioned earlier, will take you around 2 to 7 years, depending. If you take your undergraduate, then move on to graduate. So it takes longer time to complete. It's more expensive simply because it's longer time. We know very well how much in the Philippines the tuition fee is nowadays compared to before. You have more courses to complete though, which means it's more in-depth. Even though it's based on theory, it's more in-depth when it comes to learning. There are more subjects that you need to study. Getting a degree would require you high school diploma first, which means you have to complete your diploma first. If you go to, if you will apply for a job, more often than not, here in the Philippines, they would require that you complete a degree. So if you go to, if you browse the internet and go to job websites and all the stuff, you will see there BS in accountancy required or completed, or bachelor's degree required when you apply. So that's one thing. Also, if you get a degree, you have the higher probability of getting for higher position. And most organizations or most companies that offers certifications require having a degree for advanced learning. So that's having that degree. But how about having a certificate? What's the advantage? What's the disadvantage? Having a certificate requires shorter time to accomplish, which means lesser cost. You'll save more money because you complete lesser courses. In 3 months' time, you'll be able to complete your certificate in IT for, let's say, technical field. I am able to complete my Lean Six Sigma Green Belt in less than 6 months. And I am able to complete my PMP certification in less than 2 years. And I'm able to get my certification in Cisco in around 2 years, or less than 2 years, both CCNA and CCNP. The good thing about having a certificate is simply because it's short term and the focus is more on practical skills, developing that skills, you are able to do some specific hands-on activities that you can use on the job right away. That's the good thing there. May or may not require high school diploma. It depends on the certification that you are taking. Again, you have to do your research first. Not required by most companies, but could be preferred. And again, with nowadays, with the evolution of technology, most companies, even I myself, would look at candidates that already has that existing certification that they need for a specific position. Let's say, for example, in the field of information technology, most companies need network administrators that will make sure that their internet connectivity across the organization. So they need network professionals, they need network supervisors and all those stuff. Even though you have not completed your degree, as long as you have your certification, even though you have not completed your master's degree, as long as you have your certification, there is a higher probability that these companies would hire you. Project management, you can use that in any other field. It's not just in the IT field. You can use that in the construction field. You can use that in any field in the corporate world, as long as there are specific processes that you need to look at and you need to focus on. Project management plays a vital role to that, and most organizations would prefer people with either experience on that or having that certificate, rather than just simply completing the degree. Having that certificate will also help you fasten your ability to learn faster, the quicker learning curve or faster learning curve, which means improved productivity or better productivity, which in the corporate world, these companies will obviously have a faster impact to their revenue, which means their ROI of paying your salary will already be realized. According to research, 91% of the companies hire applicants with certifications. So which means nowadays having a certificate plays a vital role in your employability. Now the question that you may ask me is, what certificate, Joe, what certificate will I get? What training should I complete? Let's talk more about that. Right? First, we have to understand what is your priority. Right? So how do we choose between completing a degree and a certificate? the misconstrued understanding of folks, especially our young adults nowadays that are completing their degree, is the belief that, okay, I need to finish my master's degree for me to get paid higher, for me to get that position, for me to be a manager nowadays. It's not always true now, simply because there are other companies that may not require advanced learning, but will still promote you as long as you have the experience and you have that capability. So, what are the things that we need to consider when choosing between getting a degree first versus getting a certificate? And trust me, based on my experience, because here in the Philippines, in the corporate Philippines, most companies now would require having a degree and would prefer having that certificate. So consider how quickly you will earn your credentials and start working. With inflation rates rising and all expenses, cost of living being increased by 7% every year, it is foreseen, it's projected that by next year, even though this year our cost of living increased by 7%, by next year it's projected to decrease by 5%. As long as our economy improve, and there are other factors that we can talk more about that in a different conversation. But again, you have to consider how fast you will earn that credential and start working so you can start earning your money. Think about what you want to prioritize first. Is it earning money or getting promoted to a position? Some would say, oh, I'll get my degree first because I want to be a manager after X number of years or X number of months. So after getting my bachelor's degree, I will enroll to master's degree. Consider also the field of expertise you want to work. Do your research. Traditionally, we know very well, maybe, I don't know, the young adults now compared to my time, parents usually decide your future. They will look at, they will tell you what course to take. In fact, before you even enter college or even before you graduate high school, they have already decided on what course you will be taking. Either you go to the medical field because they want you to go abroad, or you go to medical field because your family are all in the medical field, to that effect. But again, nowadays it's no longer like that because of the evolution of technology, and now the young adults have access to the internet, have access to every information. They're now very keen to what's going on and very much aware of what's going on in their environment. Usually they would decide. So my recommendation is do your research. Very important, do your research. Understand what you want and understand what you need and plan ahead. When I say plan ahead, it's not just like tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. It's not just within 5 years. It's more of plan ahead. If you're 20 years old now, plan ahead what's going to happen in the next 10, 20 years of your career. Plan how far you wish to advance your career, like what I mentioned. Both having a certificate and a degree would help. So, should I get a degree or should I get a certification? The answer is, and my recommendation is, you should get both. You get a degree and at the same time, get a certificate. It will increase your probability of getting hired. So, why is having a certificate way better? A lot of times, most folks would have that impression that having a bachelor's degree is enough because That's what my mom told me. You study very well. After you graduate, get a job. And once you get a job and you're earning, then maybe you can start getting your master's degree because your dad got his master's with that approach, and now he's a manager. And if you want to advance more, or you want to become a vice president in an organization, or you want to be a CEO, get your doctoral degree. And they have the impression that that's the only way to earn big money. And guess what? They're wrong. Having a certificate can equally give you the same. Okay, having a certificate can get you high pay as well, sometimes even higher. A Cisco network certified IT professional at startup can earn you around 40,000 here in the Philippines, minimum, to as high as 150,000, depending on your experience, and depending on the company, of course. A PNP certificate can earn you around base pay of 120 to 180, again, depending on your experience. Don't have that certificate, you will earn around having a certificate also allows you a shorter time and practical with equal or sometimes even more advanced skills required for the job. Of course, with the impact of cheaper educational costs because it's short term, most companies would prefer you because they know they have that confidence that simply because you passed that certification, you went through series of practical skills testing and exams and you made it. That gives that company the confidence that you can do the job. So since it's a short-term course and you may have as many certificates as you wish, whatever you think is best for you. But again, do your research. Make sure that what you're taking is what you really wanted in the long term in your future career. Don't just say, oh, okay, I want to be PMP certified because Joel is PMP. I'll do the same. It may not be applicable to you because your passion may be in the financial field, right? Or your passion may be in the digital world. Then PMP might not be suitable for you. Maybe you can get a digital marketing certification, or maybe you can get a Google certification, right? And we'll talk more about that later. Having a certificate also gives you higher rate to be interviewed and get hired. I've mentioned this multiple times since we started. Based on research, out of 10 applicants in a company of a specific role, 7 gets interviewed. And out of that 7 that gets interviewed, 4 to 5 of them are having certificate. The rest are experienced. And the good thing there is those that have that certification has the edge over the other applicants who doesn't have. Simply because from an HR point of view, this person has that skill. So we won't have to train that person anymore. So if I pay that person an enticing 180K, I will already realize my ROI in the next maybe 5-6 months, versus someone that doesn't have a certificate. We have to train, or we have to send them for training. We have to send them for certification, which is an added cost to the organization. See, so it's a give and take. Having a certificate will also gain you actual skills because it's practical approach, it's hands-on. You will have the ability to gain actual skills. So I'll pause there for a while, just in case you have questions, you can throw them. But again, guys, always do your research. It's not always the case that having a master's degree or doctoral degree will gain you higher salary. No, it's not. Uh, I have units in master's, but I didn't finish it because I realized I will be spending another 2 years getting my master's when in fact I will only be spending 3 to 6 months in my certification and I get the pay the same. So if your priority is getting paid higher, get your certificate. It's very important. But if you want it later on to be promoted to higher roles, then maybe that's the time you start thinking, should I get now my graduate degree? So that's my guidance to you. Now, let me give you quick tips on landing a job. Just based on my knowledge, based on my experience, based on what I know, based on what I do, I'm sharing you these tips in landing a job. First, you have to enhance your skills, get your base knowledge by completing either an associate degree or bachelor's degree, or in short, complete your undergraduate studies. After completing your undergraduate studies, then you get a certification. Identify what is in demand and identify what you think fits you and what you want to your career path to be in the next 5, 10, 15 years. Do you want to get a project management certificate, which is applicable across different organizations, which is more flexible, maybe longer a bit, maybe it may take you 2 years, depending. Or if you're an IT enthusiast, then you can go to Cisco and get your Cisco certification. But if you're if you're fond of social media, which most folks are now into, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, then go to digital marketing. I'm pretty sure you see those adverts in those social media things. That's digital marketing, advertising, digital marketing. So get your certification there. If you're fond of those. Get your Google certification. What's good thing with having a Google certification? It's not just limited or applicable to Google. Even though you've completed your certification with them, you can apply that with the other field. Google has designed their own PMP certification. They have digital marketing certification. They have data analytics certification. They have a lot of certification. And the reason why they did that is because at times when Google was expanding their business, they're looking for people that are qualified for the specific role that has that skill. Apparently, they were not able to find one, and they're having difficulties landing people with that skill that they need. So they decided to create their own certification, train folks, get them certified, internal to them, and then put them into these different positions. And that's why the certification of Google happened. Once you're done getting your certification, or while you're getting your certification, you can do this simultaneously. Earn experience. Very important. Strengthen your experience. If you are Microsoft certified, then get your Scrum, get your Azure, get your Agile experience. If you're in the digital marketing certification, then get into social media. Apply. Learn some web development. You know, the key here is apply what you learn, because getting that certification, getting that degree won't be helpful if you don't have that experience. So earn that experience, get that experience, strengthen the foundation, and put that in your resume. Now, in constructing your resume, make sure that it's succinct, straight to the point, high level. It's organized. Usually, when I'm doing interviews with applicants, I see resumes where they put in just bullet points and they start with the first company they work with and then they go to the bottom. There's no summary of their job role. When you're creating your resume, make sure that you also include the organization, the position that you had there, the duration of your tenure, and your main job description, high level. That would also help the interviewer understand and appreciate what you can offer to their organization. But after you put in your experiences, then you include your certificates, your achievements. It would help. And make sure that everything that you put in your resume are tangible and quantifiable. And then below there is maybe what you put in as your personal reference or personal information. That's just my guidance to you guys. And when you apply, make sure that you look for network profiles where you think most companies would also use. Let's say JobStreet. You create your professional network profile in JobStreet. You create your professional network profile in LinkedIn. Make sure that in LinkedIn, everything is in there. Okay. When you go to your job site profile, make sure also that it's similar to what your resume is telling you. If not, at least close to it. When you're also applying, you have to consider location, accessibility, and if you're willing to relocate, like me, you have to consider those two. So don't just click apply when you see an opening, say, okay, I'll apply for this position. You have to understand what you're applying for. You have to understand the role that you're applying for, the location of the company. Okay, very important. Now, let's say, for example, HR called you, which I'm pretty sure with what we're doing right now, a lot of folks will be called later on and say being interviewed and all. So this might help you. Before the interview, you make sure that you're prepared. And when I say you're prepared, you have to understand the profile of the company. What is the company? How long? What is their business? Everything about the organization would help. Usually, interviewers would ask you, so what do you know about our company? What do you know about, tell us what you know about our organization, what we do, right? Rather than them telling you what they do. If and when you're able to answer those questions, the interviewer will have that level of confidence that you know what you're talking about. That's a plus factor. Gather facts about the role, so understand the role. So if you're applying for a project manager, just make sure that you know what project management is all about. It's all about organizing. It's all about identifying problems and creating a solution to a specific timeline, and creating processes to control. If they need someone that is Six Sigma certified, then you have to understand SciPoc, you have to understand data, you have to understand processes, gaps. For the interview, you also have to try to start practicing articulating answers and try to anticipate possible questions that they will ask you in your resume. Plus, present yourself in a confident manner. The reason why applicants get nervous is when they didn't review or they didn't do their assignment. That's why you become nervous in your interviews. Well, Of course, there are others that are just simply getting nervous at being interviewed. Even I myself, with my experience, 20 years of working, 15 years in the BPO, more than 15 years in the BPO, after 16, 17 years in the BPO industry, 2 3 years in the telco industry, plus 5 years in the academy. Don't count my age, please. Um, I still get nervous sometimes, but if that only happens when I did do my assignment. But if you did your assignment, trust me, there's higher probability that you'll land the job. So um, here are my recommended certifications in no specific order. Uh, just it's just mine. But again, there are a lot of certifications out there that will help you boost your career later on. If you're into sales, um, the BPO nowadays is really one of the biggest booming industry in the organization. In fact, if not second, the third um, field that's helping the economy of the country. Um, the BPO industry is one of them, like what I said. Customer care position evolved in telemarketing and digital marketing. So Salesforce is a tool that sales professionals use, and getting a certification may be an additional factor in landing a role in the BPO specific to sales. If you are Salesforce certified, startup, you get around 60 to 80K depending on experience. Web and software development, I mentioned this earlier. In the IT sector, it's continuously evolving. We need developers. In fact, let me share this with you. In one of the organizations that I used to manage in the US, my client is in the US, but my developers are here in the Philippines. And I pay them, my junior web developer is around 50K. My senior web developer is around 120K. My manager is around 150K per month. And they have JavaScript, HTML, SQL certifications, web development certification. Project management. Project management is a very broad certification, guys. This is globally, it's a global certification by PMI, or Project Management Institute, which means even though you were certified here in the Philippines and you go abroad, you'll still be recognized, unlike others. You know, they would say, oh, you still need to be certified here. But if you're PNP certified, regardless of where, you'll still be recognized anyway. So project managers with PMP certificates earn higher salary compared to those that just have the experience. Highest, according to PMI, in 2022, project management certified folks, professionals, have the highest employability rate, which means in the corporate Philippines, they would hire a professional that has PMP certification. What's the advantage of that? It's simply because it's applicable across all organizations that has processes required, because project management focuses on timeline, processes, completion, errors, and all those stuff, and try to fix them. That's why we call it project management. You manage the startup until the completion of a specific project, right? It's a formal and recognizable certification globally, like what I mentioned, in the construction industry, software development industry, telco, financial industry, and an average salary, depending on experience, would be 150K to 450K if you are already an experienced with a degree project management professional. But for those that are starting up, that's around 120K to 180K, depending on the company. Another would be, I mentioned this earlier, Google Career certifications. Google created their own PMP certification, and they use that internally with your organization. But even though the, uh, you've gotten you've completed your certification in Google for project management, you can still apply that with a different organization. It's not, although it's not recognized by PMI, you can still use it. So Google partnered with Coursera, which is their training body or organization. So they can create your own certification for the position, right? So they have data analytics, they have IT automation with Python, they have Google Project Management, like what I mentioned. I really don't have the figures though on the minimum or average salary grade for Google certified folks, but I'm pretty sure they pay good money. You know, uh, why would I hire someone without a certificate anyway? Digital marketing. With the increasing level of brand engagement in the Philippines, and you see that everywhere, social media, the biggest platform that they use for digital marketing, um, it's a good thing. It's a good certification. I would recommend having digital marketing if you're not in the IT field, or even you're in the IT field, as long as you're an enthusiast of that. Um, they use SEO. I don't know if you guys heard that, the search engine optimization, SMM, the social media marketing, which I mentioned earlier. Content strategy um, is also something that is part of digital marketing. So taking that certification may be a good decision because nowadays. So like what I said, do your research, you know, uh, look for a certification that fits you and fits your career path that you've decided. Uh, and of course, the higher probability of being employed or landing a job. So uh, just make sure that make that wise decision. Understand what career path you want to take and understand what you want to prioritize as you go along. So that ends my guidance to you guys, my presentation, unless you have questions.
Right. Wow. What an incredible insight we've been learning together today, exploring the power of certification and maximizing your employability. Um, sorry. I hope you're feeling as inspired and empowered as I am right now. Remember, this is just the beginning of your exciting career transformation. Now it's time to pull all this newfound knowledge into action. Take a moment to reflect on your career aspirations and think about the certifications that align with your goals. So remember, this is your chance to level up and stand out in the competitive job market. So thank you, sir. So I actually have some questions. Siguro I'll go with the first question na lang before while we're waiting for our um participants to throw their questions. By the way, we have 422 viewers right now. So hello
Nice,
to
awesome.
everyone. Thank you so much. Okay, Sir Joel, with so many certifications out there, and you I know you've shown some recommended certifications, and I know some of our viewers will be a bit, intimidated by the thought of getting a certification. How can we figure out which ones are worth our time and which ones might not help us as much as we'd hope? Is there any identification we can look at?
Like what I mentioned earlier, you have to understand first what you really want to achieve in your career path. You have to create your career path, right? If you're an IT enthusiast, of course, do not get a certification that's focused on financials because that will lead you to nowhere. Know your passion. You have to understand your passion. If your passion is, if you spend 3 hours every day minimum in Facebook and you go through all of these advertisements in Facebook, then maybe getting a digital marketing certification would help. if you're an IT enthusiast and you're into networks, if you're into games and you're into all those stuff, then get an IT certification, for crying out loud. Trust me, it gives you the higher probability of getting employed, and at the same time, higher probability of getting that position you're looking for. So, key there is know your career path, draw it. Draw it. Let's do a quick PMP here. After getting my degree, in the next year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, what will I achieve? Year 1, I'll get my certification. What certification do I get? And then list down in bullets, okay, these are my passion, this is what I want to do, right? Priority 1, earning money. Okay. Priority 2, career. Priority 3, whatever. So once you're done listing those, then decide what certification fits this. Okay, short term, let me get my Cisco certification because I want to be able to create my own network topology. I want to be able to configure a router, work for a telco company. Working in a telco company is really giving you big money. So if you want to look at that, then get your Cisco certification. Again, my recommendation is first, understand and know your career path. Once you've decided your career path, next is what is your passion? Once you know and identify what your passion is, then look for a certification that fits your passion. Then enroll. You will not be able to achieve that if you're just planning. Planning without executing is nothing. So you plan, then you execute. Once you execute, then apply by, of course, applying for the job so that that skill will be enhanced. So that's my guidance.
Right. So now that we know the benefits of having a certificate for our viewers that are a bit busy with work and still looking for some time to really find, time to take some courses, how do we balance, Sir Joel, the need for upskilling with our current jobs and other commitments? Like any tips for finding the time?
Oh yeah, and it's a common excuse.
Yeah.
I'm guilty of that.
Me too.
I'm guilty of that. Oh my God, I'm so tired. I work extra hours. I don't have time to get my certification. But getting a certification is a commitment. You have to be committed. Once you start doing it, you cannot procrastinate. Once you start doing it, you have to commit to it. Okay. Plan ahead. If you want to get your certification, then don't get a job that demands too much time.
Right.
And there are certifications that are offered on weekends. Getting a certification is also a sacrifice. So commitment plus sacrifice and dedication is equal to getting the certification. So plan. Again, plan, always plan, do your research. I always say this because everything that you do on a daily basis is a commitment. If you want to get your certification short term, then again, there are long-term certifications that takes you up to 2 years. There are short-term certifications. Go to the short-term certification first that fits your need. And look for an organization that offers that certification on a weekend. That way, it won't hinder you from being efficient in your job and will not affect your job, and at the same time be able to get your certification still. There are also certification organizations that offers that in the evening, right after work. 2 hours, 1 hour, 2 hours. It may take you long term, not 3 months, maybe 6 months, but you'll get there. Six Sigma, that requires you minimum of 3 hours to 5 hours on a daily basis. But you can have a weekend Lean Six Sigma training. I trained my leaders in the organization with white belt Six Sigma in just 2 days, right? But a green belt will take you 3 to 6 months, including the certification, including the project, right? Depending on the project. But theoretically, the learning process will just give you 3 months, and then you get your project, and then you get your certification, that's another 3 months. So there are organizations that offer that on a weekend. There are also organizations that offer that in the evening. So 3 hours won't hurt. 3 hours of your sacrifice with your girlfriend, your boyfriend, with your, with your partner won't hurt. Again, it's there are a lot of options. You just really need to commit.
Right. It's all about commitment, sir. No. And here's another question. Actually, I'm a bit curious. So some people might feel they're too old or it's too late for them to start upskilling or going after certifications. What would you say to them to show it's worth giving it a shot?
Age is never
Yes.
a discussion about getting a certification. Age will not hinder you of getting a certification. Come on, guys. Getting a master's degree, getting a doctoral degree, there, I have friends in the academy that they're just taking their master's degree now. So getting a certification for 3 6 months, it won't impact your age at all. So age really doesn't matter. The most important thing here is it is never too late to get your skills enhanced as long as you're willing to. What will stop you is when you have a lot of excuses and you don't commit.
Yes.
So
I think it's an excuse as well if isasama mo yung age because again, age doesn't matter.
yeah.
So Sir Joel, let's say someone naman feels stuck in their job and wants to shake things up. How can upskilling or getting a certification help them really to break out and do something new?
That's a very good question. Uh, and I would tell you, go to your HR. Most companies nowadays, HR supports upskilling of their people. Tache does that. Tache supports upskilling, which again, make sure that you apply to an organization that offers those. Ask that during the interview. Do you have those? And trust me, applying to here in Tache will be an advantage. Go to your HR and ask, hey, look, do we offer advanced skilling? Do you support those? And there are organizations that offer those, but there are not, but most, in my experience, most companies offer those. So you just really need to make sure that you know what you are getting, what you are trying to achieve, or what trying to accomplish. I was a victim of that in my previous years when I was just at that rank and file level. I felt that okay, it becomes a daily routine. I clock in the morning, I clock out in the afternoon, I clock in the evening, I clock out in the morning for X number of months, X number of years. Sorry, what the hell? I'm getting stressed, because sometimes using the word toxic, which is I often hear from folks that I work with now, because that's also the AKA term for stressful environment. They use that as an excuse to be stuck up, and it's just like a car. When your car is stuck up, what do? Right? Oil it up, start the engine again and drive around. So same as true with your employment. If you're stuck up there, think of ways to make you busy. And instead of just simply gallivanting, instead of just simply spending hours browsing Facebook and just looking at someone's
Right.
profile, stalking your friends and all, why don't you go to the web and type in there certification, you know, what's in demand nowadays, and then start looking at organizations that offer those, uh, rather than just, you know, because having that thing, that additional learning, could be an outlet of a stressful work environment. Use that as an outlet. Um, you're already distressing yourself from that working environment, plus you're also learning new things that later on can be used to boost up your career. And so, approach your HR. Go to your HR and ask, seek advice from them. You know, and who knows, they may offer you something like financial support and at the same time educational support. In one of the companies that I work with, uh, we require our uh, managers to be project management certified, PMP professionals, you know, project management professionals. So we have them enrolled to PMP. In one of my organizations that I work with in the telco, our senior leads, we advise them to undergo Cisco. So we enroll them to, Mapua is one of the organizations that offers us there. So we uh, talk to HR. They're the best people to help you. You can also vent out of your toxic life, and they will be your fuel. They will be your oil in getting stuck up with that daily routine, with that job. So there.
Right. So for more situational questions, Sir Joel, what if someone's considering a career change to a completely different field? Like how could they leverage the certification to make the switch smoother? Is there any way to that?
Oh yes, yes. I'm an IT by profession, and now I'm in the BPO industry. I don't practice my Cisco certification anymore. The last time I configured a Cisco router was way back 2009, and it's already 2023. And uh, I've moved into the healthcare industry from an IT that's configuring network, now understanding medical terminologies. That's, I would say, 180 degrees change in how I run things, you know, and understanding it. At first, you may see it. It depends on, again, it's your attitude towards things and how you perceive life. It's very important. Uh, you have to make sure that the passion is there. Of course, you don't just do a paradigm shift of your career simply because, oh, I'm stuck with this daily routine, I'm stressed, and let's say you're in the IT field and your boss is toxic and your daily routine is so stressful. You say, okay, I don't like this, let me go into finance. You know, do you think that's a wise decision? No. You might be in the wrong path, dude. So don't. You know, my guidance to you is, if you want to shift your career, you still have to be wise enough to understand what career you want to take or what change you want to happen in your life. It still goes back to the idea of what is your passion. It still should be connected to that passion, because if it's not, you will fail. Trust me, I guarantee that you will fail. And I don't want you to fail. We don't want you to fail. You don't want to fail, right? You want to succeed. And for you to succeed, there should be that uh, the commitment to doing things that you love. Classic example, and I mentioned this earlier. Our parents plan for what we want to, or what they want for us. In fact, okay, I want you to finish nursing because your cousin is a nurse, your brother is a nurse, and they're now abroad, so you have to take nursing. But your passion is IT, for crying out loud. So, okay, just to fulfill that dream of your mom and your dad, okay, you took nursing. You finished the course because they paid for your tuition fee. But that's not your passion. That's not what you want. But you have to do it because you're forced to do it. Uh, and later on, you follow your passion. Similar thing with your career. Okay, right now I'm an HR right now, but I'm into social media, so I want to move into digital marketing. So get that certification in digital marketing, regardless if you finished psychology. Then go take your certification in digital marketing because short term gives you practical approach. You will learn still because you will be trained and get that certificate and then apply. So again, getting that certification is also learning. So regardless of what course, what field of uh, in the corporate world you are in, if you take that certificate that you want to shift your career to, then go ahead. I encourage you, take that certification, learn from it. It's something new, right? Wearing something new, you'll be proud of yourself, right? It's similar. Okay, I bought a new shirt, I'll wear it today. You're comfortable. It's similar to that. You go that training and apply it. And the good thing there is, as you apply that skill, you learn new things, you gain new skills. As I mentioned earlier, you gain new skills. And that's when you will be able to prove to yourself that, I love doing this. Yeah. So
Oh, I love that. Actually, that's one of it. Actually, I totally relate to that because you know learning never stops, and if you really want to grow on your career specifically, I think you will be needing to commit on whatever you're doing, especially in terms of growing your experience and at the same time your knowledge towards the specific job position that you want. So thank you so much, Sir Joel, for sharing your wisdom and
you're
being an
welcome.
outstanding speaker as always. And as a small token of our gratitude, we present you with this well deserved certificate of appreciation. So it's a testament to your brilliance and the impact you've made on all of us today. So again, guys, let's fill the chat with applause, emojis, and words of thanks for Sir Joel and show our appreciation for making this virtual event even more captivating and enriching. Thank you so much, Sir Joel. You
You're
nailed
welcome.
this talk. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. So, okay, guys, we hope you've enjoyed this insightful discussion so far. But now it's time for some another excitement as we move on to the raffle portion of our event. We have some fantastic prizes up for grabs today, and I think this is the grand promo, grand raffle rather. So may I call on our moderators Lou and Jen for the mechanics of the raffle promo.
Thank you so much, Jamie. So yes, while waiting, before we start with our raffle, with regards with the with regards with the raffles, I would just like to extend, thank you for those candidates who has been part of the shortlisted ones. So thank you so much. So we have gathered like a lot of shortlisted positions. So thank you so much. And for those who has been scheduled for the next part, who has been passed on the initial screening, please to expect an email from the talent acquisition guys that you will be scheduled for a Zoom video interview. Now, for the Zoom interview, that's the time that you will be able to much know more about the roles which you will gonna be profiled for. Okay, so I have here my partner Lou, who are gonna be having like the giving of the grand prize or the last raffle draw for this one. So again, calling all for those who are still interested to have their for just who just tuned in for this specific conference. Guys, if you still want to join our job fair, please do so. Our form, which is I'm gonna be posting it, application forms, just fill out the needed, just attach your resumes, and we will gonna be keeping in touch with you for the next week. We're gonna be making you guys our priority. Okay, so hold on, let me just check in first with Lou what's happening. So while waiting for this one, Jamie, can we have like a little a wrap up yet with regards with the conference?
All right. So while we are waiting, I hope everyone is enjoying the insightful discussion so far. But again, before we go on with the raffle promo and the last panel discussion or the last topic for today, I would like to give a quick shout out again to our viewers right now and to our beloved community partners. Again, their collaboration and support have played a crucial role in making this virtual event a success, and we couldn't be more grateful. So again, a big virtual thank you to Kumu, of course, online Filipino freelancers, Philippine home-based virtual assistants, creative and advertising professionals, and AutoCAD Draftsman Drafter Forum for joining forces with us to create this engaging and informative online experience. So we truly appreciate your dedication to promoting knowledge sharing and collaboration in our community. Again, guys, please show your appreciation to all our 473 viewers now. Please show your appreciation in the chat by sending applause emojis and words of gratitude for our fantastic community partners and our speakers for this day. So right now we've discussed the chat GPT, the offshoring industry, and then the certification, having certification to grow your career. Now we are going to discuss more on the WFH setup, and yeah, I'm really, really excited for that. So, Lou and Jen, are we good with the raffle
Yes.
promo so far?
Yeah.
All right, I'm excited.
All right, so guys, stay tuned because we will be giving away 300 worth of Grab voucher and for the grand winner, 500 Grab voucher. Wow, that's a lot. So please allow me to share my screen for a while. Okay, all right, I hope you can see or everyone can see my screen now. So for our first winner, we have, this is for the 300 Grab voucher. Congratulations, Ramrik Simpron. So if you're watching right now live on our YouTube, kindly send us a message on our official Facebook page to claim your prize. All right. All right, so for our second winner of the 300 Grab food voucher, we have, congratulations to, oh, again, sorry about that. Okay, congratulations to Esmeraldo Cantero. Congratulations, please send us a message on Facebook. Now for our grand prize, 500 Grab food voucher, let us give our biggest congratulations to, wow, congratulations.
I love that.
Yeah. So congratulations, Wild Francis Melesio. Please message us on Facebook to claim your prize. Thank you so much. I'll give the floor now to Jamie.
I love the sound effect and I love the energy, guys. Again, congratulations to our winners. I hope meron din akong 500 a Grab voucher. But anyway, are you pumped up and ready for more? This will be our last topic for today, guys. And I hope so far kaya pa nating pakinggan yung another topic because this will be very interesting as well. And right now, are you still okay, everyone? Again, comment. So far, what have you been learning in our event right now? So now it's time to kick off of our much-awaited virtual panel discussion. But before we dive into it, let's give a warm welcome to our moderator who will be guiding the conversation and keeping things lively in this online setting. Please welcome Sir Floyd. Hi, sir.
Hello, hi to all of you. Hello to all of our all of the viewers with us today in our YouTube stream and of course in our Kumu. So I believe we're also live in our Kumu. So good afternoon. So if you're in Philippine time right now, so good afternoon or good day. So yeah, so I'm here to moderate today's last talk. So that's the talk 4. So, do we have the speakers? Are they ready for our last topic? So, our topic for today, for our panel discussion, is driving business growth through remote and hybrid work setups. So, for those who are wondering, so on what's the best fit work setup for you? No, are you a type of person who will go for a remote work setup or a hybrid work setup? No, so because the COVID-19 pandemic has also compelled many businesses to adopt remote work or hybrid work setups, which have enabled them to continue operations and even create new growth opportunities by improving financial flexibility, productivity, cost efficiency. And today, we have a panel of speakers who will share to us their insights on how to effectively navigate and succeed in this new era of work. So we have, supposedly again, so to those who are aware, or not yet aware rather, so we supposedly we'll get to have at least around 3 panelists for today, though one of our panelists, which is Miss Kat, will not be joining because she's feeling under the weather. So, but of course, the show must go on. So we still have 2 panelists to make sure that all of us will learn something for today. So let me introduce first our first panelist, Miss MJ Tapia. She is a skilled branding and social media content strategist who has passion for creating and compelling brand narratives and developing social media strategies that help brands stand out from the competition. With a deeper understanding of the power of branding and social media marketing, she has helped numerous clients achieve their marketing goals. On the other hand, we also have Miss Thea Peralta. Thea is she's passionate about helping digital entrepreneurs overcome their fear of marketing failure and take their businesses to the next level. She believes in turning dreams into reality by providing strategies and tactics that book out businesses and generate revenue. Thea's goal is to help her clients achieve their ideal lifestyle and live life on their own terms. With her guidance, she empowers her clients to unleash their creativity and define success on their own terms, all while making their digital empire a reality. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome our panelists, Miss MJ Tapia and Miss Thea Peralta.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. MJ, hi. How are you?
Yeah, congratulations, Jamie and Floyd, for conducting
Thank
this
you.
conference. This is something
Thank you.
that we Filipinos really need talaga.
Thank you. Well, so far, MJ, for those who also are watching us today, we're also live in our in FYE channel in Kumu. So together with our YouTube stream, we have more than 500 viewers as we speak. No? So yeah. So again, MJ. So I think we're just waiting for someone. Are we waiting for someone? For one of our speakers, one of our panelists, pa?
Yes, currently we are waiting for Miss Thea. Yep.
Okay. All right. Sige, so while we're waiting for Thea, ladies and gentlemen, you can have a short break first. I think we're just waiting for Thea to go live. So let's just have a few minutes water break. ibibigay po namin sa inyo dito is not just entertainment sa ating mga communicants. We're also going to give you job
Opportunity. Yes.
Hi, my name is Steph, and I'm one of the Tachi accountant, and this is my career journey. My duties and responsibilities are invoicing, disbursement, preparing financial statements, and I am able to attend the weekly meeting with the executives and some other different areas in the household. I have a lot on my plate, but you know what? I can still achieve work-life balance here in Tachi because we have an advanced accounting system. I follow Tachi Careers on Facebook and I saw a live video there. Then I registered.
Okay, so we're back. We're back in the stream. So we're all good? Okay, so once again, I would like to reintroduce our panelists for today. So for those who are not yet aware, my name is Floy Wicoca. I'll be your moderator for today's panel discussion. This is the last topic of our today's event for the F.A.S.T conference. So ladies and gentlemen, let me reintroduce once again our panelists. So first off is Miss MJ Tapia. She's a skilled branding and social media content strategist who has a passion for creating compelling brand narratives and developing social media strategies that help brands stand out from the competition. With a deep understanding of the power of branding and social media marketing, MJ has helped numerous clients achieve their marketing goals. On the other hand, we also have Ms. Thea Peralta. Thea is she's passionate about helping digital entrepreneurs overcome their fear of marketing failure and take their businesses to the next level. She believes in turning dreams into reality by providing strategies and tactics that book out businesses and generate revenue. Thea's goal is to help her clients achieve their ideal lifestyle and live life on their own. In their own terms. With her guidance, she empowers her clients to unleash their creativity and define success on their own terms, all while making their digital empire a reality. So to talk about driving business growth through remote and hybrid work setups, let's welcome Ms. MJ and Thea Peralta. Hello once again. MJ, so MJ and Thea?
Yeah, hi.
There we go. Hi. How are you guys?
Good. Pagod.
part of growth of the business. So I'm sure you both are handling your respective businesses, right?
Yes po.
Oh, that's good to know. So sige, let's for the familiarity of our crowd or our viewers right now. We have more than 500 viewers right now. Can you give us more background of your work or your business and current work setup, of course?
MJ, ikaw muna.
Go,
Sige.
MJ.
Ayan. So,
Right now, I'm a freelance brand strategist and content strategist for multiple brands. And also, I have recently, just this year, I launched my it's not my brand. Hindi ko naman siya brand. Pero parang ako na yung akala nila brand owner because of the ano siguro.
Okay.
Because the way I show up and yung zealousness ko on e-commerce. So I am very keen with e-commerce. So I gave myself a chance this year na simulan siya na para hindi naman sa client ko lang i-apply yung branding and content strategy, pati sa sarili kong business. So right now, yung bahay ko para na siyang stock room.
Okay.
Hybrid talaga ang setup kasi freelancing at the same time. Ito po, yung e-commerce, mga skincare products.
Wow. How about you, Thea?
Hello po. So,
No.
I've been freelancing for around 4 years. So, I'm a social media marketer catering to e-commerce brands, and just recently, nag-cater ako sa mga SaaS. So, they do AI, yung mga ganun na ano. So, kasi ang dami naglalabasan na AI. So, ayun. And I also help co-freelancers through online training so that they can improve their crafts. And lastly, meron kaming bagong business. It's actually a restaurant.
Wow.
So, yun yung pinagkakabisihan ko ngayon. Mas busy sa resto business, pero mas malaki yung income sa freelance.
Okay. I think the resto business is more of the passion. And
Yes.
Okay.
Lifestyle business siya.
Yeah.
Passion and lifestyle business.
Or no, it's a passion, but of course, once it
Yes.
diba? So the attention will more focus on the business side. But very well. How was the switch of you two from working from home or a mix of home and office impacted the way your businesses grow and evolve?
Ako, on my end, masaya siya kasi I'm a mom. So, meron akong 2 kids. Tapos nung one is age 4, she's turning 5. Yung isa, 7 months old.
Okay.
Tapos, ever since na nag-work from home, parang yung frustration ko dati, I thought that na hindi na ako makakahanap ng career. Kasi, oh my God, sa bahay lang ako gabantay ng bata. Pero now, it's like, hindi ko alam kailan ba nag-boom yung freelancing. It's like everyone wants our job. Parang masaya kasi we get to spend a lot of time sa family, and at the same time, we get to build our freelance businesses. And at the same time, we also get to pursue what we want. Kasi ang daming natitipid na oras. Like, compared dati, kakainin ng oras yung maliligo ka pa. Tapos, mag-prepare ka, magko-commute ka pa. So, ang daming oras compared sa ngayon na it's remote. So, technically, pwede sa bahay lang or anywhere you like. Everything's easier. On my end. Ganun ko siya nakikita.
Oh, wow. Kasi, of course, no? So, when you were before, or when you used to work in the traditional office setup, talagang it is completely, you go to the office or you travel first, so it will take you minutes to an hour, then after that you'll have to work for 8 to 10 hours, then you have to travel back all the way back home. So it will really eat a lot of time. So when as what you said, Thea, no, so you were able to appreciate the setup of working from home, and maybe of course also remote work setup as well, or should we say a hybrid work setup. So I think that's one thing that it's very valuable for you as you switch in your new career as a freelancer. How about you, MJ?
Yung pinaka major na benefit I could say is the liberty of time. Yeah. Because right now that I have my own online business, I don't have to file for leave. I can go swimming or go bring my kids to the park anytime I want. So I have 2 kids then, 2 girls, just like Coach Thea.
Yeah.
And time is really, really valuable, especially kasi nasa development stage sila. And malaking bagay yon. At the same time, yung grabe, I used to work at Ortigas. I live in the Piña, so imagine the commute time. 3 hours going there, 3 hours going back. So that's 6 hours commute time every day. And I was so surprised nung nag-start na ako sa online business. Yung 6 hours na yon, ano na yun eh, tapos mo na yung kahit yung 1 week task, let's say for deliverable sa client.
Okay.
Parang mas mabilis yung pagpasok ng income, tapos mas nagiging valuable yung time ko, most especially with my family. Yeah.
Yes, okay. But what of course you two have already adjusted as a remote worker. So other than all of the advantages that you have mentioned, the time, the travel, no, so you were able to eliminate those things. Of course, there are also, let's just say, challenges or obstacles. So what are some of these common obstacles that you face when moving to remote or hybrid work, and how can you tackle them to keep growing? So let's start again with you, MJ.
I think the first thing na struggle ko is the distraction. Kasi you have a little kid and they keep on grabbing your attention.
That's right.
So I really have to set boundaries, which is until right now it's still a struggle, especially because I have a very hyper kid. And what else? Financial management din. Kasi dumating sa point na feast and famine, nung wala pa akong sistema, nung wala pa akong strategy, wala pang funnel, yan. So feast and famine talaga. Pag nag-goodbye yung client, goodbye na rin syempre yung income. So that's something that I really have to work on, to have my funnel, my lead na continuous pa rin.
Okay. How about you, Thea? Any challenges or obstacles?
Ako,
walang challenge.
Yung first na naging struggle ko, it was promoting myself online kasi parang walang naniniwala sa'yo. And all of a sudden, it's like, people are asking you, anong racket mo? Ano nang ginagawa mo? Anong tinitinda mo? Yun talaga yung hirap eh. Kasi before I started with the freelance business, nagbebenta rin ako ng mga damit, mga coats. So people are wondering, ano na yung business mo? Ano nang ginagawa mo? Tapos, ang hirap kasi may time na dumating na nagka-identity crisis ako. Sabi ko, ano ba talaga ako? Para lahat na ng racket pinapasok ko. Yun. So, it was pretty hard marketing yourself kasi ako on my end, I really had to build my assets. So, assets meaning yung mga online pages, kailangan mo kang credible. Nagko-collect ako ng mga reviews, tapos yung mga sample work, tapos todo pa akong mag-effort sa images, sa graphics. Ano yung post ko? Mga ganon. And another struggle was medyo similar kay MJ, pero it's distraction. Hindi naman sa environment on my end, pero it's like, ang bilis kong shiny object syndrome. Like for example, may nakita kang business owner na, uy, maganda yung ginagawa niya, nag-e-commerce siya ng ganitong product. Try ko nga din. Hanggang sa lahat natalunan. So, siguro, advice rin para sa to people who are exploring online businesses, give yourself, isa-isa lang, aralin mo pa isa-isa lang. Because when you go online, a lot of people will tell you that they made money here, they made money there. So, ang hirap mag-focus. Kung may nag-work na isa, siguro on my end, yung pinaka nag-work nga, yung selling services, and e-books.
That's
so,
right.
doon ako nag-focus. Yun yung una nag-work. Until yun na, nag-venture kami to food businesses. Initially, wala masyadong traffic, pero it works na yun. So, stick to what works talaga. Huwag masyadong ma-distract.
Sometimes you... go ahead, MJ.
Meron lang ako gustong i-share kasi na-mention
Sure.
Coach Thea yung regarding sa lead generation.
Okay.
I totally agree na pinaka naging struggle ko talaga is client getting. Yun, kasi wala kang skills pa, wala kang experience, you don't have the network, and you don't have the portfolio that yun talaga minsan yung hinihingi. Pero, ayun, ito gusto ko lang i-share na wala akong client nung nag-jump in ako sa freelancing for almost a year.
Okay.
I've been giving out services for free. And, tawag nito, ang gusto kong sabihin sa ibang mga online remote, yung mga remote workers or yung mga business owners online na at first talaga, pwede na nating although iba-iba yung stages natin, pwedeng nasa ano ka pa lang, survival pa lang, lahat tatanggapin mo na klase ng client. Ako medyo natin, kasi totoo yung shining objects na ay, dapat 6-figure agad or 7-figure agad. Pero ako, ang pinaka naging learning ko doon is ikaw muna sa sarili mo, gawin mo premium yung sarili mo, yung skills mo, tsaka yung result na nabibigay mo sa client. Kumbaga yung mahalaga naman talaga yung pera, di ba? Lalo na may pinapagatas kami nito yun. So, alam mo yun, mahalaga siya, pero kung masyado kang focus doon, ma-frustrate ka, masya-shiny object ka. Kaya maganda, mag-focus ka muna sa isang skill, isang market, isang niche lang muna. And then, i-master mo siya para talagang ikaw yung sa sarili mo alam mo, makakapag-produce ka ng result sa client. Tsaka, importante din na meron munang, yung iba kasi gusto mataas ka agad yung singil nila sa client, pero hindi naman makapag-deliver. O di ba di mo frustrate ka mismo sa sarili mo, doon na po pasok pati yung depression dahil ka makapagbigay sa client ng quality service. Kaya, importante rin sa akin na hindi lang theories, lalo na pag dun sisimula ka. Ang hirap kasi pag theories pa lang. So, maganda may apply mo na siya kahit magbigay ka ng free service for a month. Kasi ako, sabi ko, wala, kawawa naman ako. Sabi ko, ilang months na akong walang client sa freelancing, ganoon. Pero nag-ESL teacher naman ako, so meron pa rin naman akong something in the life. Tapos, na-realize ko ngayon na yung mga free service na binigay ko sa client ko, yun yung nagbibigay ng referral sa akin. Yun yung mga naging client ko na rin. So, kumbaga, tanim-tanim. Yes. And then harvest time will come soon.
I think what you both are also want to point out is that kumbaga when you're aspiring to enter in the remote business, or let's say you want to have you want to make money from remote working or hybrid work setup, and you want to entertain let's say international clients or clients that you can work on a remote setup. I think the thing that they have to understand, or our crowd should understand, is that you don't go for a business because of you want to make money right away. So, kasi if that's your main goal, that's your number one goal, what happened is that the quality of your service will be affected because all throughout you just want to make money. So that's the kumbaga nawawala yung the quality, nawawala yung the process that you want to mold, or the image that you want to mold with your client itself. So that's what I so far learned from you, Tim. So ayun. But anyway, let's go to the next question. So how can businesses use remote and hybrid work setup to their advantage when it comes to attracting the best talent and boosting productivity? So of course, of course we can say there are very used into their comfort zone. Kumbaga, for me, let's say I'm a kind of person who will do the same work setup that I have been doing for the past years. So I want to do the traditional work setup. I want to go to the office on a regular basis. So how can businesses use remote and hybrid work to their advantage when it comes to hiring talents?
Ayan si Coach. Madami na na-hire.
Oh, sige, go.
Ako ba? Ako kasi, since we also have an agency, tapos meron kaming brick and mortar store, so I think nakaka-relate din ako sa business owners who wants to hire. When it comes to attracting talent naman, yung napapansin ko, pwede akong mag-hire ng full-time, and I also like hiring remote and hybrid workers. And the main reason is because most of the time, the most talented people, hindi mo sila nahahanap na naghahanap ng long-term work. A lot of creatives, especially sa creative field a lot of creatives are on the freelance side. And naintindihan ko naman yun. It's because meron silang mas malawak yung exploration for creativity. Let's say, for example, advertisers, photographers. Makikita mo, usually lumalabas yan sa corporate. And at the same time, even big brands, nag-hire sila ng freelancers. And may NDA ako, hindi na ako mag-mention ng big brands na nakikita nyo sa TV, magazines, mga kilala yung nakikita nyo sa Watsons. Nag-hire sila mainly ng freelancers, and it's because naghahanap sila ng tao na mag-fit based sa vision nila. And most of the time, yung mga nakakagawa nun are actually hybrid workers.
Okay.
Ayun. And may rin naman, may times rin na business owners would prefer na hindi hybrid workers. And I think the time na hindi nila i-prefer yung hybrid workers is when they're looking for someone stable who can do the job every single day. Pero if it's specialized nga, sobrang specialized, hindi mo yun mahanap kung saan-saan eh. Usually, yung mahanap mo sa specific job na yun are hybrid workers. So, if ever man, meron dito nanonood na they want to explore like, yun na, yung remote or hybrid jobs, you have to improve your craft talaga. Kasi ang dami talaga dyan. Pero, the thing is, madali lang mag-stand out kapag magaling ka.
Okay. So, I like that. So, madali mag-stand out pag magaling ka. How about you, MJ?
Ayun. So far kasi yung sa akin po, hindi pa talaga ako naka-scale up ng agency. More on sa collaboration ako. Para mas simple lang. Ayaw masyado ng mga malaliman na ano. So, kumbaga project-based naman po kasi yung sa akin. Halimbawa, I close ako, hindi na rin ako mag-mention ng company. May na-close ako na client. So, ang ginagawa ko ay collaborate with sa kakilala ko na magaling. Mas magaling sa akin dapat. Yun. Kasi kung mas magaling ako, edi parang mas maganda kasi yung impact tsaka yung quality ng deliverable pag mas magaling sa'yo. So, nag-hire ako or nagko-collaborate ako on a project base lang. Kasi branding po ako eh. So, pag branding is project base siya, mga 3 months lang. 3 to 6 months natatapos yung project. After nun, brand execution na. So, nasa kanila na kung kukunin kami sa social media or not. Pero so far, yung mga nag-sign up po sa akin ng branding, natutuloy na yung service into social media content management. So, yun po yung nakakatuwa. So, ang nangyayari, yun nga po, I collaborate with other freelancers. Kasi ako, hindi ako magaling talaga sa design pa. More on sa messaging po ako, more on sa words, ganyan. So, nagko-collaborate ako sa magagaling na mga designer. Ayan. And nakikita ko rin na so nagtutulungan kami, tapos pati yung execution, minsan kasama ko na sila. Basta maganda yung na-produce nila na deliverable. So the more na may client kami, the more na nakakapag-share din po kami ng opportunity to other remote workers. Yun. So, ano pa ba? Yung nakikita ko lang na, kasi ngayon, dahil nga hybrid na, ipasok natin hybrid. So, mas nagiging mas ikaw yung, because kasi I show up, no, sa social media, although hindi naman ganun talaga ka-active, kasi na-busy na rin sa fulfillment side ng e-com, syempre babalutin mo yung magbubuka. Yan, i-deliver mo and all. So, napansin ko na may mga tao na sila na mag-a-approach sa'yo. Yan. Kasi nakita nila yung, siguro nararamdaman nila yung zealousness mo sa business. Yan. Kaya sila na mismo yung lumalapit. Kaya natutuwa rin ako pag ganon. Pero tinitingnan ko pa rin yung background. Siyempre, dapat ano rin, meron ka rin qualifications din sa mga lumalapit na mga gustong makipag-collaborate sa business mo. Ayun, so yun din yung kinagandahan ng ng ganitong setup na online kasi yung paghahanap ng ka-collaboration mo or kung gusto mo mag-hire, andyan lang. It's just a click away. And
Okay.
it's up to you, titingnan mo kung align ba sila. Number one sa akin, kung align yung values namin. Kung align yung energy namin, tsaka yung wavelength namin. Ayun.
Well, in terms of your respective businesses, are these more of international clients or there are also local clients? I mean, maybe you can put it into a ratio. How many percent is in your international clients if we're talking about now, and how many percent is the local ones?
Ako, coach, kasi sa akin, ito nakakatawa, puro local.
Okay.
Di ba, sometimes we think kasi na local lang yan, hindi tayo mabubuhay dyan or ganyan. Pero siguro pag na-i-build mo na yung personal brand mo properly, may pera po talaga sa local.
Okay.
Pwede kang six fig po kahit na mga project, kahit ito ka lang. And actually, yung mga clients ko na local, mga nasa ibang bansa din. So, pwede parang international din yung dating. Pero yung mga CEO na yun, nasa ibang bansa. Yeah.
Okay.
Pero local yung nila, yung market. Yeah.
Okay. How about you, Thea?
Ako, 70% international, 30% local. Mas focus po ako mag-cater sa international kasi feeling ko, hindi lang feeling na-build ko talaga yung network ko sa international. So, from there, dun na talaga nag-grow yung client base ko sa international po.
Okay. Well, let's also talk about technology. In making your current work setup effective, how is it important or how is it helping you grow your business? Let's say how since you were able to have your current business right now. So how important is technology? How is it helping you guys?
Akin very important. Initially kasi since I do social media marketing, nag-start talaga ako cellphone lang talaga. Tapos parang later on nagde-demand yung clients ko ng more work tapos mas maganda ganon. Basta ang dami ng pinapagawa. So later on parang shucks, hindi talaga kaya ng cellphone lang, kailangan ng laptop or PC. So ayun, ever since na nag-invest ako ng PC, a year later with my online business, sobrang nakatulong. And right now, nauuso na naman yung AI. So ako, heavy user ako ng AI. Even yun na, one of my clients kasi, gumawa sila ng AI na for suppliers. Magawa sila ng merchandise. Tapos, doon ko na-realize na, yung captions, copy, text na ginagawa ko noon na niisip ko ng isang oras, kaya na siya ngayon ng isang click. Or within 5 minutes, tapos na siya. So, sobrang laking tulong. And at the same time, yung tools, lot of people nagkukuripot sa tools. Like, ayaw bumili ng Adobe, ayaw mag-Canva Pro. Pero these tools talaga, they're very powerful na napapadali yung buhay. Meron rin yung debate na pag Canva user ka, hindi ka designer, gano'n.
Yeah, it's hard to distinguish.
Parang nasa designer din naman kung paano niya aayusin. Pero yeah, tools are very powerful and I really invest in tools. At monthly subscription pa yan kasi I know how it can make my job easier
And if you mentioned about Canva. So if you're going to check the latest announcement of Canva, they're really going heavy on AI. So yeah, everything will be easier People will think that you're a designer even though you don't know how to design, because they will have these AI features in the coming days for Canva.
Yes.
So, I idol natin yan, si Melanie Perkins. How about you, MJ?
Ay, naku, sobra. Sobrang, ano yan. Yan ang buhay, kumbaga, yung technology. Kasi then, before, nung pandemic nga po, nag-start ako ng freelancing. Gamit ko rin din cellphone. Tapos nakiki-wifi lang ako sa mga, ano ba yun, sa mga co-working. Nakiki-wifi lang po talaga sa mga co-working space. Pupunta ako na Monday. Sa Tuesday, makiki-wifi lang ako. Alam ko na password.
Okay.
Diba, naka-cellphone lang ako, nakatayo akong gano'n, grabe. So, yan. Tapos Canva, ang liit ng cellphone na, no? Tapos ginaganon-ganon mo lang. Doon lang po talaga nagsimula yung online business ko po. And natuwa ako dito nung dumating nga yung AI. Kasi ngayon ko lang din siya nagamit. Last year pa pala, may mga gumagamit na ng mga content creator na ganyan. So, natawa talaga ako. So, mind blown po talaga.
Yes.
Kasi, wala nang rason na mawalan ka ng content idea. Wala na talaga. Lahat ng mga excuses na yon, wala na. Hindi nakatanggap-tanggap. because of AI. Kaya yung ano nga po, yung technology, hindi lang talaga 70%, 80% or 100% faster na and nagiging automate yung business. Kasi pag na-automate siya, mas mas na-manage mo yung time. Kahit yung simpleng mga co-schedule buffer, yung mga later, yung mga Hootsuite, yan, na mga tools for scheduling. Ang laking tulong yan. Kasi, halimbawa ako, halimbawa, may family, kami, gathering, or ilalabas ko yung mga anak ko for this week, or gusto ko magpahinga. I-schedule mo na siya. Sabado pa lang, or Lunes pa lang, schedule mo na. So, wala ka nang iisipin, naka-schedule mo. So, laking tulong for me to manage my time.
Wow. Well, let's also talk about communication. So, of course, you two have been doing your respective business for some time now. And what are the ways when it comes to communication? In order for you to be effective, what are some ways to make sure communication and teamwork are on point when everyone isn't in the office?
Gusto ko to. Ako kasi, mahilig akong nag-i-integrate ng calendar. So, Google Calendar, lahat yan, alam ng team ko to. Pag may project kami, lahat ng faces nakalagay agad sa calendar para nanonotify sila. And same with my other clients din. Sanay sila na nasa kalendaryo lahat. So, they know na set yung expectation kung ano dapat yung gawin and kung kailan siya magagawa. Kailan siya matatapos. In terms of communication rin naman, lahat ng katrabaho, we meet once a week. As in, virtual call. Parang Zoom. Ano yung isa? Nalimutan ko na yung isa. Basta we meet virtually on call. Once a week. Tapos the rest, chat na lang. We usually use either Slack. So, Slack parang workspace siya na chat. Or Discord. Yeah.
Okay.
As much as possible, we stay away from Facebook Messenger. Kasi ang daming distractions pag Facebook Messenger. Mamaya nag-chat yung nanay mo, mamaya nag-chat yung tita mo. So, talagang sineparate namin yung communication channels namin to keep it as para professional siya talaga. Yun. Yun yung communication channels na ginagawa namin.
Okay. MJ?
Ayun. Ito malaking to sa akin. Malaking lesson sa akin ng communication. Nung nag-start na ako na mag-hire ng iilang tao. Kasi hindi ko yata ito na-iset, na-iayos. Kaya nahirapan po ako dito. Kasi pag branding kasi, iba-iba kasi yung client mo. May client na gusto monthly yung report. Meron naman na weekly or by monthly. So, hindi ko to na-set. Laking lesson sa akin. So, na kailangan pala i-schedule mo siya tapos merong clarity talaga sa usapan nyo na dapat halimbawa every Friday, 5 o'clock. Yan. Magsisend ka ng progress report mo. Kahit wag na tayo mag-usap the entire week. Pero every Friday, 5 o'clock, dapat meron kang report. Tapos every Monday, mag-meet tayo ng ganitong oras. So, hindi ko siya na-establish. Kaya, pero ngayon, ayun, pag meron ng project na pumapasok, in-establish ko na talaga na hindi pwedeng walang progress report on a weekly or depende nga sa kung ano rin ang gusto ko at gusto ng client. So, importante yung clarity tsaka yung schedule.
Okay. Well, okay. We have talked about technology in your business, communication. Personally, I'm very curious when it comes to maintaining a healthy work-life balance. So, how your companies were able to support a healthy work-life balance for your employees in remote or in hybrid work setup?
Paano
And
nasusupport kami?
Yes.
Work-life balance.
So how are you guys doing your work-life balance?
On my end, halos, hindi, lahat ng clients ko ngayon, walang time tracker. Basta, basta ito yung deliverables ko. Ibibigay ko sa'yo at this period, tapos tayo. Ganon. And same with the agency, hindi ko kinaklock yung mga tao ko. Kasi, once na-establish yung trust, yung sa akin lang naman, gusto ko kasi na kung ano yung na-experience ko, gusto kong ma-experience rin ng tao ko sa agency. Na, yun na, we're very efficient. Walang oras na nakatunganga. Tsaka, minsan kasi may times na, na hindi na tayo nakakatrabaho kasi pagod tayo. So, with this setup, mas may freedom tayo and at the same time mas productive kasi we get to focus on a specific time that we prefer. So, nalimutan ko, may tawag dun eh. Yung main, we usually call it power hour, quote-unquote power hour, na kung saan ka pinaka-productive, dun ka magtrabaho. And that's why, kami, we really enjoy na nag-work na focus lang siya sa deliverables pero hindi siya focus sa hours. Kumbaga, may mga people kasi na they can work 8 hours for one specific deliverable pero meron kasing very skilled workers na instead of working of 8 hours, kaya nilang tapusin in 2 hours. Yeah. And yun yung pinaka na-enjoy ko na benefit na nabigay sa akin kasi ang sarap sa pakiramdam na mapagkatiwalaan and at the same time nabibigay mo yung kailangan to really help the businesses that we work with.
Yeah. MJ, for you, work-life balance.
Ako naman yung work-life harmony. Harmony? Hindi kasi may balance. So, ako naman yung yung parang kay Coach Thea din, yung deep work naman na tinatawag. Minsan kasi nakakatawa. Ang tagal, parang nagpo-procrastinate halimbawa ng mga isang araw. Pero yung work na yun, kaya palang tapusin ng isang oras lang. Kung naka-deep work ka, tapos wala talagang mga distraction. Ayan. Tsaka, at dito rin, Floy, papasok yung mga non-negotiable mo, kumbaga. Just like for me, as much as possible, ayoko talaga mag-work ng weekend. Hindi talaga ako nag-work ng weekend. Unless yung halimbawa ganito na event.
Okay.
Tapos yung sinasabi ko rin sa kanila, oy, basta pag 5 o'clock na, wala na. Maglalaho na ako parang bula. So kung ano man yung mga concern nyo, masasagot yan bukas. Yan.
Okay.
Tapos, very important din na yung pahinga. Yan. Kasi parang minsan inaano natin ang grind-grind ka lang. Diba? Give yourself some grace. Yan. Kasi ang hirap magtrabaho ng puyat at may sakit ka. Ako talaga kung papipiliin ka. Halimbawa, sa trabaho, medyo may na-stress out ka sa ganito or may kailangan tapusin. Tapos sleep. Ang pipiliin mo sleep. Importante talaga kasi mas magpa-function yung brain mo saka yung katawan mo, yung sistema ng katawan mo pag talagang nakatulog ka, nakapagpahinga ka ng maayos. So, yun. Grace over grind, kumbaga.
Yeah, I like that.
Well, what I learned from you two is the sense of trust there. Kumbaga, when we say about, for example, having all of your tasks more of like production based rather than hourly based, it gives the sense of trust to the employees, to the staff. So wherein once binigay mo yung sense of trust na yon, the employees, they get to have, or the staff, they get to have this sense of ownership as well to your own business. So that's the best. Any employer would also want to have that. I mean, you have your employees, your staff. They love what they're doing. They love their employer, their company, and they're taking ownership because they know as the company grows, they also grow personally. So that's one thing that I learned from the both of you. As what you have mentioned earlier. So kudos to both of you. So let's go to the next topic. When it comes to how can businesses track the impact of remote and hybrid work on their growth and overall performance? So how do you guys are doing it when it comes to tracking your growth? Kasi di ba, when we have the traditional work setup, traditional setting, they have their own, I don't know, they have their own KPIs, they have their set standards, no, they have they have the usual time in, time out thing. So for the growth of your own businesses, how you guys are doing the tracking of the growth of your own business?
Ako po, sige, feeling ko kasi mas simple yung sagot ko kasi hindi pa talaga ako agency. Ako lang, I look at the numbers.
Okay.
Yun yung, kasi ang bottom line talaga, titingnan mo kung meron bang na-generate talaga na profit dyan. Kasi pwedeng sobrang busy mo tapos wala naman palang, hindi naman pala ganun. Yung hindi wala pala sa expectation mo yung pumapasok. So at the end of the month, yan, tinitingnan ko kung yung numbers na pumapasok. At the same time, halimbawa ako ngayon nasa e-commerce din. Ang hirap sa totoo lang. Medyo mahirap siya kasi akala mo kumikita ka, pero tingnan mo yung time. Yung time mo rin na nawawala sa'yo, na hindi mo naka-quantify for now. Yun. So, pero ganun pa rin. Titingnan mo pa rin kung ilan ba yung sales mo, ilan ba yung expenses mo. Pero ako ngayon, tinitingnan ko na rin yung time. Kaya, gusto ko dumating yung time na i-outsource ko rin yung fulfillment side para maging scalable pa on how I monitor the progress and growth of my business. Saka sa naman po, sa social media, may mga analytics din naman. Saka sa Lazada, Shopee, wala naman akong Shopee. May mga din sila, may mga sales tracker. So, maganda talaga yung technology natin ngayon kasi click mo na lang.
Yeah. For Thea?
Ako, hindi ako super maka-numbers, pero in terms of, before din,
pumapasok na mismo yung numbers sa business mo.
Last year, ganyan din ako na super numbers, pero yung nangyari, lalo akong na stress.
Okay.
So yung solution, yung step ko ngayon, I'm actually on the process of hiring a CPA na para wala na sa utak ko yung numbers kasi this year, mas focus ako on fulfillment and experience na meaning, na-realize ko na mas masaya ako if I get to handle an ideal brand of mine, if na-grow ko yung, kasi I'm in the social media space, if na-grow ko yung account ng client ko, and if na-convert namin into a checkmark account. Kasi, yun yung ina-unlock ko years ago na paano ko ba mapapaano. So, paano ko ba mapapagrow into checkmark accounts yung mga hinahawakan ko. So, part of me, learned PR. So, ayun din, exploring other skills such as writing, PR, na akala ko hindi ko kaya, yung pala kaya ko pala. Yun, so fulfilling, yung hinahanap ko talaga, it's more on fulfillment. Yung feeling na, tumatalino ako, I'm getting better at my craft. Yun yung hinahanap ko ngayon over pay. Because lately, a big realization is that after a couple of years doing online businesses, doing remote work. Later on, ako kasi masyado akong ma-explore. Ganun yung personality ko. Tapos, parang nabobore ako if I just focus on the money. So, yun talaga yung hinahanap ko. Yung metric ko, it's more on, am I becoming a more valuable person in the market? Kasi if yes, if na-achieve ko yun, becoming more valuable, becoming more skilled, tumataas yung confidence ko to charge higher and to charge. Kaya ngayon parang nawala yung takot na, okay, I'm worth this X amount. Nawala yung takot eh. Kasi I know that I am more skilled. I am highly skilled. Yun talaga. So, for me, it's experiential talaga yung metric ko.
Okay. So, when it comes to the future of work, what do you think is the future of work looks like for remote work or hybrid work setups? So, how it will affect business growth?
Ang palagay ko dyan, Floyd, is yung fluidity ng skills mo. Kasi yun yung parang nangyayari ngayon. Alam ba, may clients ako, brand strategist niya ako, ganyan. Tapos ewan ko lang kung mag-agree si Coach Teo, naging social media manager, tapos ginawa community manager. Tapos ngayon, pinunta na sa TikTok. So, yung, alam mo yun, continuous growth, kumbaga, yung fluidity, as long na naman siya, align pa rin doon sa skills mo, align pa rin doon sa objective ng company. So yun kasi nakikita ko, hindi ko naman siya ina-negative. Kasi mas, katulad ng sabi ni Coach, mas lalong nakakapag-explore. Kasi ang main goal niya talaga is for, halimbawa, more sales and lead generation on the side of the client. So dahil dun sa fluidity na nangyayari, parang sabi ko, teka, last month brand strategist ako neto. Parang gano'n. Pero ang maganda nun, ibig sabihin, satisfied siya sa binibigay mong service. Kasi, ang ginagawa rin niya, minsan magte-train na ako ng distributors or ng tao, tapos lilipat na ako sa ibang, hindi naman ibang department, nasa marketing pa rin. Hindi ako pwedeng pumunta sa accounting. So, inside a department, may fluidity na nagaganap. Tapos, baka sa susunod, AI specialist na, diba? Baka ganun.
Yeah.
Ayan. So, yun yung nakikita ko na hindi ka mas-stack up talaga sa isang skills. So, may growth talaga yung skills mo na aangat ka at sasabay ka sa technology. At the same time, kung ano talaga yung gusto ng tao. Kasi before, di ba, wala namang mga TikTok, mga ganyan. Pero since nandun na yung tao, aanuhin mo talaga yung pulso ng masa. I mean, ng mga target market mo. Kung nasaan sila, dun ka, diba? Ayan.
Okay. For you, Thea?
Ako, I think companies are more open to it. Kasi ever since the pandemic, parang napilitan lahat na mag-remote work. Tapos from there, it's like, nung nauso na yung back to office, ang dami na ayaw na mag-back to office. And positions dati na akala natin hindi kailangan, companies are hiring people to do it. Like for example, nag-hire sila ng TikTok managers na Gen Z. Dati noon, wala naman pa kayong mga companies eh. Kasi yung media natin, everything is online na. Bihira na yung nagbabasa ng magazines, ng dyaryo.
Right.
If you want to be seen, talagang there's the online space. So ako, parang, I'm really an advocate of digital jobs, hybrid working. Kasi nakita ko kung gaano kami ka-valuable eh. Na dati, nag-start kasi ako nag-offer ng services mga 2018. Parang dati, sinasabi lang na, work from home lang, nilalang lang kami. Pero ever since yun na, pandemic season happened, lahat talaga gusto matutong mag-online marketing, online services, online jobs. Yun, so if there's one important thing na pwede ma-learn ng tao, it's really being proficient online. Yun talaga.
Correct. Saka Floyd, idagdag ko lang.
Yeah,
Oo,
go ahead.
sorry.
Go lang.
Ayun, may dagdag ko lang po. Yung nakita ko kasi, may friend kasi ako na nasa call center siya. Tapos nung nagkaroon ng pandemic, nasa bahay na lang. Ang laki ng natipid ng company, ng BPO, kasi magkano yung rent sa building, di ba? Magkano yung setup ng mga computers dyan, mga tubig, electricity, mga overhead expenses. So, ang laki ng natipid. Kaya, ayun, nasa bahay pa rin siya hanggang ngayon. So, ang galing. Andito na talaga to.
Yeah, more savings na for those who have switched their work preference from a traditional work setup or back in the office setup to hybrid or remote work setting, right? So now, as what you both have mentioned, you been running your own business. What are the strategies for managing and leading remote hybrid teams effective while you make it grow or for your own business to achieve business growth? Maybe some things that the effective strategies that you've been doing. Why until today your own businesses are growing. Go ahead. MJ, you can go first.
MJ, go.
Maliit pa lang naman yung team ko ngayon. Ang for me siguro nakita kong strategy for leading a remote and hybrid team, yung empower them. Yan. Kasi minsan yung tao nagtatrabaho siya hindi dahil nagde-deliver siya ng maganda, maayos, yun na very efficient and quality. Minsan, ginagawa niya yun dahil ang sarap sa puso nakatrabaho ka. Kasi ang hirap, hindi rin kasi yan magtatagal kung hindi siya empowered na feeling niya na parang inuutusan lang ako, taga-ano lang ako yata nito. Taga-writer, content writer lang ata ako nito, taga-design. So, importante na i-empower mo sila. Pakita mo sa kanila yung vision mo. Kahit alam mo, ang cute lang ng mga nakaka-collaborate ko ngayon. Cute numbers lang kami. Pero pakita mo na yung vision. Sabi ko nga sa kanila, etong natin, yung brand natin na to. Sabi ko, nag-start lang siya ngayon, pero it will go big. It will go globally, hindi lang local market, yung matatap natin dito sa Bias Skincare. Mention ko na. Ayun, so, yun, pakita mo sa kanila yung vision, nakasama sila doon. In case na mag-thrive itong business, magta-thrive ka rin as a remote worker, as a business owner, kasama ka sa pag-thrive nito. So, more on empowering and giving them the vision.
Wow.
Ganda nun.
Let them understand your vision. Yes.
I agree. I-share ko lang. Meron akong, someone works for me, tapos, siya, hybrid worker din. So, sabi niya sa akin, nag-quit siya ng ibang clients niya, pero parang hindi niya ako kayang i-quit kasi sobrang aligned niya ng vision. Sobrang aligned ng vision niya sa company ko. Tapos, inaalagaan ko siya. So, yun, yung parang napakalaking impact. Even when I work with people, kung ako yung hinire nila, talagang nagsistay ako. Usually, kadalasan ng mga clients ko, 2 years, 1 year minimum tumatagal sa akin. Ganun yung engagement namin. And tumatagal kami kasi yun na, aligned sa vision. So, I totally agree with that. Ayun. Pwede na ba ako mag-share?
Yeah, go.
If I may add, yung napansin ko pinaka nag-work in managing and growing the business is removing the fear of networking. Dati kasi parang, ako kasi introvert ako, parang ayoko nakikipag-usap sa tao, tapos mamaya, paano ko ipapakilala yung business ko kung takot na akong ipakita to sa tao. Ayun na, medyo may fear ako with what other people might think before. Yun, pero ever since na inalis ko yung fear na yun, yeah, I'm an introvert, pero I really push myself to actually connect with people who can either buy from me or people who can help me grow the business. Yung tipong pag may gusto akong matutunan from one person, I will go directly to that business owner, to that person, and I will ask, anong ginagawa mo para gawin to? Or kung may nakita ako na opportunity that can potentially grow my business, I actually go to that event at magpapakilala ko sa tao na yon. So, alam mo yun, the power of networking kasi, iba siya eh. Kasi, lalo sa atin, karamihan naman sa atin, di ba, nag-start tayo na zero connections, hindi naman tayo anak ng mayaman, hindi naman natin tito sila Henry sila. So, it really counts that we build our own network kasi hindi natin alam kung saan tayo dadalhin eh, na mamaya sasabihin na may kakilala ako na ganito. Just by connecting with people, you also get connected to ideal business owners that you'd love to work. Yun talaga. So, there are times rin talaga na, ito baka makakarate yung mga introvert, na nakakatakot na, i-message ko ba tong tao na to? Pero ako, ino-oblige ko sarili ko. Okay, kailangan nating i-grow yung business. If gusto natin to, we need to connect with this person talaga. So, ayun, it's really removing the fear of networking talaga. Si MJ, napakagaling mag-network. Mas masabag yan mag-network sa akin.
Yeah. So, yun nga. I mean, what I learned is that, don't be afraid to build your own circle, your own tribe. Diba?
Yes.
Yeah. So, we're almost done with our today's discussion. So, when it comes to remote work, I mean, how satisfied are you when once by the time that you have decided to have your own business on a remote or a hybrid work setup, how satisfied are you today?
Ang ganda ng tanong.
Totoo.
Yeah.
Speechless tuloy ako.
Celebrity question. Celebrity-ish question. Yes. So how satisfied are you today?
Ano, Coach? Ikaw muna. Okay.
Ako, pag i-compare yung before tsaka today, ako realistically, nagsisimula ako 6/10 na noon. Kasi sobrang struggle ko. Tapos, nung time na nag-start kasi ako, parang walang courses available na Pinoy who can lead me the path na paano ba to, paano ganyan. So, iinis ako na bakit yung mga ibang tao, they do well. So, talang ako, ang effort ko, pero I'm not making enough cash. Yung ganang feeling. Pero right now, buti na lang chinaga ako. Kasi minsan may pagka-slow learner ako. In terms of satisfaction, 9 out of 10. Kasi as a face na ako na nire-reap ko na yung benefits and I thank myself for really starting na, pwede ko palang simulan tong business na to na utak lang yung puhunan ko. Yun, I really thank myself na buti na lang chinaga ako kasi without it, in terms of lifestyle talaga, walang makakatalo na na kahit ano pa. Kasi before, pangarap ko mag-flight attendant so that I can travel the world only to realize na, oh my God, pag yun pala yung trabaho ko, kailangan nasa aeroplano ako, mag-duty ako ng ilang hours.
Yeah.
Tapos, anong oras ko mag-travel? Overnight lang. Pero ngayon, it's like, mas fulfilling sa akin kasi there's really more control. And once na-build na kasi yung career with regards to your online business, super dali. It's like darating yung time na ikaw nang aayaw sa mga gusto makipagtrabaho sa'yo. Like, it's so abundant pag na-build out mo na siya. Ayun, so, satisfied na satisfied
9
talaga.
out of 10.
9 out of 10 now.
9 out of 10. How about MJ? Maybe MJ will answer 10 out of 10?
Alam niyo si Coach Thea talaga. Isa siya yan sa mga, nung nag-start ako, isa sa mga pinaka-lodi ko yan. Pinaka-favorite people ko online. Kasi nakita ko yung journey niya from the start hanggang sa ngayon na nag-flourish na siya. Meron na siyang restaurant na pang mga elite. pang lifestyle talaga. Steak and cheese. Ayan, in Baguio. Ayun, so natuwa ako dun sa ni Coach Thea. Sa sinabi niya kanina na yung 9 out of 10. Kasi parang ganun din po kasi yung nararamdaman ko ngayon. Kung fulfillment, grabe talaga yung fulfillment. Baka maiyak no? Hindi kasi may mga bagay na hindi mo inakala na mangyayari sa buhay mo, diba? Tapos mangyayari pala, buti na lang, binigyan mo yung sinaga mo, yun ang sabi ni Coach Thea. Kasi dito naman talaga sa remote, online business, tsagaan talaga to, tsaka lakasan ng loob. Hindi kasi pwede dito yung mahina yung loob mo, talo ka talaga eh. Dapat talaga makapal yung mukha mo. Medyo ka talaga, yan, ka talaga sa comfort zone mo. Kasi hindi ka magsusurvive dito na hindi ka nagne-network. Yun, talaga, you have to build relationship. Yan, so yan yung isa sa pinaka natutunan ko. Build relationship kasi dyan nagsisimula yung trust. Dyan na magta-trust yung client, yung buyer mo, o yung customer mo. So, ngayon kasi, yung pinaka-benefit talaga sa akin is yung liberty, tsaka yung creativity. Kasi ngayon kasi dati grabe talaga. Workaholic po talaga. Yan yung hindi ko po ang tawag dito, ninenegatron yung corporate world kasi blessings yan na may trabaho ka po na ganyan. Yun. Pero yung sa akin kasi, ang tawag nito, na-quench yung thirst ko sa yung gusto ko na maging business owner. Yan. So, parang yung heart ko na parang may emptiness dyan, na-filled siya nung nag-start na ako dito sa online business. Kasi, finally, I'm doing the thing that I love. Ang hirap ma-reach ang level na yan, lalo na pagka nandun ka na sa sitwasyon na akala mo hindi ka na makakaalis. Kasi akala ko dati, hindi ako talaga makakaalis ng corporate world, doon na talaga ako. Tapos nung naka-jump in ako dito sa remote working and online business, mas naging yung creativity ng mind ko. Yan. Kasi nga, sarili mo ng business, so gagawa ka ng mga sarili mong eksena. Sariling eksena. Yan. So, nakakatawa. Kasi saka yung mga nabibuild mo na community, tapos yung mga tao na kakilala mo. Saka pinaka-importante yun nga, babalik po ako sa time na nabibigay ko sa mga anak ko. Yan. Kasi yung anak ko sakitin yan, yung bunso. So, ngayon, naalagaan ko siya. Masasabi ko na talagang every moment, ang dami ng magagandang moments namin ng mga anak ko ngayon. Kasi simula nung pinanganak ko talaga, parang araw-araw may picture, ganyan. Punong-puno ng videos. Yung motherhood, na-enjoy ko siya. Na masasabi ko na wala akong regret. Although hindi naman palaging Pasko sa business. Yan. Pero fulfilled po.
Okay. So, yes, any last piece of advice to those who want to enter the field of field of remote working? Anything that you want to advise to our viewers?
Advice? Ano ba magandang advice? Huwag kayong matakot. Nowadays kasi, it's so, swerte nga ng generation ngayon kasi they have easy access sa internet eh. Tapos, at the same time, they're very proficient. So, make the most out of it. Tapos, hindi mo kasi ma-realize yung true potential mo if you really don't follow it. So, if you're young, best to start at a young age. Let yourself fail. Kasi mamaya hindi mo mamamalayan. Ang bilis ng panahon. Later on, you're 30, tapos the last thing that you want to do is to realize na 30 na ako, tapos hindi ko nagawa yung gusto ko. And that's sad. That's sad na tumanda na na hindi mo sinundan yung gusto mo. So, if you're planning to go na hybrid work, na-touch ako sa sinabi ni MJ na doing what you love eh. Kasi yun naman talaga the main reason ba't ko to ginawa. Kasi I want to do something that I love, which is social media. Like, strength ko talaga yung social media. Kahit na minsan na iniiwasan ko na ayoko na ma-viral. Pero, lagi akong nilalapitan na ang ganda ata ng content ko masyado. So, if you really have something that you love, follow nyo lang. Ako siguro, yun yung best blessing na nabigay ko sa sarili ko, that I was able to experiment at a young age. Kasi nag-start ako mag-work at 18. I was a barista, which is one of my childhood dreams. Ang saya. Pero, nag-business din ako. I sold coats. Ang saya, nagawa ko yun. Nag-freelance ako. I sold social media marketing services. Ang saya. And right now, I'm selling food, which is one of my childhood dreams. Ang saya. Like, if you fail, yun na. At least you tried, diba? And sobrang... So, ako, deep inside, sa heart ko, sobrang sarap sa feeling knowing na pinursu ko. Kasi, lahat naman tayo ayaw mag-fail. So, the question is, anong gagawin mo para hindi ka mag-fail? Yun, so, dive in it, go all out, basta capable ka. Yun. Go all out.
Okay. How about MJ?
Nakakatawa kasi pareho kami na nasa isip ni Coach Thea. Yun din kasi kung meron man siguro sobrang takot mag-start ng online business, ako yata yun. Sobrang punong-puno talaga ako ng takot. Kasi lumaki ako sa lugar na hindi naman puro katatakutan. Hindi talaga, alam mo, nasa kami, nasa squatters lang kami, tapos yung tatay ko talaga ay yung parang pinakasiga, yung mga ganyan. Wala lagi may kaaway. So parang nabuhay talaga ako na araw-araw may fear ako. Lalo na pag yung tatay mo ay hindi naman kasi siya properly educated, tapos yung environment namin. Ayun, so lagi akong may takot. Yan. And alam mo yun, medyo gas-gas na siya, pero nandun pa rin. Gusto kong sabihin na wag kang yung iba kasi iniiwasan talaga mag-fail, diba? Ayaw nila kasi ng failure. Pero part talaga siya ng process eh. Yan. Part talaga siya ng process. Kung titingnan nga po natin yung mga successful na mga tao, sila yung pinakamaraming failure. Yun. So ngayon sa generation na to, sa AI, hindi ko alam kung ano magiging yan. Magiging talaga niyan. Pero anyway, ang gusto ko lang sabihin lalo na sa mga mag-start pa ng freelancing, kailangan mo lang talagang mag-focus ka lang kahit 1% progress every day. Yung maihakbang mo yung paa mo. Halimbawa, kung di mo pa kaya nang mag-connect ka sa mga clients ng 20, hindi kahit isa sa isang araw. Mag-connect ka sa kanila kahit isa lang. Sa isang buwan, 30 na yan. Yung ganun kasi minsan gusto natin na maka-jump in kagad tayo sa premium na buhay. Pero kailangan talaga unahin natin yung premium heart and premium mindset muna. Kasi naman yan susunod na lang siya. And huwag masyadong, ewan ko kung may mag-a-agree, huwag yun nga po masyadong mag-focus sa money. Because if money is your number one priority, everything else will be secondary. So, focus ka sa process, yung process muna. And kung may fail, ang saya nga niyan pag nag-fail eh. Kasi, ibig sabihin, may growth ka. Ako, ang dami ko pong failure. Kahit nga po, na ilang years na ba ako, 2020, 3 years nang nasa online business, ang dami ko pa rin failure. Meron pa rin meron pa rin mga accounts na minsan, mga problematic accounts na minsan, di mo na alam yung gagawin mo. Pero, normal yun. Normal siya. Ayan. So, yun lang, it's part of the process at pinakamahalaga na ma-enjoy mo yung journey and love yourself. Kasi, alam mo yun, minsan kasi tinitingnan natin kung ano yung nanay talaga yung tanong mo. Minsan tinitingnan natin yung kung ano yung mga limitations natin, tsaka yung mga hindi natin kaya. Pero dapat yung good side and bad side natin. Ano lang natin, ang tawag nito, let's operate in love. Yan, let's operate in grace sa sarili natin. Kasi talaga nasisimula yan sa sarili mo. Kasi kung sinabi mo talaga, ayoko na, di ko naman kaya yan, wala na. Yun. Pero pag sinabi mo na although may limitations ka ngayon, kakayanin mo pa rin, gagawan mo ng paraan. Ayun. Ang dami ko nang sinabi, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Well, I personally learned from the both of you ladies. So maybe if our viewers, so currently we have 650 viewers right now in our Kumu, in our YouTube. So anything that you want to promote or how they can get in touch with you too?
Ano ba? Ikaw muna.
Ayun. Biglang
in case you want to get your services or anything that you want to promote, your social media handles.
Ayun.
MJ
Tapia, yan na siya.
MJ Tapia.
Yan, follow mo si MJ Tapia. Tapos sa TikTok naman, Via Vibe. Yan. Yun yung business ko.
Okay.
Yung sa skincare, Via Vibe. And yung sa community ko naman na branding and social media marketing PH, meron tayong i-open na scholarship for Gen Z sa Story Masters Club. Yun. So, i-post ko po yan sa profile.
So they just have to join your community if they want to get that scholarship. Okay. How about you, Thea?
Ako naman, IG ko, at Socials by Tay. So, Socials, B-Y-T-E-Y, Socials by Tay. Follow nyo lang. Tapos, I also have my own Facebook group. So, it's called Instagram Marketing Community for Freelancers, for people who want to learn Instagram marketing. So, meron kaming trainings doon. And this Monday, we have an upcoming content creation workshop para sa mga gustong matuto kung paano gumawa ng content for businesses ng mabilisan. Ayun, ano pa ba? Yun lang naman.
Wow, very challenging. Instagram is your expertise. So anyway, well, we have our own show in Kumu as well. So maybe in the future we'll contact you both in our future episodes in Kumu. So ayun, once again, thank you so much, Thea. Thank you so much, MJ, for joining us in today's panel discussion. So I'll turn back the video to our host, Miss Jamie Franco.
Wow, what an incredible insights we've been learning together. Thank you so much to our speakers or panel today. So I have to say I'm absolutely in awe of these remarkable ladies, and the topic they've presented is not only incredible, but also highly relevant for our viewers in a time when, many are considering remote or hybrid work setups. Their insights and what they discussed are truly inspiring. So it's fantastic to see such valuable discussion taking place that can make a real difference, in people's professional lives. So thank you so much for your time, ladies. We truly appreciate your time with us. And in recognition of your exceptional contribution, we present you with this well-deserved certificate of appreciation. It serves as a testament, of course, to your brilliance and profound impact you've had on all of us during the virtual event. So again, guys, let's applaud the chat with applause emojis and heartfelt words of thanks for our ladies here, Miss Thea and Miss MJ. So, all right, I think that's the end of our event today. Thank you all for joining us today at the F.A.S.T conference. We hope you had an enriching and enjoyable experience. We would like to extend our gratitude again to our community partners, speakers, and moderators for their invaluable contributions to the event's success. Without their support, this event would not have been possible. We hope that you have gained valuable insights and practical tips that you can apply to your personal and professional development. Again, guys, remember that learning never stops, and we encourage you to continue to explore new ideas and trends in your respective fields. Lastly, we would like to remind all of you that our job fair is still ongoing, and our recruitment team is available to conduct interviews. So if you're interested in exploring potential career opportunities, be sure to check the comment section for the link and send us your resume. So again, guys, for more tips or career tips and advice, follow us on social media accounts. It's Tache Careers. We are on TikTok, we are on Facebook and Instagram, and also LinkedIn. So again, thank you for joining us, and look forward to seeing you again in our future events. Have a great day, everyone. And this has been me, your host, Jamie. And again, see you on our next future events. Thank you. Have a lovely weekend, everyone.